올림픽으로 시작했던 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠가 인비테이셔널을 넘어 월드 챔피언십까지 왔습니다.
都没有，对我是今年3月看到那个火神跟麦麦他们在邀请赛的表现，然后我觉得很刺激、很精彩，对，所以想说这一次的比赛也可以来参加。
저번 대회 때 진짜 재밌게 보고 저도 하고 싶어서 진짜 열심히 해서 올라오게 됐어요.
도전할 수 있는 기회가 있으니까 한번 도전해보고 싶었습니다.
有趣是有，就不断说这个是诈骗，到这个等级，然后真的是可以来这个比赛这样子，然后他们就说，哎，你那么强的吗？我不觉得这样子，然后就说，啊，肯定是诈骗 KK 人这些。
세레모니 보시죠.
좀 시간 날 때마다 맵 한 번씩 쭉 달려보고
벼랑 끝에서 손가락만
실수를 선달에서 해도 한번 해보자라는 마인드로
높은 점수 찍고 빌드 만들고 그런 재미로 하는 것 같아요.
跟上次邀请赛一样，跟一样是台湾的选手一起讨论跑法。
빌드원 분들이 도와주시겠다고 해주셔가지고 빌드 짜고 함께 협업했던 것 같습니다.
군대 가신 시온님한테도 빌드 공유 받고 준비를 열심히 했습니다.
직장이고 시간도 많이 없고 해서 4강력 3개 최선을 다해서 경기 임하고 연습에 임했던 것 같습니다.
That third phase and he can't collect the full row of lotus ship. 성장을 해요 지금 계속.
화신님하고 한 백탕마을 맵이지 않을까요?
자, 바람.
게임 안에서는 딜레이 때문에 확실히 없었는데 결과 나오고 나서 될 사람은 되는 건가 싶기도 하고.
작년에 이제 후덜덜기라고 했다가 졌거든요. 진 상대한테 또 지진 말자.
윈딩장진 공주 장량 펀치 선수가 승리 가져가면서
지금 목표는 본선은 가자.
Hello, my name is Gojek Vanes from Indonesia. I feel happy I can be back in here again.
졌지만 그래도 그 고잭 선수 기뻐하는 모습 보면서 그나마 좀 위안을 삼았던 것 같습니다.
본선으로 미룬 거죠. 맞습니다. 네, 진정한 승부는 본선에서 하자. 예선에서 할 수 없다 우리의. Does get one extra lotus ship at the end. Singduck, Kukushi, Jinju, and Fire Spirit, the first seeds of each region, as you can see at the bottom of your screens. And then Chuang Team, Jungho, Jungdex, and Kim Gonu as the second seeds.
제가 정말로 열심히 준비했으니까 난 최선을 다했고 결과는 하늘에 맡기자 이런 생각을 했었던 것 같습니다.
챔피언이 됩니다.
평소에 많이 하니까 기초 실력이 받쳐주는 것도 있고
침착하게
就我还是会继续努力玩下去。
우승 노려봐야 되지 않을까요?
แล้วเจอกันรอบหน้านะครับดินแดนอื่นๆมาเจอผมนะครับ
벌써 9주년을 앞두고 있다는 게 좀 믿기지 않고요. 9주년 때 좀 기대해 보겠습니다.
오래 전부터 플레이해왔던 유저로서 이게 같이 성장해가고 있다는 느낌을 많이 받는데요. 거의 제 인생의 절반이 쿠키런이었다고 할 수 있을 정도로 저에게 많은 영향을 끼치고 있는 게임인데 9주년을 넘어 달려갈 수 있다는 게 저에게 감사한 일인 것 같습니다.
Congratulations first to the Open Break team because without you, maybe I don't play any game and keep the good work.
อวยพรว่าก็ขอให้ทีมงานพัฒนาเกมตลอดไปเรื่อยๆครับขอให้มีความสุข
계속 해오던 게임이 이렇게 오래 갈 줄은 저도 솔직히 상상도 못했는데 잘 성장했으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키랑 고전 축하드리고요. 2026년 경기도 꼭 진출하겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 벌써 9주년이 된 걸 축하드리고 앞으로 오래 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
9주년을 맞게 된 게 유저들의 민심을 잘 읽어서 장기적으로 온 게 정말 좋았던 것 같고 그런 말을 좀 전해드리고 싶습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 곧 있으면 되는데 축하드리고요. 아쉬운 부분도 많지만 그래도 열심히 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
이제 9주년 나오면서 많은 뭐 이벤트들도 할 거니까 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 다들.
굉장히 잘 하고 있다 생각하고 앞으로도 운영해 줬으면 하는 마음입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 화이팅!
앞으로도 이런 다양한 이런 시도와 컨텐츠를 많이 짜주셔가지고 곧 다가오는 10주년도 저희들 많이 기대하고 있으니까 열심히 준비해 주시면 감사하고 하겠습니다.
쿠키런 9주년 너무 축하드리고 앞으로도 10주년, 20주년을 넘어서 좋은 게임과 다양한 쿠키들을 만나볼 수 있게 노력해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
많이 좀 게임이 커졌다라는 생각이 들거든요. 디렉터님께 정말 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶어요. 9주년이고 내년 10주년, 20주년까지 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 브레이크가 벌써 이게 9주년이라는 게 참 이게 시간 빠르기도 하고 11주년, 12주년 계속 번창해 나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 10주년까지 화이팅.
쿠키런 9년 동안 열심히 해주신 분들 너무 감사한 것 같고요. 앞으로도 이제 10주년까지 화이팅입니다.
9주년 정말 진심으로 축하드리고요. 앞으로도 오래오래 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Here's hoping for the next 10 years or maybe 20 years, if possible. So thank you for everything.
就是祝你们9周年，然后祝每一个玩家都玩得开心，然后祝你们公司也靠着游戏赚多一点钱，然后希望有更多个9周年这样子。
9주년이면 이제 제가 18살인데 벌써 인생의 절반을 오븐브레이크와 함께하고 있습니다. 이거는 진짜 죽을 때까지 하고 싶은 게임이라서 아마 쿠키런이 사라지기 전까지 저는 안 접을 것 같아요. 화이팅!
祝你们可以越来越红吧。
쿠키런 오븐브레이크 9주년 너무 축하하고 50주년, 100주년까지 함께 갑시다.
제가 좋아하는 게임이 이렇게까지 오랜 시간 이루어졌다는 게 너무 기쁘고 개발자님들도 재밌는 컨텐츠 많이 만들어 주시면 계속 재밌게 플레이할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
쿠키런과 거의 학창 시절을 보냈는데 앞으로도 쭉 같이 보낼 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저희 쿠키런 오븐브레이크 9주년 정말로 축하드리고요. 정말로 역사가 오래된 게임이죠. 쿠키런이 지금 자라나고 있는 그런 어린 분들한테도 많이 어필이 돼가지고 정말로 장수하는 게임 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
같이 이런 한 게임을 열정적으로 즐길 수 있는 사람들과 모여 있어서 정말 재밌었습니다.
ขอให้เกมอยู่กับเราไปนานๆนะครับ
너무 불철주야 고생을 많이 해서 너무 감사하다고 말씀을 드리고 싶고 내년 또 그 다음 후년에도 이상을 이어나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
今后我也会继续玩下去，今后我也会继续奔跑下去。
9주년도 쿠키런 화이팅!
9주년에서 이제 좀 더 나아가서 10주년, 뭐 20주년까지 앞으로 열심히 이제 게임하는 그런 쿠키런이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐브레이크가 이제 9주년을 맞이했는데요. 저희 게임으로는 9년, 그리고 쿠키런 전체 세계로 하면 훨씬 긴 시간 동안 많은 유저분들께서 너무 많이 즐겨주셨어요. 한 5년을 넘어서 9년, 10년 이렇게 가게 되면 굉장히 긴 시간이어서 유저분들의 삶에도 굉장히 많은 변화가 있었을 것 같고 그에 맞춰서 또 쿠키들의 세계에도 굉장히 많은 변화들이 있었잖아요. 유저분들의 삶에서 쿠키런 오븐브레이크가 굉장히 재밌는 역할들을 많이 했기를 바라고 지금까지 그 긴 시간 동안 즐겨주신 것에 대해서 굉장히 많은 감사를 드립니다. 앞으로 저희도 15년, 20년으로 계속 갈 테니까 많은 관심 그리고 꾸준한 플레이 부탁드리겠습니다.
연습한 대로만 보여주고 싶은 마음이 큰데 이게 경기장에 들어가면은 그게 잘 안 되더라고요. 그래도 일단 우승 노려봐야 되지 않을까요?
เป้าหมายก็เหมือนเดิมครับก็คือที่10,000 ดอลลาร์ครับแล้วเจอกันรอบหน้านะครับดินแดนอื่นๆมาเจอผมนะครับ
사실 작년에는 8강 탈락이라는 좋지 못한 성적으로 마무리하게 돼가지고 올해는 약간 좀 간절함이 훨씬 더 있었던 것 같습니다.
과연 이걸 한 달 더 할 수 있을까 하는 생각이 들지만 이번에 또 다시 선수분들의 열정을 너무나도 잘 느꼈습니다. 이제 그 선수분들을 대표하는 자리로서 최선을 다해서 끝까지 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
처음부터 목표는 제 플레이를 다 보여주는 게 목표였기 때문에 본선 때는 진짜 완전 열심히 해서 제 진짜 실력 한번 보여드리고 싶습니다.
参加的感想非常的紧张，真的是非常的紧张。我刚刚在台上真的是手一直在抖，出了蛮多失误的啦，但结果来讲算是满意的。
쿠키런 실력파 크리에이터 정대기라고 합니다. 이번에 월챔에서는 외국 선수도 나오고 한국 선수도 나오는데 저희가 이제 한번 다 좀 혼내주도록 할 거고요.
这次很侥幸的获得了学生 A 组最硬的组别的第1名，就我还是会继续努力玩下去。
오직 승리를 위해 달리는 시간 쿠키런 5분 브레이크 2025 월드 챔피언십에 오신 분들 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 차보경입니다. 반갑습니다. 아우 반갑습니다. 자, 우리 본선을 위한 또 이 열기가 굉장히 뜨거운데요. 그만큼이나 이번 9주년에서 선보이는 맵메이커 모드도 굉장히 뜨거운 열기를 지금 띠고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 오늘 이렇게 쿠키러너 분들이 정말 너무 많이 오셨잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 특별한 시간을 준비했는데 맵메이커에 대해서 직접 소개하는 특별한 시간을 준비했습니다. 그렇기 위해서는 1타 강사님이 필요하시겠죠? 자, 바로 우리 맵메이커 모드가 세상에 탄생하기 위해서 고생해주신 오늘의 1타 강사 휘쌤님을 소개하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 반갑습니다. 네, 여기 앞에 보고 인사해 주시면 되고, 희쌤님 오랜만에 방송이라 좀 많이 떨리실 것 같아요. 저희 우리 또 관객분들에게 인사 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 항상 모니터 뒤에서만 인사드리다가 이렇게 직접 유저분들 앞에서 인사드리게 되니까 지금 너무너무 떨리는데요. 저는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크에서 맵을 만들고 있고 이번에 맵 메이커 개발팀 중에 한 명인 휘라고 합니다. 반갑습니다.
아, 반갑습니다. 정말 많은 분들이 궁금해하시는 것 같아요. 기다리는 분들이 많으시니까 바로 본론으로 한번 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 쿠키러너 분들이 정말 꿈꿔왔던 순간이라고 들었는데요. 자, 기다리던 나만의 맵을 만들 수 있는 모드가 드디어 출시가 됐는데 맵메이커 모드, 이 탄생 기화에 대해서 정말 궁금해하시는 것 같아요. 거기에 대해서 소개 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 제가 입사하기 전에 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크를 뛰면서 정말 항상 했던 생각이 있는데요. 나도 맵을 만들어보고 싶다라는 생각이었었어요. 그리고 이런 생각을 아마 저만 가지고 있지는 않을 것 같은데요. 이제 입사하고 나서 종종 쿠키런 맵을 직접 찍어보고 싶다는 유저분들의 반응을 보니까 입사하기 전에 생각이 나기도 하고 공감도 많이 되더라고요. 그래서 이렇게 연간 계획을 기획을 하면서 많은 기획자 그리고 개발자분들과 함께 소통을 하면서 쿠키런 맵메이커 모드를 개발해보자 라는 작은 한마디로 시작해 이렇게 유저분들에게 선보일 수 있는 단계까지 오게 되었습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 열심히 만든 맵메이커 모드 오늘 저희가 소개를 해드릴 텐데요. 쿠키러너 분들이 100% 즐기기 위해서는 이 사용법도 굉장히 중요해 보입니다. 그래서 지금부터는 휘쌤님과 함께 맵메이커 모드를 전격 해부하면서 설명하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 준비되셨나요? 휘쌤님 준비되셨나요?
네, 물론이죠. 이제 다 같이 한번 보실까요?
네, 좋습니다. 자, 저희 한번 얘기를 나눠보면 좋을 것 같아요. 아무래도 지금 화면이 나왔습니다. 네, 이 화면 보면서 한번 차근차근 소개하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 그러면 다 같이 한번 보실게요. 이제 맵메이커 모드가 추가가 되었는데요. 맨 오른쪽에 보시면은 맵메이커라는 모드가 추가되어 있습니다. 모드 리스트에서 이제 맵메이커 버튼을 눌러서 들어가 보시면은 이렇게 맵 만들기와 심사하기, 찾아보기 이렇게 세 가지 탭이 있습니다. 요것만 보시면은 어떤 버튼을 눌러야 될지 살짝 감이 안 오실 것 같아요.
네.
그래서 제가 한번 버튼에 대해서 설명을 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 이제 맵 만들기 같은 경우에는 이제 직접 맵을 하나하나 만들 수 있는 버튼이고요. 이제 심사하기 버튼은 다른 유저분들이 만든 모드를 이제 찾아보거나 이제 심사하기에서 많은 추천을 받은 맵을 추천받아 볼 수 있는 것이에요. 그래서 이제 오늘은 맵메이커 모드를 강의하기 위해 나왔으니 맵을 직접 만들 수 있는 맵 만들기 모드로 한번 들어가 보도록 할게요.
네, 저는 이 지금 방금 보여주셨던 이 로비부터 아기자기하고 이런 게 너무 제 스타일이었거든요. 너무 기대가 됩니다. 자, 이렇게 맵을 뚝딱 만들 수 있다니까 너무 신기한데요. 어떻게 또 진행되는지 소개 한번 해주세요.
네, 이제 로비만 보셔도 이제 아이디어가 샘솟는 느낌이지 않나요?
맞아요.
여러 개발팀 분들께서 고생해주신 만큼 이제 유저분들의 상상력을 마음껏 펼칠 수 있는 모드인데요. 이제부터 맵 만들기 모드에 대해서 낱낱이 파헤쳐드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
이제 맵 만들기 모드로 들어가게 되면은 아예 처음부터 이렇게 새로 만들기도 가능하고 저희가 제공하는 샘플 맵을 참고해서 편집도 할 수 있는데요. 이제 많은 분들이 알고 있는 맵일 것 같아요. 마녀의 뒷마당 이 리소스를 사용을 해서 한번 맵을 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그래서 저는 제 맵의 컨셉은 일단 코인이 마구마구 떨어지는 컨셉의 맵을 만들어 보려고 하는데요. 그에 맞게 이제 맵 이름과 맵 설명을 한번 추가를 해서 생성하기를 눌러보도록 하겠습니다.
네, 근데 제가 직접 게임을 플레이 해보니까 장애물이 많은 게 되게 힘들었거든요. 그래서 그런 장애물들도 저희가 직접 만들 수가 있는지 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 물론이죠.
근데 장애물이 진짜 많으면 저는 너무 막 어렵더라고요. 그래서 그 장애물을 좀 많이 넣어서 우리 유저분들이 어렵게 플레이할 수 있는 걸 좀 만들고 싶습니다.
잠시만요.
네, 생성하기를 이제 누르신 거죠?
네, 맞습니다.
네.
이렇게 들어오면은
또 젤리랑 뭐 장애물 이런 것들이 또 배치할 수 있는 것들이 여러 개가 있네요.
네, 맞습니다. 그래서 젤리를 먼저 이제 배치를 해도 되고 아니면 장애물을 먼저 배치를 해도 되고 젤리만 마구마구 찍은 맵이라던가 아니면 젤리 없이 장애물만 피하는 어려운 맵을 만들 수도 있답니다.
네, 근데 제가 달릴 때 이 맵을 직접 만들어 보는 것도 너무 의미가 있는데 뭐 젤리나 장애물 배치까지 제가 정교하게 직접 할 수 있다니까 되게 좀 의미가 남다른 것 같아요.
네, 맞습니다. 그게
네, 맞아요. 그런 것들을 좀 제일 원하는 방향이죠. 우리
네, 맞습니다. 저희가 이제 가장 원하는 방향인데요. 아무래도 게임이 오래되었다 보니까 새로운 재미를 찾는 분들이 정말 많으실 텐데 나만의 개성을 담아서 이제 달리고 싶은 맵을 직접 만들고 그 맵을 다른 유저들과 함께 달리면서 재미를 찾아주셨으면 좋을 것 같아요.
네, 좋습니다. 지금 이렇게 또 개발진의 마음도 충분히 우리 유저분들에게 전달이 된 것 같아요. 맵메이커 모드 이 설명이 지금 해주신 것도 저는 이 정도로도 어느 정도 이해가 되는데 더 설명해 줄 게 많다고 하시는데 어떤 내용이 또 있을까요?
네, 아마 많은 분들이 이 맵을 찍다 보면은 이 기능을 정말 절실하게 필요하실 것 같아요. 이렇게 이렇게 같은 패턴을 한 번 더 반복하고 싶을 때가 있잖아요. 만약에 여기서 하나하나 다시 찍어줘도 되지만 다 같이 이렇게 잠시만요. 이렇게 드래그해서 모두 선택을 한 다음에 복사를 해가지고 한 번 더 반복을 시켜줄 수가 있습니다. 이렇게 해서 복사를 한 다음에 중간중간 장애물을 더 배치를 해준다던가 아니면은 1단 점프를 뛰었던 곳을 2단 점프로 뛰게 한다던가 아니면 슬라이드 같이 이렇게 다른 액션을 시켜주게 되면은 원래 기존에 있던 패턴보다 더 새로운 느낌을 줄 수 있어요.
네, 근데 지금 방금 젤리를 한 번에 여러 개를 배치하셨는데 이거는 어떤 기능인지 좀 궁금합니다.
제가 이거를 깜빡했었네요. 이거 짚어주셔도 정말 감사합니다. 이 기능 같은 경우에는 저희가 제공하는 1단 혹은 2단 점프를 뛰었을 때 다 먹을 수 있는 젤리 라인을 한 번에 이렇게 찍을 수 있도록 저희가 추가해드린 젤리 브러쉬라는 기능입니다. 이 기능 정말 편해가지고 아마 맵을 만드시면서 많이 활용을 해주실 것 같아요.
네, 그럼 이 이 젤리를 배치한 거를 좀 되돌리고 싶을 때가 있잖아요. 이거 다시 좀 빼고 싶다. 이럴 때는 어떻게 할 수가 있나요?
그것도 준비되어 있는데요. 왼쪽 위에 있는 여기 실행 취소 버튼을 누르면은 이전으로 돌아갈 수가 있습니다. 잘못 눌러가지고 열심히 만들었던 패턴을 지웠다고 하더라도 걱정하지 않으셔도 괜찮아요. 다시 앞으로도 돌릴 수가 있습니다.
이렇게 앞으로도 뒤로도 돌릴 수가 있기 때문에 너무 편한 것 같습니다. 네. 자, 근데 이게 저희가 이제 제가 보니까 만드는 게 되게 쉬워 보여요. 좀 직관적이고 그래서 간편하게 누구나 만드실 수가 있을 것 같은데 중간중간에 좀 달려보면서 만들면 훨씬 더 이게 느낌이 잘 살 것 같은데 달려볼 수 있나요?
물론이죠. 저희가 중간에 이렇게 테스트 버튼을 누르면은 바로 테스트를 할 수 있도록 이렇게 화면이 전환되면서 이렇게 제가 뛴 구간을 다시 한번 확인을 해볼 수가 있습니다.
이 기능도 너무 좋네요. 중간중간에 한번 달려보면서 테스트를 해보는 것도 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
맞아요.
근데 제가 생각하기에는 좀 방금 좀 속도가 빨랐는데 이거 속도 조절도 혹시 가능할까요?
물론이죠. 여기 맵 상단에 보시면은 맵 설정을 들어가셔서 플레이 설정에 들어가면은 이제 이동 속도를 느리거나 혹은 빠르게 이렇게 더 수정을 할 수가 있고 그 외에 카메라가 너무 가까워요. 아니면 카메라가 너무 멀어요 할 경우에는 이렇게 카메라 거리도 같이 조절을 해줄 수가 있습니다. 이렇게 저장을 하고 다시 한번 테스트를 해볼까요?
네, 좋아요. 이렇게 속도도 조절이 가능하고 카메라도 설정이 가능하다고 하니까 굉장히 좋습니다. 한번 다시 볼까요?
이렇게 해서 다시 보면 아까보다 확실히 느려진 게 보이시죠?
네. 오히려 느린 게 더 어려운 것 같기도 하고요. 네. 자, 이렇게 해서 맵을 만들면 여러 번 수정을 거치고 만들다 보면 정말 많은 테스트를 하면 좋을 것 같습니다. 근데 이렇게 만들어진 맵을 좀 공개를 하고 싶을 때는 어떻게 해야 하는지 궁금하거든요.
네, 맵을 다 만들었다면 오른쪽 상단에 다시 메뉴 버튼을 눌러주시고 편집 끝내기 버튼을 누른 뒤에 저장하기로 이제 맵을 일단 한번 저장을 해줍니다. 그 다음에 이제 다시 맵에 들어가서 여기 공개하기 버튼이 있는데요. 이 공개하기 버튼을 눌러서 등록 테스트를 통해 능력이 없는 쿠키로 이제 떨어지지도 않고 충돌하지도 않고 그 다음에 완주를 하면은 등록 테스트가 완료되게 됩니다. 그렇게 되면은 이제 그 다음부터는 맵을 이제 다른 사람들에게 공개할 수 있게 바뀌게 되는데요. 지금은 저희가 아직 맵을 다 만들지는 않아가지고 공개 테스트까지는 하지 않고 일단 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 근데 진짜 이렇게 저는 항상 만들어진 맵만 달리다 보니까 제가 원하는 대로 맵을 만들고 달릴 수 있다는 게 정말 신선하고 지금 당장 맵을 만들어 보고 싶은데 우리 쿠키러너분들 어떠셨어요? 좋아요. 네, 어떻게 좀 어떤 맵을 만들지 정말 궁금한데 우리 또 휘쌤님은 어떤 맵을 만들고 싶은지 한번 즉석해서 들어볼까요?
저는 일단 항상 맵을 만들 때 유저분들이 재밌게 뛸 수 있는 맵을 만들려고 항상 고민을 하고 노력을 해가지고 맵을 출시하게 되는데요. 항상 재밌게 달려주시는지는 잘 모르겠어요. 항상 근데 노력하면서 맵을 찍고 있다는 것만 알아주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 이제 곧 본선 경기가 시작될 예정인데요. 본선 경기 재밌게 즐기기 위해서는 어떤 팁이 있는지 마지막으로 우리 쿠키러너분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 저희가 많은 유저분들과 함께 이제 쿠키런 월드 챔피언십을 즐기기 위해서 정말 많은 노력을 했는데요. 예선보다 더욱더 뜨거운 경기가 이어지길 저도 뒤에서 응원을 하고 있도록 하겠습니다. 근데 이것만 있으면 안 되잖아요. 저희 이제 유저분들께 라이브 선물도 준비해놨으니까 끝까지 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠어요.
너무 감사드립니다. 자, 그럼 저희는 이 무대는 우리 선수분들에게 잠깐 내어드리고요. 이따 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 이따 뵙겠습니다.
벌써 9주년을 앞두고 있다는 게 좀 믿기지 않고요. 9주년 때 좀 기대해 보겠습니다.
오래 전부터 플레이해왔던 유저로서 이게 같이 성장해가고 있다는 느낌을 많이 받는데요. 거의 제 인생의 절반이 쿠키런이었다고 할 수 있을 정도로 저에게 많은 영향을 끼치고 있는 게임인데 9주년 넘어 이제 달려갈 수 있다는 게 저에게 감사한 일인 것 같습니다.
Congratulations first to the Open Break team because without you, maybe I don't play any game and keep the good work.
อวยพรแล้วก็ขอให้ทีมงานพัฒนาเกมตลอดไปเรื่อยๆครับขอให้มีความสุขนะ
계속 해오던 게임이 이렇게 오래 갈 줄은 저도 솔직히 상상도 못했는데 잘 성장했으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 9주년 축하드리고요. 2026년 경기도 꼭 진출하겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 벌써 9주년이 된 걸 축하드리고 앞으로 오래 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
9주년을 맞게 된 게 유저들의 민심을 잘 읽어서 장기적으로 온 게 정말 좋았던 것 같고 그런 말을 좀 전해드리고 싶습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 곧 있으면 되는데 축하드리고요. 아쉬운 부분도 많지만 그래도 열심히 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
이제 9주년 나오면서 많은 뭐 이벤트들도 할 거니까 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 다들.
굉장히 잘 하고 있다 생각하고 앞으로도 운영해 줬으면 하는 마음입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 화이팅!
앞으로도 이런 다양한 이런 시도와 컨텐츠 많이 짜주셔가지고 곧 다가오는 10주년도 저희들 많이 기대하고 있으니까 열심히 준비해 주시면 감사하고 하겠습니다.
쿠키런 9주년 너무 축하드리고 앞으로도 10주년, 20주년을 넘어서 좋은 게임과 다양한 쿠키들을 만나볼 수 있게 노력해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
많이 좀 게임이 커졌다라는 생각이 들거든요. 디렉터님도 정말 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고 9주년이고 내년 10주년, 20주년까지 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 브레이크가 벌써 이게 9주년이라는 게 참 이게 시간 빠르기도 하고 11주년, 12주년 계속 번창해 나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 10주년까지 화이팅!
쿠키런 9년 동안 열심히 해주신 분들 너무 감사한 것 같고요. 앞으로도 이제 10주년까지 화이팅입니다.
9주년 정말 진심으로 축하드리고요. 앞으로도 오래오래 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Here's hoping for the next 10 years or maybe 20 years, if possible. So thank you for everything.
就是祝你们9周年，然后祝每一个玩家都玩得开心，然后祝你们公司也靠这游戏赚多一点钱，然后希望有更多个9周年这样子。
9주년이면 이제 제가 18살인데 벌써 인생의 절반을 오븐브레이크와 함께하고 있습니다. 이거는 진짜 죽을 때까지 하고 싶은 게임이라서 아마 쿠키런이 사라지기 전까지 저는 안 접을 것 같아요. 화이팅!
祝你们可以越来越红吧。
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 너무 축하하고 50주년, 100주년까지 함께 갑시다.
제가 좋아하는 게임이 이렇게까지 오랜 시간 이루어졌다는 게 너무 기쁘고 개발자님들도 재밌는 콘텐츠 많이 만들어 주시면 계속 재밌게 플레이할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
쿠키런과 거의 학창 시절을 보냈는데 앞으로도 쭉 같이 보낼 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저희 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 정말로 축하드리고요. 정말로 역사가 오래된 게임이죠. 쿠키런이 지금 자라나고 있는 그런 어린 분들한테도 많이 어필이 돼가지고 정말로 장수하는 게임 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
같이 이런 한 게임을 열정적으로 즐길 수 있는 사람들과 모여 있어서 정말 재밌었습니다.
ขอให้เกมอยู่กับเราไปนานๆนะครับ
너무 불철주야 고생을 많이 하셔서 너무 감사하다고 말씀을 드리고 싶고 내년 또 그 다음 후년에도 이상을 이어나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
今后我也会继续玩下去，今后我也会继续不断跑下去。
9주년도 쿠키런 화이팅!
10주년에서 이제 좀 더 나아가서 10주년, 뭐 20주년까지 앞으로 열심히 이제 게임하는 그런 쿠키런이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크가 이제 9주년을 맞이했는데요. 저희 게임으로는 9년, 그리고 쿠키런 전체 세계로 하면 훨씬 긴 시간 동안 많은 유저분들께서 너무 많이 즐겨주셨어요. 이제 한 5년을 넘어서 9년, 10년 이렇게 가게 되면 굉장히 긴 시간이어서 유저분들의 삶에도 굉장히 많은 변화가 있었을 것 같고 그에 맞춰서 또 쿠키들의 세계에도 굉장히 많은 변화들이 있었잖아요. 유저분들의 삶에서 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크가 굉장히 재밌는 역할들을 많이 했기를 바라고 지금까지 그 긴 시간 동안 즐겨주신 것에 대해서 굉장히 많은 감사를 드립니다. 앞으로 저희도 15년, 20년으로 계속 갈 테니까 많은 관심 그리고 꾸준한 플레이 부탁드리겠습니다.
수많은 쿠키 러너가 달리고 깨뜨릴 수 없을 것 같은 기록들이 쓰여졌습니다.
Over the past year, countless cookie runners have been running towards seemingly unbreakable new records.
여덟 명의 러너가 예선부터 최상의 퍼포먼스를 선보이며 이곳 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 월드 챔피언십의 본선 진출을 이뤄냈습니다.
Eight runners remain, having proven their skills advancing from the preliminaries to the main event here at the Cookie Run World Championship.
(2638) 이 숫자를 기억하십니까?
Do you remember this very special number? 2,638 points.
화산이라고 불리던 설산 지역에서 김건우 선수가 화신 선수를 상대로 승리를 이뤄낸 점수 차이입니다.
That tiniest of margins proved to be the difference, solidifying Kim Gun-woo's victory against Fire Spirit in the Glacier preliminaries.
패패 승승승 이 기록은 감이 오시겠죠?
And these 5 letters in a row. What an iconic moment in the preliminaries.
바다 지역 결승에서 진주 선수가 정백 선수를 상대로 만들어낸 역수입. 이번 월드 챔피언십에서 루키가 탄생하는 순간이었습니다.
In the ocean preliminaries, the Ricky Jinju pulled off a stunning reverse sweep against Jungdex in a breakout moment that heralded the rookie's arrival here at the World Championship.
하지만 우리가 놀라기엔 이건 그저 예선 기록에 불과합니다.
But these records are just results only from the preliminaries as we now get started to mark a new beginning here at the World Championships.
이제 이곳에서 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 세계 챔피언이 결정됩니다.
The true competition towards a new champion begins today, live right here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships.
파이널 무대에서는 또 어떤 기록이 쓰여지고 그리고 어떤 기록이 새롭게 쓰여질까요?
Which records will fall today? How many more perfect runs can our players deliver?
자, 쿠키러너 여러분들과 함께 하겠습니다. 여러분들 준비되셨습니까? 네, 저희도 준비됐습니다. 그럼 가보겠습니다. 이곳은 바로
The Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
여러분들의 함성과 함께 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Welcome, everybody, to the Cookie Run Open Break World Championships 2025. My name is Chobra, joined by State. You just saw us open up the floor on the stage alongside the Korean casters as well, and we've got a full house already here on Saturday.
Oh, man, I am so excited to kick this thing off with you, Chobra. We've got a packed crowd here in Seoul, Korea, ready to launch day one of the main event here at the Cookie Run Global Championship.
Exactly. You called it. It's only day one. We've got both days here at the weekend, and those of you who have been following, you know it's actually been quite a journey going through the preliminaries of each region so far, and now we've got 8 runners left to see who will be the new champion this year.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely arduous gauntlet for every single player.
Yeah.
The path here, it was riddled with trials, with tribulation, but they have made it. That was one of the most intense preliminaries I think I've ever seen in esports, with the best of ones. Every single match, your life was on the line.
Yeah.
And now we have the 8 best Cookie Run players in the world ready to duke it out.
Exactly. I mean, you saw that there. We talked about some of the new records that we had set throughout the preliminaries this year, some close games, but also we had a ton of tiebreakers as well.
Yeah.
So that's how you know that everyone was really giving it their best. But you can see it, of course, earlier in the opening. We're kind of showing it on the Korean stream right now, but we do have a packed crowd, and it's kind of just all ages right now of Cookie Runners. We've got new runners, you know, the baby runners coming up, but then we've clearly got some veterans as well in the crowd.
Oh, yeah. It's so awesome to have a live event like this one with the crowd showing up. The players are so excited. I was even coming into the studio. I was on the bus with some of those players, man. Everybody is amped to get started, and for very good reason. This is all of the prestige of the Cookie Run World Championship. There's a ton of money on the line.
Yeah.
And honestly, for a lot of these guys, even just getting here is an achievement. You are one of the top 8 players in the world, but I guarantee you every single one of them wants to leave this weekend as a champion.
Oh, absolutely. You got this far. Like in the qualifiers, sure, you're thinking, okay, in the preliminaries, I just want to get to the main stage. But now that you're here, you're thinking, well, I'm so close. Like, I want to go further. And of course, not only prize money, but that special prize that you can get if you are the winner of helping design one of the next costumes. So there's a lot. You can kind of literally leave your mark in the game, in the world of Cookie Run.
Yeah, and I feel like this is going to be something really intense for basically every single player here. We have some veterans, we have some rookies, but now that we're in the main event of the World Championship, we are here with a main stage with a live audience. It is packed, and these players, they are going to be feeling the pressure.
Absolutely. So you can see the format here. Today, we are going through just the quarterfinals, but that doesn't mean it's going to be short. We have 2 groups of 4 players each, all best of 1, and then once we whittle that down to 4 players, we go tomorrow, and we kick off right away with best of 5s in the semifinals. So that's already a lot of runs into best of 7 finals. Of course, there will be a separate 3rd place match as well.
Yeah, and if you guys caught the preliminaries, you know the drill here for the quarterfinals. It is a round robin. It is best of 1. For each of these groups, 4 players enter, but only 2 players leave. And as we saw before, especially in the later weeks of the preliminaries, those later regions, there is a high chance of some tiebreaker action where things get absolutely crazy, Chobra.
Yes, and of course, as we teased it earlier, but that 1st place bonus, designing your own super epic costume for the cookie of your choice, that is your mark. That is literally you leaving your name behind in the game, in the world of Cookie Run. So that's going to be huge, but we already see some people talking about it. The map pool has been updated. We've got some new maps coming in.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely intense. In the prelims, we started on Beneath the Lilies in Boiling Stock Village. It was generally pretty easy, but here, Chobra, we are upping the game. Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, Moonlit Bamboo Grove, Temple of the Sun, Central and Arena, and a new map, Pineapple Altar. entering the tournament stage here. It's going to be very spicy, even in the round of 8.
Exactly. I mean, this is also going to give us a lot more variance as well, right? Of course, these are going to be predetermined in the quarterfinals, so you know going in which map you're going to have to run. But that does change things a little bit depending on the matchup. Maybe you're going to have to play a map that you're not as familiar with. And then we go into the semifinals and then third place match and finals. Pineapple Altar continues to be added into the pool there, but we have Moonlit Clock Tower coming in as well towards the finals as another new map joining us.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. The map pool getting even more dangerous as the competition gets fiercer. What more could you ask for here? And as you said, for a lot of these players, I mean, you know the map's coming in, at least the starting maps, but the map pool now, it is so wide. A lot of these maps are very dangerous. You're not going to be able to emerge as a champion unless you are rock solid across the board.
Exactly. You really are going to have to prove that you are the best throughout all of the courses that you're running. And so we already saw that during the preliminaries as well, right? Maybe some of the runners were good on one of the maps, but you couldn't quite push through on the others, and that really kind of set you back. So obviously they've had, about a month now to prep again for not only the maps they have been running, but these 2 new ones that are rejoining and joining here in this final stage. And we'll see how much they've prepped for us.
Yeah, and with so much money on the line, being down to only 8 players, you imagine every single one of them has been grinding, because this is the opportunity of a lifetime. We have veterans who want to level up their prestige with a championship victory here. We have a lot of rookies who want to make a splash. A big entrance like Jinju here at the World Finals, as we take a look at the participants here for Group A and Group B.
Yeah, so we did have a group selection process that involved one of the first place from each region kind of competing against each other to see who gets to pick first, where they go, and then you had a chance to kind of swap one of the positions, and I believe it was Sikduk who decided to join Group B and wanted to go there for a bit of a rematch with Chong Tim, so that was an interesting choice, but these were basically kind of groups made by the players themselves.
Yeah, and you might be looking at this like, okay, Group A, there's 3 second place finishers. Group B, there's 3 first place finishers. Surely that means Group B's the harder one. I don't think so, Chobra, because we're looking at this. I mean, Kim Ga-nu coming into this one.
True.
What, he's second? Are you kidding me? Jungho also is in second? I mean, Fire Spirit, he impressed a lot of people, but both these groups, Group A and Group B, we talk about the group of death in a lot of esports. I feel like both of these are groups of death. They are so difficult to emerge from, and out of the 4 players for each of these groups, only 2 of them are going to advance to the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, just 2 out of 4. It is a brutal competition today, so we'll already be eliminating half of the runners that have qualified just today by the end of the broadcast. But I'm glad you mentioned that. Kim Ga-nu, of course, kind of coming in as the reigning champion as well, trying to reclaim his throne here at Cookie Run Oven Break. But Group B, you mentioned it as well, like Jinju, we talked about that, getting that reverse sweep as well, setting some nice records across the board as we take a look at some of the best scores that we saw during the preliminaries.
Yeah, Sikduk there on Torchlit Trial, 1.09 billion. One of the most impressive performances that we've seen overall here thus far. And a lot of the maps that they're showcasing here in the quarterfinals records, these are really tough maps. I'm thinking back to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, how many collisions that we had on that one in the preliminaries. And a lot of those players, despite the collisions, they still made it here into the top 8. And so we were talking in the prelims about how a lot of the tournaments here in the Cookie Run Global Championship, you're looking at being perfect.
Yes.
You want to be perfect, but with a map pool getting this intense, I think it's going to be more about survival, Trober, more than anything else.
You got to pick and choose, right? Do you min-max or you kind of go for that consistency? But one thing that stands out to me is Fire Spirit holding the best record across 3 of the maps in the entire pool during the preliminaries, right? So that already shows why he was first in his region, even topping Kim Ga-nu, being able to set the best score on stage at the studio. Remember, it wasn't this arena, but we were still in a studio in an offline setting. You had your opponent across the stage from you, and Fire Spirit's still able to set the best run on 3 of those.
And now we take a look at the match order here in the round robin. We will be starting out with Group A. And how about Jungho versus the reigning champ Kim Ga-nu to kick things off here? Match 1, Group A. And from there, it's just going to get spicier. We have Jungdex coming in versus Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit, a lot of people's picks to advance into the round of 4 tomorrow. And honestly, I feel like it is impossible to call who is going to be winning today.
Yeah, some of you might have already checked it out. You can make your predictions in-game as well. I believe we'll have a moment to introduce that to you, but you can choose which two from each group you're going to advance. And I was trying to look at this earlier, Ryan, and it was tough for both groups. You just mentioned Group A, but you take a look at Group B, of course, Sick Duck, of course, having a name for himself, but then right away we're getting the rematch in match 1 in Group B between Sick Duck and Chuang Tim.
Yeah, that's going to be a very spicy one. I mean, any single one of these matches could be a final match here. It's just absolutely stacked, and this is what happens when you have a preliminary stage that is an absolute gauntlet spread over weeks with the toughest competition from any individual region. You get 8 players like this, and it's going to be crazy. Every single one of these matches is a round-robin best of 1. If you lose 2 of these, your best shot of getting out of the group stage is a tiebreaker match.
Yeah.
You really don't have a lot of second chances.
Yeah, and even that, of course, you might not even get that chance, right? So you definitely want to start off strong in one of those first matches that you have to run. And here we go. Now, in-game, if you go to the Events tab, there is a World Championship section separate. So you can make your own predictions. You can get rewards based on your predictions if they're correct. And, of course, what can you use with these tokens? Well, you can actually trade them in for some nice prizes within the World Championship shop in the game. So you can get your predictions in. You can definitely secure those rewards. If you're already watching, if you can hear us, you're getting those rewards as long as you're logged in and you make sure that you confirm that you have been watching it. So there is a lot to collect here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I see people in the chat already getting excited about making their own picks. So good luck to all of you in the chat. I'm wishing you the best of fortune. And of course, we also have a couple little perks coming in, like we did in the prelims with crystals on the way.
Yeah, now when we're all done and said we'll have a new champion, there will be a chance for you to enter into the game and leave a message for the champion as well for that extra 100 crystals. But again, with the tokens, you can get a new lobby design, your own jelly-shaped sets here to celebrate the World Championship. There's a lot that you can get, so you definitely want to go in. Listen, if you don't know, I mean, I think it's tough. You might as well just randomly pick, and hey, who knows? Maybe you'll be the lucky one.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a challenge to pick basically anybody to emerge victorious. Kim Gnu, I was kind of thinking, oh well, this guy, he's prestigious, he has the experience, he is a certain caliber of player, he's probably a shoo-in to make it in. And then he barely got through the prelims.
Yeah,
the competition has been so stacked this year. A lot of players are seeing the potential of Cookie Run as an esports, and I'm just along for the ride, Trevor. I'm making no predictions. I just want to enjoy the show because this is going to be a roller coaster.
Sometimes that's the better way to watch, you know? No emotional investment, just enjoying what's happening on the screen. Now, of course, for those who were able to visit, we actually had like a shop downstairs as well and some other activations. Some people already got to try the whole map maker mode that was introduced earlier in the pre-stream. We've got some merchandise. He's looking nice and comfy there.
Yeah, man. I was looking at the ginger braves they had down at the merch store on the first floor. If you are in Korea, make sure you drop by the S-Plex Center. Come down, enjoy the show, and I think tomorrow I'm definitely coming down early so I have some time to pick up maybe a ginger brave of my own.
Yeah, for sure,
Put that on the gamer mantle.
We've got the cookies themselves on the stage as well to cheer on our runners. There's Spinach Cookie, of course. We're all very familiar with that. Of course, having seen Spinach Cookie make so many runs during the preliminaries there.
Yeah, a lot of players dismayed too. There were a lot of fans who did not want to play in destruction maps there in the prelims, but that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, Trevor. You can't play to your strengths all the time, and we just have a lovely audience. People just keep filing in. I mean, we haven't even started match number 1. I think since the opening, we've already had a lot more players show up. And look at this, Trevor. We already have a special coupon for everybody in the chat.
There you go. 500 crystals right away to kick off the weekend of celebrations. What a nice gift coming out here. So it's CRO, Cookie Run Oven Break, CRO World Champion. And you too can get your 500 crystals. Again, these are time limited, so make sure you get them now. Don't forget about it. The matches haven't started yet. Go ahead, log in, get that coupon code, then come back to the stream, and you'll be able to enjoy it. And please remind each other in chat as well as people file in.
Yeah, Pyonghwa Nara also showing up here in the audience. This guy was so much fun to watch in the preliminaries. And there are a lot of players who played in the prelims but didn't actually make it here into the round of 8, who have just shown up to watch, to support their favorite game, to support their favorite players, and it's awesome. The Cookie Run Oven Break community has been so special. It has been wonderful getting introduced to everybody here at Chobra, and Oh, I'm giddy. I'm excited. I want to start the first match.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. I can't wait. You guys already saw the stage as we did the walkout openings there, but they have the 2 desks where they'll just be sitting in front of this giant crowd and also right next to each other as you're going through your runs. And today it's all best of ones. You just get that one shot against each opponent in the round robin. You better bring out your best.
Oh, absolutely, as you really don't want to be in the short end of the stick with 1 or 2 lives already gone and a best of 1 preliminary. Fingers crossed for a tiebreaker. Avoid that at all costs. You got to fight for everything here as we get ready to get started. Our first players making their way onto the stage.
Oh, ooh, started off strong from Kim Gun-woo with a rock, paper, scissors. Listen, scissors wins 33% of the time. He's got it correct. He's good to go. He's starting off with an advantage.
That was so funny. I'm a rock thrower myself.
You're a rock thrower?
I'm a rock thrower myself.
Damn.
I'm surprised they busted out the scissors and the paper. I guess that's why they're the pros and I'm not.
Yeah, Jungho already had the counter ready for you. Jungho looking a little bit nervous, perhaps. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but you can already tell Gun-woo, he's been here, he's been there, he's already done it, he's gone through it, he was in front of the crowd last year, he's ready to make another run.
Yeah, and you can see just the beautiful stage that we have set here for the grand finals. 2 more days of Cookie Run Oven Break before we crown a world champion. And the trophy is gorgeous. They've done such a wonderful job with the screens, with the set, with all of the figurines coming in. I mean, the crowd's even got their special little lights. This is a magical experience.
No, it's a great celebration for Cookie Run. Of course, we had the special messages for the 9th anniversary as well, wishing for so many more. And of course, now with the Map Maker mode coming out as well, I can't wait to see what the entire community brings out. But for now, we focus on our 2 first runners here in Group A. These are all best of 1s. We'll be going through now. Map expertise shows us basically just how confident you are based, compared to your opposition. And Kim Gun-woo is coming in and saying, okay, this first map that I'm gonna have to run, I'm super confident, 100%. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to win this first match.
Yeah, I mean, the best score does kind of tell the tale right there. 648 million for him versus the 640 there of Jungho. And I love the confidence. He says, no way I'm losing. I think the preliminaries might have been a little bit of a wake-up call for him, who came in as the favorite to repeat here this year.
True.
And now it's going to be all about proving that class truly is permanent.
Yes, yeah, we'll see if he can continue to stand above the rest. Jungho just also making sure everything's ready to go. Jungho not looking as confident. He says he's got about a 70% confidence or expertise rate, right? That's how comfortable he is on this first map, which I believe should be Moonlit Bamboo Grove, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh man, Moonlit Bamboo Grove to start everything out would be absolutely wild.
That's a wild way to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the grand finals now, Trevor. We're already here on the round of 8, so I'm expecting things to just keep getting crazier and crazier. Long gone are the days of Beneath the Lilies there for match number 1. We might get a couple of those mixed in here, but the table's been set. It is going to be a much more difficult path. As Kim Gun-woo, a big smile, big grin on stage. He's been smiling this whole tournament, but it's time to go down to the test.
Yeah, you got to imagine there's still some nerves for him as well, though. Obviously, he's seen what could happen. He didn't get first in his group, being bested eventually by Fire Spirit. So it's not an easy one, but here we go. The very first match, Moonlit Bamboo Grove it is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jumps limited. You can only jump 300 times in total on this level, so you have to be very careful about how risky, how should I say this, how risk prone you want to be, especially in the early game in terms of trying to get every single one of those leaves, because I mean, those leaves, they are basically everything. They are randomly generated the way that they're going to fall, but it is the same seed, which means that you and your opponent, they are going to get the exact same leave drops. It's just who can execute better.
Exactly. So again, you can't entirely prep because those leaves are going to fall differently, but you both have to get the same type of leaves in this single run. So it really is about the reaction speed, the pre-planning. How quickly can you plan your next jump, right? Are you going to drop further for the leaves? Do you see how you have to get the Ninja Stars to make sure the Shurikens to get more of those leaves? Because we saw those happen as well during the preliminaries where someone was trying to play it maybe too safe and then you miss one of the Shurikens. Now you're missing a whole batch of leaves as well.
Yeah, we talk about missing leaves, but if players miss Shurikens and miss even the opportunity to catch leaves, it can be an absolute run under here as we look at the loadouts for everybody. Both players on this one naturally taking the every jelly 500 plus points. That is I think we've seen that basically every time here on Moonlit Bamboo Grove, just because there are so many leaves, so many jellies for you to get.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here on Moonlit, it's not so much about, you know, do you have a different build prepped in terms of your loadout, but it is simply not even about the running, it's about the jumping. It's about the jumping and see how you can manage that resource.
Absolutely, as the players are getting ready on stage.
Oh, I mean, you got to be a little nervous if you're sitting up there. I can't imagine, right? You've got this entire arena staring down at you, and they're kind of staring literally down at you because they're a bit more elevated than the stage. So all the focus is on the two runners right now.
Yeah, it's like a theater in here. And not only do you have the audience watching you as we get ready for Jungho versus Kim Gun-woo, you got that trophy, the World Championship trophy, just meters away. And Trover, I think we're really ready to get started. Match number 1 here at the Global Championship for the Cookie Run Oven Break.
Here we go. The countdown has finished. We've got Jungho on the top screen, Kim Gun-woo on the bottom. A best of 1 to see who will take the lead here in Group A.
All right, 300 jumps are all you get. Let's get started on this one. Already a little bit of a lead here for Jungho, and now the first shurikens coming in.
Yep, okay, leaves gonna be fine for now. Looks like we have a little bit of a spread so far on the leaves, but both of them being able to secure them for the most part.
Yeah, double and triple jump now coming in, and every single leaf collected there on that drop. So thus far, it's pretty much neck and neck between these two players.
Yeah, just a couple jelly differences on the basic ones coming in from Kim Gun-woo, but for now, it really is going to come down to can you secure all the leaves, because once one person misses one batch, that just completely creates a gap.
Yeah, 2 bandits here, and it looks like, okay, one leaf missed there by Kim Gun-woo, a little bit better than Jungho on that drop.
Oh, this is a wide spread as well. Another leaf missed by Jungho, and it's starting to get a little bit dicey for him. Okay.
Yeah. Kim Gun-woo has used 1 or 2 more jumps in total, so Jungho has a little bit more flexibility in terms of drops. I think that was +1 leaf in the advantage of Jungho.
Yeah, it's getting real tight now. I mean, it could actually come down to some of these bear jellies if we go at this rate of trading back and forth, both missing just a small batch of 4 or 5 leaves, it looks like.
Yeah, the lead, it just keeps changing hands, but the gap at the largest is usually about just a couple 100,000, which is basically nothing.
Ooh, Gun-woo, though, securing a lot on that wide spread again. Dude, these leaves are just spreading out across the entire one, and Gun-woo missing a ton on that last batch.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there for Kim Gun-woo, and not only did he miss a lot of those leaves, he also missed a good number of basic jellies as he has to scramble a little bit here. Jungho with a nice lead now, nearly 5 million.
Yeah, it's looking quite good for Jungho, just a little bit ahead on our screens, but that gap isn't just because of that distance, so we'll see if Gun-woo is able to try to stabilize here. It does look like it has been a hard run this time around.
Yeah, for Kim Gun-woo, it's been a little bit tough. Some of these leaf drops just haven't gone his way as he misses only just 1 there, but these things, they start to add up, especially as you're trying to close the distance between you and your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Gun-woo knows that he has to try to close the gap, but that's a lot missed on both sides, but Jungho looking like he's starting to find his groove a little bit.
Yeah, switching over to the cinnamon cookie now as a couple of these basic jellies do get missed. Okay, Shuriken, we're going to get every single leaf for both Jungho and Kim Gun-woo there.
All right, collecting most of it, both of them just losing 1. But so far, the lead's so far ahead for Jungho. I don't know if Kim Gun-woo is going to be able to catch up on this one.
I mean, there's not that much of the level left. What is this, 39 jumps in total right now as we have a lot more coming in. If you're Kim Gun-woo, you have to get basically every single jelly that you possibly can. But with 4.5 million, he is going to be able to get all of these cards. But these drops, okay, 2 leaves missed. I feel like time is running out.
Time is running out indeed. We are nearing the end here, and I don't think there's even going to be an opportunity here. We'll have to wait for the final calculations, but Jungho looking like he should be completely safe, getting the lead in the middle of the run and starting off with a victory here in the quarterfinals.
Man, first match of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship going to Jungho here in Group A, taking down the reigning champion Kim Gun-woo by a pretty healthy margin, nearly 5 million points. I think there at the very end is he was just a little bit more on top of reacting to those drops.
Yeah, it looked like he just had a better awareness about not only the leads, but like you said, making sure he secures all the bear jellies, the basic jellies as well on top. and those leaves, they start to add up against Kim Gun-woo. He misses the extra jellies as well, and he gets put far behind in this first run.
Yeah, Kim Gun-woo already starting with a loss. We have seen him a little bit flustered before. He is smiling right now on stage, but let us not forget in the preliminaries, he also had a very difficult start to his matches. There is, what do we have?
Oh, we've got a little signature ceremony here. Once you get a win, you can leave your name.
That's so cool.
That's sick. You know, he kind of gets to put the fear on the stage of like, I've got to win. I don't see Gun-woo's name up there. I'm in the lead in this group. That's sick.
Oh, that is so cool. You can see Kim Gun-woo. Nothing you can do but laugh about that. I mean, it is the first map. There are a lot more chances here, but what a brutal way to start this one for Kim Gun-woo. We're going to look here at the total points. Both players using every single jump, but 660 versus 655 million. On Moonlit Bamboo Grove, that is a very healthy lead.
Yes, and again, this is one of those maps where it really just comes down to who makes more mistakes. There isn't really a clever way to try to catch up. It is just if you make a mistake, you have to just make sure you stabilize and hope that your opponent gives you a chance to catch up. So Jung-ho playing it safe, playing it stable, is able to get that win, leaves his name on the stage for this very first best of one.
Yeah, what a way to start here for Jung-ho. A lot of players have high hopes. A lot of fans, I should say, have high hopes for him advancing into the round of 4. And there's no better way to do it than to kick off with a win here in the opening match versus the reigning champ.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I did not predict Jung-ho to make it out of the group, so I'm already feeling a little antsy about my in-game predictions.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not feeling too great.
I mean, to make you feel better, it's a hard choice for basically every single match.
Yeah. No,
I
I
feel
literally
like you
was
just throw names at a darts board and have a better shot than making an accurate prediction right from the get-go. I mean, the competition is so fierce here, even in the round of 8, and it's just going to get tougher.
Exactly. No, I was staring at my phone like while we were getting our makeup done,
yeah,
and just trying to figure out like, oh, I don't know, like Jung-ho could do it, but we've got these veterans, and then we got Jungdex, who it just seems so whimsical and that he's got to be so confident. So it's a tough one. It is a tough group, but we'll see. This is only one best of one so far. It is a round robin. We might even need tiebreakers. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Kim Gun-woo, your hopes should not be gone by any means just
he's a
yet.
vet. He's a vet.
Absolutely, and we've seen him break through some pretty incredible circumstances already in the preliminaries. Surviving through, what, tiebreakers after being on the verge of elimination, and so I think he's able to shrug off the first map loss. I mean, come on, it's the first map of the tournament. It is a little bit scary because it is a round-robin stage and only the top 2 advance, but I'm excited for these next matches. I still have high hopes for him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Moonlit Bamboo Grove. You got tanks of copium that you can deal with, right? Oh, the RNG wasn't too good, you know? Like, oh, I'd never gotten that type of leaf spread before. There's plenty that he can cope with and try to make it back, but I think when you're a caliber of Kim Gun-woo, it's not so much about coping. It's just thinking, okay, I know I can win on the other maps. It's fine, right? There's a round-robin for a reason, and I should be looking good as we wait for our next matchup to be prepared here in Group A.
Yeah, Kim Gun-woo did say heading into the finals that he's confident on 100% of the maps that we have here, whereas what Jung-ho is 80% in total, and I feel like that kind of confidence, that goes a long way in carrying you through, even if you do drop a map there on Moonlit Bamboo Grove.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how good he's going to look for the rest of it as we await the next players. But again, it is going to be all best of one. We saw that the map pool was expanded here, so we're not going to have just like the same maps for 3 matches in a row. We are going to rotate through them. So there is a little bit of luck involved there as well. You know, if you get a map that you know you can beat pretty much all the opponents on, you're going to feel good about this round-robin stage.
If I'm not mistaken, I think we might actually have 6 different maps here on the round-robin stage for day number 1, and that is a lot of maps to prepare for. It's a little bit different than it was for the preliminaries because the map pool, it's about the same, but you don't know quite what you're going to get coming into this one. I'm sure the players did get some advance notice.
Sure. But you have to be prepared for all of them.
Exactly.
Right? And again, though most of them all return anyway in the semifinals and finals. So like you said, it's not like you can only target practice 2 maps just to get through the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
You actually have to have the entire pool ready to go. But ladies and gentlemen, Cookie Runners, it is time for our next matchup here in the round robin of Group A. And there they are, Jungdex versus Fire Spirit. Jungdex, a lot of respect for Fire Spirit as we walk onto the stage. Oh, I'm looking down at the stage. It looks like Jungdex almost breaking apart the stage a little bit.
I did the same thing during rehearsal. It's fine. It's fine. They can fix it. They can fix it. We have the technology. I think that's literally the same spot that I tripped onto. That is so funny.
Yeah, kind of broke apart one of the light casings. It should be all right, though. I've seen that happen plenty of times. All right, he's gotten through. He's got the jitters out. He stepped on the stage a little bit, but he's good to go. He's sitting down now. He doesn't have to worry about the lights.
Yeah, Jungdex versus Fire Spirit, and okay, map expertise. So again, if you missed the first match or you missed our explanation of this, it's basically the player's confidence score, where they rate themselves on all of the maps that they have to get through today. And I'm actually surprised to see only 60% confidence coming in here for Fire Spirit, because he has been looking absolutely, for lack of a better word, on fire, Chobra, so far here for the prelims.
I mean, literally. So it is a little bit odd. Like, I would expect, even if you're being humbled like 70, 80% lowest, right, on any of the maps, but coming in and saying, well, this first one that I have to play, 60%, it's not looking too good.
I mean, it's kind of, there's a little bit of dichotomy here, because he says 60%. It's like, are you being humble? But then you look at his message to his opponent. He's like, I hope you've improved since the last time we played Jungdex. So I don't know how to read this one coming in from Fire Spirit. The best score on this map is really close between two of them, 736 million apiece, just plus 600,000 there for Jungdex. But that best score, it doesn't tell the full story, because I think during the course of the prelims, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in total we had maybe 2 or 3 maps in the entire prelims where a player beat their personal best score, because competing in a tournament in one shot with all of the pressure that comes with it is an entirely different beast.
Yeah, exactly. You're out of your comfort zone. It doesn't matter how much you practice. It is different, right? You can have the headset on if you want to cancel as much of the noise as possible. You're still going to kind of hear the rumble of the bass of the speakers. You're going to see the crowd cheering if somebody makes a mistake or somebody is able to land one of the builds, one of the harder builds. So things like that, you have to really prep yourself to isolate the noise, visual and audio, and we'll see who's going to do that better today.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see what the map is going to be here for match number 2. The best score does tell a little bit of a hint, but I'm very eager to get this one started. Already Fire Spirit coming out with a bit of spice there in the message to Jungdex, as both these players, they want to get the first one on the board, man.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Being able to actually leave your name on that signature board as well will be sick, but hey, you can look at the image up top on the big screen. There it is. Beneath the Lilies, returning here for the quarterfinals of the main stage, Spinach Cookie and Ion Cookie Robot. And I think the reason both of these runners aren't that confident is because this is one of those where just the smallest mistake really starts to add up. It's oftentimes the more simpler looking maps that end up being tougher.
Yeah, Beneath the Lilies is a very tricky one, especially when you come down to those big drops, the columns where if you're a little bit off in your timing, you miss an entire row of Lotus Gems, and it's plus 100,000 points apiece.
Yes.
I mean, that could just be a run killer.
Yes, it's huge. And actually, Jungdex coming into it saying that this is his worst map because he feels the winner's always going to be the person who makes less mistakes, and he thinks everybody here makes less mistakes than him. So he's not feeling too confident either. But Fire Spirit, of course, earlier showing that he's not entirely confident either coming into this one. As we will scroll down on Spinach Cookie, it's going to be the bonus 500 for all jellies.
Yeah, plus 500 for all jellies thus far. As if there's any difference for the second Magic Candy, and no, it's exactly the same. And one of the questions I have coming in this one, Chobra, is whether we have either of these players take one of those more dangerous opening builds at the very start of Beneath the Lilies, because you can gamble a little bit. You can take some risks, try and get a little bit more destruction points on a map that if both players play well is usually neck and neck all the way through. But to do that in your first match here on the grand final stage, you know, you don't want to have a collision, right? It's very tricky.
Yeah, true. But you also got to win.
Yeah.
You got to win, so it's a tough choice. Of course, earlier we saw some of the previous competitors as well not making it through to the main stage, still coming and visiting their fellow competitors. We've got a lot of merch being shown off as well. Earlier, some fans of Jungdex here from Korea cheering him on. We've got family visiting as well. This is going to be yeah, there's Jungdex with his little signature cat pose there at the end.
Oh, it's so awesome. The live fans here, they are so passionate for Cookie Run Esports, and what a show we have for them. The player lineup, absolutely spectacular as our players They're ready on stage. So we're going into match number 2 here in Group A in just a moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Again, it's the simpler maps that the nerves can really start to show up. If you missed it, we're going to Beneath the Lilies for this one in a best of one. Neither player particularly enjoying this map, but you don't have a choice. You have to run, you have to win, you gotta get that lead here in the groups.
Absolutely, and the pressure is going to be on. Beneath the Lilies throughout the entire preliminaries felt like the one map where players would win by the thinnest of margins, and so absolutely, you got to give it your all here. You got to shake off the nerves. It's your first match in the grand finals, but you only have so many lives in a round robin stage like this one.
Exactly. Just 3 matches. You got to try to win at least 2 of them if you want to absolutely secure your spot. Only 2 runners will be moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. And right now it's going to be Jungdex versus Fire Spirit in match number 2 of Group A in the quarterfinals here at the World Championships.
All right, the map is loading in. Jungdex on top, Fire Spirit on bottom as the players are locking in, getting ready to kick things off here on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, you know what? It starts all nice and comfy, but it starts to get real spicy right away. We expect no big mistakes here in the first couple of jumps, but of course, when you get that transformation again, you want to make sure you're breaking as many obstacles as well.
Ooh, 2 Lotus Gems getting missed there by Fire Spirit. And yeah, you make a great point there with the obstacles, as we've had kind of 2 different schools of thought all the way through the preliminaries. Some players play it a little more safe. They don't go for the 1 or 2 more destructible objects when they have that big change, because they don't want to risk taking any damage during the early game. It's a fine line to walk, but more to your point, Trevor, earlier on, I mean, yeah, this is the finals. You do have to play to win, so let's see if both players are going to go for it.
Well, I mean, especially with this start, missing those 2 Lotus Gems, I think Fire Spirit doesn't really have a choice. He's got to greed for everything, right? He's got to go for the extra obstacles. He's going to have to go for every single Lotus Gem once we get to the lily pads. There is a lot on the line already for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, since missing those early Lotus Gems, though, he's been very close. So the lead right now for Jungdex has been stable at about 500,000 points in total. Now we have the transformation coming in. Thus far, destruction points basically even.
Yeah, both of them going for the maximum number of obstacles you could try to get there. So still looking pretty close, but Fire Spirit able to come out just a bit ahead.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten just 1 more destructible there than the opponent, as he now has a 180,000 point lead.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to keep that, though. That's nothing when we're playing here on Beneath the Lilies, as we now enter the second area.
Single and double jumps now coming through as every Lotus Gem gets collected by both of these players. And already I'm starting to think about those lily pads that are coming down in a little bit here, Trover, because this is so close. 180,000 points separating these 2 runs.
Yeah, 1 Lotus Gem and a couple extra jellies, and that's going to be it. Here we go. Both of them starting off strong, trying to collect every single one. You don't want to have to skip him. Okay, Fire Spirit's just going for the safety. Wants to make sure that he's lined up for the rest, so he will just go for that, whereas Jungdex tried to go for every single one.
Yeah, Jungdex went and got every single one of those, so it's 200,000 points right now in the advantage of Fire Spirit, and that means that some of these jumps and drops coming in with the columns might be do or die for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just missing 1 there with the boost, but otherwise still looking pretty strong on both sides. Both get the small lineup there of just 2 columns. Of course, later on, we're going to have the 4 columns as well. Both of them getting a little bit of extension on the relay.
Yeah, I think Fire Spirit might actually have a little bit more distance there than Jungdex when we have the baton pass onto the next cookie, as now we have the size up coming in. Big drop, and okay, 2 Lotus Gems get missed there by Fire Spirit.
And that just flips it right on its head. It's back to 297,000 lead for Jungdex. Another Lotus Gem being missed by Fire Spirit as well. Is he starting to crumble?
Oh, this is a painful turn of events right now for Fire Spirit. He does have the peace of mind of, well, I mean, he doesn't know that he has more distance, but that is one thing going in his favor, but I don't know if it's going to make up for 500,000 points.
Oh, no! Jungdex missed the transformation there!
Oh.
And that just flips it back! The mistakes are coming through! The pressure's getting to him on the stage!
All right, Fire Spirit now, he's safe again. 500,000 point lead. That is what, 4 or 5 Lotus Gems maybe? So you got to be rock solid from here on out. Do not fumble this bag.
Yeah, you have to secure it. Fire Spirit, I think he might be glancing at the score, but he can't be focusing on it too much. You just got to play your game. Run your own race right now and try to make sure you secure every single last bit.
Yeah, so far here in the later stages, it's been perfect on both sides, but for Jungdex, that's bad news. He needs Fire Spirit to make some mistakes mistakes.
Yeah, the last couple, maybe there's a bit of a change. A couple extra ones missed by Fire Spirit, and that's what makes the difference. Jungdex securing every single Lotus Gem at the end, and he will take the lead.
What just happened, Chobra? My goodness!
My gosh!
You can see the frustration there on Fire Spirit's face. He thought he had it in the bag, but one tiny mistake there in the last moments, and that is going to be Jungdex by, what, 100,000 points? He closed it out? I didn't think it was possible.
Literally, the 2 Lotus Gems that he misses completely flips the script. If he had gotten those 2, he wins by just a couple thousand, maybe a bit more with the bonus points coming in. But unfortunately, getting a bit lax on the last couple jumps, just jumping through them without actually aiming for every single one. And Jungdex, keeping his focus to the end, will eke out the victory.
I really thought that Fire Spirit had that one, especially because he had even a little bit more distance, I think, going into the end. But somehow, Jungdex just pulls the rabbit out of the hat. He's able to clutch it out. We look here at the tally of absolutely everything, and it actually was Jungdex who got a little bit more distance there at the end, too. It doesn't matter if Fire Spirit got just a few more destruction points. Jungdex at the very end, he's going to be winning match number 2 here in Group A, and he gets to write his name on the board. Let's go, Jungdex.
Dang, and this just means we've got the 1st and 2nd seed from the Glacier region falling behind, both of them taking the loss in their opening match.
I mean, we thought the Glacier region was one of the most stacked regions, one of the most stacked groups that we had in the entire preliminaries, but oh man, it is an entirely different machine coming in here for the grand finals. Jungdex able to clutch it out with everything on the line. I couldn't believe it. I bet a lot of the fans here in the stands couldn't believe it. Oh, it's spicy, and that's just match number 2, Chobra.
Yeah, no, what a way to kick things off, though. What an intense way to flip the script. Literally, last second, last couple jumps, and Jungdex taking the lead, really delivering for all of his fans. Of course, he's one of the streamers and content creators out here in Korea. We can see his fans showing up as a crowd to try to cheer him on, and it pays off so far.
Yeah. Wow, some really exciting matches to kick things off here in Group A, as we're going to be waiting for the players to come out here for match number 3 in a moment. And the fans are having a good time already. I'm having a good time, Chobra. World Championship already delivering here for Cookie Run Oven Break.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible. The energy, it's starting to get palpable. Right now, the crowd's we've already seen such an intense run. The crowd's really starting to get into it, and we're only 2 matches in.
Absolutely is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Jungho versus Jungdex coming out in a moment here for match number 3. And so Jungdex potentially staying on stage for that next match, and you got to be feeling good after a victory like this one. If I'm Jungdex, I'm feeling so glad that I get to stay on stage and just ride that wave of momentum, because for a lot of these guys, even if you're a veteran, as we see Jungdex getting ready on the stage right now, even if you're a veteran, it is different playing in front of a live audience like this one, especially now that the big bucks are on the line, that you're down to the top 8 players in the world. And so for Jungdex to really just win from a terrible position. It was the final moments beneath the lilies, and somehow he's able to eke out like 100,000 point lead at literally the last moment. Yeah, you want to ride that wave. You want to stay on stage. You want to gear up and carry that energy into the next match.
Exactly. Keeping his hands warm, but feeling the energy. He's kind of got the crowd on his side already. He already showed us on camera just now that he's feeling good, and now we will be waiting for his opponent to enter the stage as we cycle through the round-robin matchups.
Yeah, and with these round-robin matches, everyone's going to play everybody once, and for Jungdex, taking down Fire Spirit, who, in my opinion, is one of the strongest players here in this group, even though Kim Gun-nu, the reigning champ, is also in it. Yeah, that's a great win.
Yeah, that's a big win, right? Because you're kind of already feeling that you're more ahead than just a single win, because that might be the decision maker of who can beat the favorites, and he's already got that one big win against Fire Spirit.
Yeah, Fire Spirit just looked unbelievable there in the preliminaries. I think a lot of folks coming into this one, the players especially, were scared of him here in Group A. And yeah, if you're Jungdex taking down potentially the favorite to advance from your group into the round of 4 tomorrow, Yeah,
That's
that's a
big.
very good feeling.
And honestly, maybe that's what gives him the better seed as well, going into the semifinals.
Oh, I
Gets
didn't even
to
think
match
about
up
the
against the second
seeding.
seed of Group B. I mean, that's another advantage because then you just win that one, and then you're already in the finals. You've already secured a big part of that prize pool bag. You're one step away from being able to design your own costume. That would be huge here.
This costume, man. That's the real grand prize
No,
in
it really
Chobra's
is.
mind.
It really is. I mean, forget the prize pool. Like, you get to leave your mark. Everybody knows your costume that gets to be used in-game. That will be huge. So all the players kind of looking forward to that. I don't think they're even really thinking too much about the prize money. That's more of the consolation prize here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
I think
you don't think so?
I mean,
think so.
I mean, the costume obviously is like that's just awesome. Like, how many games do you get to play in the esports competition for and get to choose something as cool as that?
Yeah, exactly.
Like getting some kind of cosmetic in the
Yeah.
game of your choice. That is,
and it's like,
yeah, you know what? You are selling me on this a little bit. The more that I think about it, the cooler it gets.
It's not just something like on the side either. It's a super epic costume for the cookie of your choice. So you can boost the popularity of your favorite cookie as well. I mean, depending on your personality, maybe you could troll the cookie runners all around the world and pick a cookie that nobody wants a costume for. I mean, who knows, all right? The power is in your hands if you become the champion for 2025.
Yeah, you're converting me.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think the costume might be the real grand prize.
Forget the money, man. No, it's all about the costume.
I'm putting myself in the player's shoes. If I was going to play, which costume would I want for a cookie?
Ooh.
I'll get back to you on that one. I need some time to think. That's an important choice.
It is. And there's a lot of choices. So
yeah, I hope it doesn't distract the players when they're on stage getting ready for their match. You got to focus on the next game. You can't be thinking about that costume.
Yeah, how many of them do you think like already know, like deep in their mind?
Honestly, I would bet basically everybody.
Everybody? Yeah.
Like they play so much. I'm sure they have favorite cookies.
I mean, everyone's got their favorite as well. Yeah, they've already got one in mind. I am curious. It would be kind of neat if we had that as part of the pre-interview question of like, so
I
what
would be
would
so
you
curious.
choose? Yeah, what would you choose if you won?
Yeah, they better ask that in some of these interviews. I
Yeah.
want to know, not
But
just the
it
champion.
It might feel a little bit like a jinx for some people, right? You're like, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to talk about it just yet, but I am a little curious. I think we'll get more of hints like tomorrow, right? In the
Oh, for
semifinals,
sure.
the top four.
We
Those-
have to.
Yeah, they'll
if we
start
don't, I'm
hinting
gonna
at
I'm
it.
gonna protest.
Yeah.
In any case, if you guys are wondering why we're rambling on a little bit, our players are getting ready on the stage. We're just making sure that everything is set for this match number 3. So we're gonna be hopping back into the action as soon as we possibly can. But oh boy, what a spicy match number 1 and match number 2
Dude.
we have had so far.
Great
Chobra.
Great start, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like we've already just kind of kicked it into high gear. I was thinking we might need a little bit of time to ramp up just because
Exactly.
the prelims were so many weeks ago.
Yeah.
But no, it's like pedal to the metal already.
Yeah, I mean, they are the best runners, though. So now that I think about it, maybe this is what we should have expected. Now, of course, while we're waiting for that next match to come up, in case you missed it, we already had a coupon go out. So if you
that's
missed
right.
it, I can't entirely remember the spelling.
It was
I think
CRO,
it was CRO
World
right? Champion.
CRO World Champion, World Championship. I'm not sure.
World
Somebody
Champion.
in the chat will help you.
Yeah, we'll help you out if
for
you missed
sure.
it.
And I'm pretty sure we actually didn't touch on this because I think in the preliminaries it was a 3-hour window for every coupon. But if I'm not mistaken, in this one, I think it's 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
So
it's not long.
Clock is ticking. I think we're probably already down like what 30 minutes.
But
Get
does that
code.
mean there's a chance for more coupons because they're 2 hours? By the way, I'm just speaking out of my own mind.
You actually don't know.
Yeah, no, there's no promises made by me here. I don't control this. But
If there isn't a third coupon.
No, as someone who also wants a coupon, I'm just speculating. So
Yeah,
I
that's
just realized
possible.
I might be putting myself in trouble there.
Yeah, you might be a little bit, but hey, I like it. You're taking a risk. I respect that,
listen,
Trevor.
yeah.
I wouldn't have done it, but
You got to shoot your shot, man.
yeah. Now I'm expecting a third coupon.
Yeah, somebody in the office is like, "Oh my gosh, we don't have a third one already. Like, we got to prepare this, man."
They hear Chobra saying this, like, wait. He's right. We
Yeah.
can get a third coupon on
They're
there.
like,
Let's load
somebody
it
give
in.
me a phrase. They like put all the words on the desk. They're like putting together coupon combinations.
Cookie run, oven break. We're already world champion. What else can we do, Chobra?
Champion world? I don't know.
Yeah, there is somebody whose job is to decide what the name of the coupon code is going to be. But
Imagine if that was your full-time job. You just got to
that
come
would be
up with coupons.
amazing.
But at some point, it gets so difficult, though.
Yeah, I mean, especially you have a day like this one where there might be three
Yeah.
coupons.
Where the
Again, we
cast-
don't know.
Yeah, with the
we
casters
actually
start
do
throwing
not
you
know.
under the bus.
I don't know if Chobra is like playing coy and he actually does know, but I personally do not know.
We don't even know if there's a second one. We didn't even know about the first
there's
one.
gotta
So,
be a
I
second
mean,
one.
We presume. But anyway.
There's got to be a second one, Chobra. Come on, we had 2 in the preliminaries. We better.
Now you're doubling down.
better. Yeah. Oh, man, I will. I will double down on this. I'm expecting it. I've already put in the first code. I want a second code, Chobra.
He's really getting.
You can't go from two
really
codes. You can't go from 2 codes in the prelim to 1 code in the grand finals.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know what?
anyway.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We'll unify on this. We're a united front here for the Cookie Runners to fight for more coupon codes during the World Championship. And of course, we should remind everybody, I actually don't know if you can still vote for your predictions, but if you can go in and predict who you think is going to move out of the groups. And if you get the right ones, you get extra tokens. Even if not, you're going to still get some tokens for watching, and then you can exchange those tokens for things like crystals or maybe, your own customization like a lobby design. I think that's the one that costs the most tokens, so obviously you want to try to get as many correct, but a jelly set as well to commemorate the World Championship. So there's a lot of new things. Check out the events tab in the game as well.
Yeah, load up your device, go into that events tab, and as Chobar said, there's a lot of options available. So I think we're getting closer and closer. I like that we're in this stage, by the way, because I could actually just peek over. I could peek over the desk.
They're below us. Yeah, we are right above the play. Not literally right above. So even if we fall down, they'll be safe. But they are on the stage, so we can kind of check out what's going on. The stage is so cool, by the way.
Oh, it is. It is terrific. I've been here for a couple esports events in the past, but I hope nobody gets mad if I say this. I've never actually seen it decked out like this before. They have really, the Cookie Run Oven Break team has just really delivered here with the stage. I mean, this is just awesome.
Yeah. I think we got some music going on to check. Oh, we actually in the crowd right now, they're showing it on the Korean stream, but I think we have someone on break from their military service serving in the Marines.
Oh, wow.
Not sure if that's a costume or his actual uniform.
Yeah, it is
kind of hard to tell. Yeah.
It is Stolen Valor, I'm sure it's a proper Marine we got out there. But yeah, it's a packed crowd here. If you guys are anywhere in Korea, make sure you drop by. We're going to be here today. We're going to be here tomorrow. I'm not sure if tickets are still available. I'm assuming there are because
there might be one, a couple.
There might be a couple.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely do come. This is just an awesome atmosphere.
He's got his laptop. He's got his laptop flipped for the sign.
Yeah.
That's a big laptop. He's cheering for Jungho.
Yeah,
cheering for Jungho here. The earlier runners and fans looking for a guild to join.
I noticed everybody on their phone has the same app. Okay, well this is a different one, but that's a tablet, right? Or is that just
this is those flip phones.
Oh, it is.
They're going into it. What does it say?
So excited.
What does it say?
They're
I
so
can't
excited.
read it. Oh, this is cheering on the director, the game director, who's also casting on the Korean side. Of course, you're familiar with him if you've watched any of the kind of content announcement stuff. But cheering on him, saying he's a good-looking man, and I would have to agree.
Yeah. Oh, it's just wonderful. The atmosphere in here is so cool. Everybody's got something to say, somebody to support. We got folks of all ages, even families coming down.
Oh, cheering on the Korean casters, the trio over there. They've got a trio going on. Says they're the best-looking people within the Cookie Run universe. Okay, listen, I think they're good-looking, but best-looking? Jury's out on that one.
I mean, they've got me beat. It takes a lot of makeup to make me presentable. I might look good right now, but you should see before the makeup comes on. It's a completely different ball game.
Oh, Chad, you do not want to know. You do not want to know. Cheering on Gunu, saying you can't tell yet. It's still too early.
It is.
Still cheering on Kim Gunu. Yeah.
Yeah, Kim Gunu only down one map. You do have a couple more here to go in the round robin stage. Our players still getting ready there on the main stage. Hopefully we'll be resuming action shortly. I'm sure that you folks watching at home, you're just as antsy as we are to get ready to go into the next match. But I also kind of enjoy getting a look at all of the wonderful members of the community here. Everybody is so passionate, so excited. And actually, this is the best shot we've had in light though so far. I don't think I have one of those. I gotta pick that up.
Yeah, no, it's sick. It's really, really nice. And it's great to see so many fans here already as well. Just at the beginning of the quarterfinals, oftentimes you kind of see people kind of filing in one by one.
Yeah, even now we're having folks that are just filing into the stadium as it just gets more and more packed. I love the moment of realization, wait, it's my sign now. It's my sign.
Yeah, they're like, is it my turn? Is it my turn? Can I show it? Yeah, dude, we've got tablets, we've got laptops, we got phones, we got paper signs. It's something that I've seen these days show up is that people have started making 3D signs with paper.
Wait, what?
So they'll make those. What do you actually call them? Where you this person just said, Waffle, you look amazing, and they're like, all right, now send me my PayPal.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's so great.
But you're talking about like, what is this? Like a pop out? Like a 3D,
like a pop out.
Like a pop out book for kids or something.
Exactly. That's Waffle, by the way, over on the Korean side.
I love that they're showing him.
Content creator and also commentator for the Korean cast has been going at it. But yeah, so they'll like cut their sign and then they'll have another sign like popping out through it, and it's kind of sick.
I actually have not seen that at all. I think I'm hoping we get somebody with a pop out sign like that here in the crowd.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if anyone gets a little bit creative. But it's good to see, the crowd having a good time, waiting for this next match. Again, thanks for your patience so far, everyone watching. Obviously, we want to make sure that everything is A-OK to go. We don't want any tech difficulties or something like that while the game is going on. Make sure that everything is perfect here for the players.
Yeah, Jung-Ho and Jungdex kind of waiting on the sidelines right now for everything to be resolved, but it is kind of fun. It feels like a party in here now with everybody showing their messages on the stream.
This is for their own guild. They're recruiting for their own guild.
That's one way to do it.
That's one way to do it. And that's one way to do it.
Well, we've even had some players recruit for their guild in the Cookie Run prelims, right?
That's true.
Yeah, this is...
boy. Can't wait. I can't wait to see. I mean, we've already had such an amazing run, too. Like, the adrenaline is already there, so... we're just waiting. We're all antsy here for the next match.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how Jungdex is feeling right now because we were talking about carrying that momentum after winning versus Fire Spirit, but I hope he's still got that energy.
Yeah.
This has been a little bit of a downtime here as we're just making sure that everything is perfect on stage for this next match.
Now we got a lot of people cheering on the Korean casters as well.
Where's our signs, Chobra?
Yeah, seriously, chat. If anybody wants to buy a ticket to Korea now, fly in for the finals tomorrow, and show signs for Chobra and State,
we would appreciate it.
We'd appreciate it. Yes, I was about to say. Can't guarantee anything else, but I would appreciate it.
You would have our love forever.
Dude, look at this trophy, though. We were talking about it briefly earlier, but this is what I will just straight up be honest. This is one of the better trophies I've ever seen in esports. Esports has a mixed bag of trophies, but this trophy is, listen, it's hefty, it's big, it's shiny, and it's got the bear jelly right in the front.
Yeah, I feel like that shot is almost disingenuous to the size of the thing because it looks miniature when it's on stream like that, but I'm looking down on it right now. That is a big trophy.
How many bear jellies do you think you can fit in that trophy? Just fill it as a bowl of bear jellies and you just down the bear jellies?
Are we talking about the giant bear jellies
no,
or just
no.
the basic
the
bear
basic ones, the regular ones?
I think a lot of bear jellies. I would say at least 5, right?
At least 5.
Hey, that's
Safe
a lot
number.
of points.
No,
that's a lot of points.
That's true. That's true. All
I
right.
mean, you see these cookies running now. Well, actually, I'm thinking about it. Cookies aren't that big. I don't know if these cookies in the Cookie Run universe are they human-sized cookies?
Yeah.
Are they cookie-sized cookies? Because if they're cookie-sized cookies, you could probably get a couple hundred in there.
Yeah. It's a pretty big trophy.
Obviously, I mean, these jellies might just be like little tiny, teeny jellies, right?
Yeah, because the cookies are collecting them. So
that's a good question.
They're pretty small. But it's quite a bit. It's got to fit quite a bit. We're just trying to gauge the size of the trophy here. But it is a very nice looking trophy. Honestly, that's a big prize too, because it's like you're the guy who gets that. You're the only person, you're the only runner who gets that trophy. So that's pretty commemorative as well. But it does look like we're still waiting for this next match. And of course, if you do have a chance, or hey, in the future, right? Whether it's in Seoul or maybe if the World Championship gets to travel around the world as well, you should definitely make sure if you ever have a chance to visit because there's so much that you can enjoy together, the shop and things like that. But ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we are going to have to take a quick break. So just a quick break, bathroom break, and then come right back for the stream as we get ready for the next match in the round robin.
Cookie run oven break. Cookie run oven break.
Welcome back to the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. We just had to take a quick break as one of our players, Jung-Ho, wasn't feeling too well, but he's back in good condition. We're back on stage, and we are ready to jump into the next match.
I'm excited to hop into this one, Chobro. Jung-Ho versus Jungdex taking the stage right now, and this is going to be a really exciting match, especially given the way the first two shook out, because now it feels like basically anybody can emerge victorious from this group.
Yeah, and these two are the ones that got their first wins in those opening matches. So, you know, maybe just based on history, you might have considered them the slight underdogs, or not maybe underdogs, but the other two the favorites, right?
Yes.
Fire Spirit and Kim Gun-woo. But now that these two have gotten the wins, whoever wins here, you're feeling pretty safe going into your third match because you've already got the 2 wins in a round robin.
Yeah, and 2 wins, it doesn't quite guarantee that you're going to make it into the top 4, but the only world where you don't is if there's a 3-way tie and you draw the short end of the stick there in the final match, which, I mean, it is possible. We've seen some crazy things happen in the preliminaries, but for one of these players, either Jung-Ho or Jungdex, they are going to be in a very comfortable position here in Group A.
All right, so we see both players on stage trying to regain their focus and get ready for this next match. Again, we are cycling through the maps during the round robin. It's all best of ones per opponent. So we'll see which map these two will have to face off on and try to get the better score.
And of course, these maps randomly drawn here in the round robin stage. So not quite sure what we're gonna get. Joburg could be absolutely any one of the big map pool we've got. As we take a look here at Jung-Ho versus Jungdex. As you said, both undefeated coming in. Jung-Ho with a win versus Kim Gun-woo. Jungdex with a very surprising comeback finish versus Fire in that first match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what an epic run. If you missed it during one of the breaks, you should try to rewind and find that match because it was an absolute nail-biter all the way to the end. But Jungdex comes out victorious, and now he has to fight Jung-Ho, who actually won pretty confidently against Kim Gun-woo in that first one on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. So Jung-Ho just having that better reaction time to collect as many more leaves as possible in that first run.
Yeah, kind of 2 different wins for both of these players. I think on Beneath the Lilies, we usually have the closer maps, but only 100,000 points separating Jungdex there from Fire Spirit, whereas Jung-Ho versus Kim Gun-woo, the reigning champ. Oh boy, it was a 5 million point lead on this map. We're going back
We're going
to
back.
Moonlit Bamboo Grove. Again, this is a random draw. It could be absolutely anything. And so, match 1 Moonlit Bamboo Grove, and now Jungho, he's going to do it again here in match number 3.
Okay, well, this works out a little bit for Jungho. Now, they should have known beforehand, as we do see these, they are randomly drawn, but they are predetermined, so he should be feeling pretty good. He's already got a win on this map against one of the favorites, Kim Gun-woo. Now he has to beat Jungdex.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. Jungdex just got to see Jungho put on a clinic versus Kim Gun-woo earlier here as we look at the builds for both these players. Basically, every time we have seen Moonlit Bamboo Grove, it has been the all-jelly loadout. We're going to be seeing that again on both sides, so completely mirrored builds. But, oh boy, Jungho looked so good on this in the opening match tonight. I'm wondering how Jungdex is going to be able to take him down.
I mean, he looks so just comfy, right? Not really panicking on any of those jumps, just collecting what he can, skipping whatever he feels he needs to. We'll see if Jungdex, if he's got the reaction time now, right? When you go on to something like Beneath the Lilies, it is a lot more about the prep and not making those mistakes that you've practiced. But come Moonlit Bamboo Grove, it's about how focused you are all the way through and how quick you can make your decisions.
A lot of it's about your performance in that moment because the way the leaves fall, it is random. It's going to be the same for you and your opponent, but which one of you is going to be able to perform on the pressure? Which one of you is going to make the best snap decisions? It's time to find out. We're going to go into match number 3 right now. Jungho versus Jungdex here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
All right, top screen, Jungho, bottom screen, Jungdex. And it is going to be the battle of the Jungs here as we see the race begin.
All right, limited jumps here on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. You get 300, and you better make good use of them.
Yeah, already just off of the basic jellies that we're looking at, a good lead for Jungho. Of course, when it comes to the leaves so far, pretty equal start, both of them collecting all of them.
Yeah, getting every single leaf. These have been some very favorable drops. Again, it is random the way the leaves are going to drop, but both Jungho and Jungdex will get the exact same drops.
Yeah, but already a little bit of a lead for Jungho, so he's feeling good again with a healthier start.
Yeah, a lot of jumps now coming in. These the basic jellies here can be very important.
Yeah, I mean, they can make the difference, right? Because if everyone collects all the leaves, okay, quite a few missed out from Jungho. That's going to flip the script a little bit for now in this first half of the run.
Yeah, Jungdex just a little bit better, even there on that, being able to get, I think, one more. Oh man, 4 there getting this on both sides. So a little bit of a lucky break, honestly, for both those players, but that was a very unlucky drop, a wide spread.
Yeah, we're getting so many wide spreads today, right? We've seen some runs where it is pretty much all packed together and it just comes down to 1 or 2 leaves. But right now it's still keeping so very close as we see a lot of leaves being dropped down by Jungdex, flipping it just in favor of Jungho.
I mean, both of them missing a lot there. That was a tough spread on those leaves. And, oh, 4 or 5 go down there for Jungdex. That is, I think, the first big swing that we've had with Jungho performing significantly better. And, oh no, it gets worse.
Yeah, that was a big one. I mean, that was like a whole half of the leaves being left out here. And he's actually missing a lot of the opponents as well from Jungdex. He's missing the ninjas. He's not getting the shurikens landed. And now it's pretty much irredeemable.
I mean, minus 12 million. The last, 30 seconds or so has just been a catastrophe here for Jungdex. How do you try and salvage this situation?
And this is why we talk about you have to pre-plan ahead. Your reaction has to be good, but you also have to be looking ahead because you have to make sure you're thinking about, okay, how do I get these shurikens? How do I land them while collecting the leaves? You focus too much on what's right in front of you, and you miss out on so many more.
Just a brutal run right now here for Jungdex. Minus 14.9 million as we switch into the second cookie here. And with only about a third of the map left, I'm not sure a comeback is even in the realm of possibility, Chobra.
Yeah, especially because there's not too many more to eliminate right now with the shurikens, right? So unless you see Jungho pretty much kind of skip out on all of them, somehow miss the shurikens, somehow don't land them, somehow miss the entire batch of bamboo leaves, I don't think there's going to be a single way for Jungdex to get through as we are on the last couple jumps remaining.
Yeah, and it's not even just Jungdex having a little bit of a tough run right now. It's Jungho absolutely locking in. He has been rock solid from start to finish, basically, here on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. One of the higher scores I think that we've seen thus far, and he's continuing to push.
Yeah, I mean, he's still keeping it clean as well. He sees what a big lead he has, but he's not letting it shake him up. He's just making sure that he is able to perform as best as he can. We still see Jungdex missing leaves as Jungho collects all of them all the way through, and an absolute dominant run in match 3 for Jungho as he leads 2-0 in this group.
Plus 19 million there for Jungho on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. We thought the win versus Kim Ga-nu was confident with plus 5, but how about plus 19 million, Chobra?
That's, yeah, I mean, that's a big, big win here for Jungho. And Jungdex, I mean, you already kind of knew halfway through, right? Once you missed all of those, you were like, okay, well, this is pretty much done. Obviously, I'll give it my all to the very end, but you can see he's not looking too happy there on his station. As we'll see Jungho getting to leave his mark once more here on the winner's board for Group A.
Yeah, second time he gets to write his name here. We got a heart, we got a star.
Okay.
If he wins another one, I don't know what shape we're going to get, Chobra.
Yeah, he's got to have many more shapes prepared, surely. Jungdex, I mean, you know, trying to smile through the pain a little bit on this one. And this is one of those where it is painful because you know it's 100% on you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jungho played an immaculate game, frankly. One of the higher scores that we've seen. Actually, I want to go back and compare exactly where that lines up versus the other runs that we've had so far, but 659 million is very impressive.
Yeah, really, really good run. In fact, way above his best scored while he was preparing so far.
Is that right?
Yeah, might be actually the highest that we've seen from all of them coming in. I mean, it's an incredible score. He got so many. I think he barely left any leaves behind. So an incredible run here from Jungho. But overall, it is going to be him with 2 signatures on the board so far. And we'll see if that's going to be good enough. Because like you said, there is that off chance that we see, 3-2-1 score lines. And then it comes down to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I did kind of bring in the caster curse when we were doing the preliminaries because in week number 1 we didn't have very many tiebreakers, and week 2 I was like, hey, Chobra, isn't it funny that we haven't had a lot of tiebreakers? And then we had, I want to say, like 3.
Yeah, I think we had 3.
2 days.
It was crazy.
Yeah. It is possible.
It's
absolutely,
possible.
Especially with the player lineup that we have coming into this one. I could absolutely see something like, 2 more of these guys go 2-1.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're Jungho right now, you are feeling so good because these are overwhelming wins. Even plus 5 million is a significant margin on Moonlit Bamboo Grove, but plus 5 and then plus 19, and possibly the best run that we've seen on Moonlit Bamboo Grove the entire tournament, including the preliminaries. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, no, I think he's feeling very, very good. I think he's feeling very, very solid here in the Group A so far. So most likely candidate so far to move on, but we will have to wait for the remainder of the matches. But I think it's pretty likely because also we have to consider the fact that Ga-nu and Fire Spirit haven't played each other, but both of them started with a loss. So one of them will at least get one more loss, right? And then it kind of comes down to, can Jungdex clean up the rest of, his last remaining match, or are we going to see someone else kind of rise up?
It's funny you say that because I'm quite sure that Kim Ga-nu versus Fire Spirit is going to be the next match we have on stage.
Oh, man.
And that is a heavy-hitting match because both of these players, they need to get a win on the board really to have a good shot of making it to the round of 4. You cannot go down 2 maps in a round robin like this one with a competition so fierce.
Yes.
And we're looking at the 2 players who, in my mind coming into this one, I thought were the favorites to advance from Group A.
Yeah.
Kim Ga-nu, the reigning champion. Fire Spirit was very impressive, and now they're both down 0-1.
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to have to wait to see how that one goes down kind of between these 2 favorites. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick highlight reel. The Korean analyst desk is going to break down the action, and then we will return with the remaining matches here in Group A.
지금 딱 그만큼 나죠?
맞습니다.
정우 선수가 첫 판부터 퍼펙트 플레이 승리를 가져갑니다.
등장하는
자,
역 발동구가
먹어주면서 안에 하나,
두 개.
하나. 이거 똑같은 거 같은데요? 아니요, 하나 차이.
하나 차이가
맞어요.
있군요.
이게 점수만에
네.
역전했죠.
일단 굉장히 중요할 것 같죠. 여기.
자, 여기.
공격
크겠는데요. 봅시다.
지켜봐야 돼요.
자, 갑니다. 바람 점프.
정택 선수가
12만 점 정택 선수가 너무 깔끔. 깔끔하게 경기 운영이 나가고 있습니다.
건의 실수.
정호 선수 리드 굳혀가면서 두 번째 퍼펙트. 2승고지에 올라가는 건 정호 선수입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 월드 챔피언십 8강 A조 세 번째 매치까지 만나봤습니다. 오늘 분석 데스크 진행을 맡은 차보경이고요. 분석관 두 분 모셨습니다. 종환이, 꼬키스님 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요.
자, 먼저 종환님 소개 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 쿠키런 레벨 디자이너 홍종화입니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 월드 챔피언십 예선 선수이자 본선에서 전략 분석관으로 나오게 되는 꼬키스입니다.
와, 반갑습니다. 자, 저희가 이번에 이렇게 분석 데스크가 생겼잖아요. 오늘 이렇게 많은 분들이 좀 기대를 하고 계신 것 같은데 먼저 종환님 어떤 분석을 보여주실지 기대가 되는데 어떤 분석 보여주실 건가요?
네, 저는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 기획자로서 그리고 또 맵 디자이너로서 아까 그 흠 해설위원처럼 게임 속에 있는 맵 속에 있는 디테일과 그리고 주요 포인트들을 전달해 드리고자 왔습니다.
네, 오늘 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 꼬키스님은 선수로 출전을 하시다가 이번에는 분석관으로 오셨는데 어떤 분석을 해주실지 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 이제 일단은 저도 쿠키런을 정말 사랑하는 유저로서 이런 기회가 있었던 게 너무 감사드리고요. 뭐 선수의 입장에서 뭐 이런 빌드는 뭐 어떤 식으로 의도했을 것 같다라는 부분이나 아니면 시청자분들이 캐치하지 못할 정말 사소한 컨트롤들을 집어드리면 좋을 것 같아서 나오게 됐습니다.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 우리 꼬키스 선수님은 또 우리 또 계속 선수로 활동하셨잖아요. 근데 또 분석 데스크에 어떻게 오게 된 건지 또 한번 궁금한데 그것도 한번 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
그냥 예선이 끝나자마자 갑자기 레이나님한테 연락이 와가지고 정말 이거를 내가 나가도 되는지 아닌가 고민을 많이 했고요. 진짜 고민하다가 나오게 됐습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 후회 없는 오늘 하루 보내시길 바랍니다. 너무 좀 기대가 되고 이제 본격적으로 A조의 3매치까지 한번 알아보는 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 첫 번째 매치는요. 초원 지역 2위 정호 선수와 설산 지역 1위 김건우 선수의 대결이었습니다. 자, 정호 선수가 승리를 가져갔는데요. 먼저 종환님, 첫 번째 매치 어떻게 보셨나요?
네, 정말 재밌게 봤었는데요. 네, 대나무 정원은 점프 타이밍 그리고 높은 곳에서 떨어지는 그 가속도를 활용한 젤리 컨트롤이 가장 중요한 맵입니다. 그리고 무엇보다도 그것을 활용해서 대나무 젤리를 잘 챙겨 먹어야겠죠. 네, 우선 기억에 남는 순간으로는 우선 초반부에 정호 선수가 점프 횟수나 대나무 젤리를 챙겨 먹는 것들을 굉장히 상대적으로 안정적으로 가져간 부분이 있었어요. 그래서 분명히 똑같이 표창으로 터트리더라도 젤리를 한두 개 더 먹는 모습을 볼 수 있었습니다. 네, 그리고 두 번째로는 중간부부터 그러니까 표창 하나를 놓친 부분이 김건우 선수가 표창 하나를 좀 놓친 부분이 조금 아쉬웠는데 이 나머지 부분에서는 두 선수 모두 다 굉장히 박빙의 승부를 보여줬던 것 같습니다. 심지어 선달이 죽는 위치까지도 동일했었고 중반부부터는 점프 횟수의 격차도 엄청 비슷하게 흘러갔었던 것 같습니다. 예.
네, 두 선수 모두 이 대나무 젤리를 정말 잘 챙기는 모습을 보여줬는데요. 이 마지막에 그 표창 하나가 정말 큰 결과를 낳았던 것 같습니다. 우리 꼬키스님은 선수의 입장으로서 어떤 분석을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
두 선수 모두 예선전에서 보였던 플레이 스타일이 그대로 드러난 것 같았는데요. 정호 선수는 오히려 초반을 깔끔하게 깎아서 후반에 좀 유동적인 선택을 한 것 같고 김건우 선수는 모든 구간의 점프 횟수를 좀 고정해온 느낌이었습니다. 그래서 놓친 구간이 정말 점프 3번으로 넘어가기에는 타이트한 구간인데 거기를 좀 실수를 한 것 같습니다. 조금 늦게 하면은 놓쳐가지고. 네.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 여기까지 저희 첫 번째 매치에 대해서 한번 분석을 해봤고요. 자, 다음 매치에 대해서 분석해보도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 깊고 깊은 수련 호수의 결과입니다. 자, 이 맵은요, 예선부터 8강 고정 맵으로 쭉 쓰여온 만큼 작은 디테일로 승부가 나는 맵인데요. 자, 시금치맛 쿠키의 파괴 점수를 놓쳐서는 안 되는 구간들이 정말 있는 맵입니다. 정덱 선수가 승리를 가게 됐고요. 이 매치는 저희가 뒤에서 보면서 소리를 지르면서 봤습니다. 그렇죠? 자, 이 매치에 대해서 우리 분석 종아님 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 정말 할 이야기가 이제 굉장히 많았던 그런 경기였는데 우선 이 맵은 또 제가 제작한 맵이기도 해서 또 실제로 또 할 얘기가 또 많았어요. 네. 일단 요약을 하자면 이 맵은 수련보석 젤리가 역시 제일 중요하고 다른 건 놓쳐도 이 젤리만큼은 꼭 먹어야 돼. 라는 그런 포인트로 관전해 주셨으면 좋았을 것 같습니다. 네, 우선 기억에 남는 순간으로는 초반부에 이제 화신 선수가 광속 질주를 하면서 수련보석 젤리를 좀 2개 놓쳤던 부분, 그것이 조금 아쉬웠고요. 네, 한편으로는 그 이후에 그 2단 점프를 활용해서 수련보석 젤리를 다 챙겨 먹어야 하는 부분이 있는데 이 부분에서는 두 선수 모두 안정적으로 가기 위해서 1단 점프로 2단 점프 라인에 수련보석 젤리를 다 먹었던 것이 조금 인상 깊었습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 조금 분홍곰 젤리를 놓치긴 했지만 네, 수련보석 젤리를 다 챙겨 먹는 모습이 너무 좋았고요. 네, 한편으로는 그 세 번째 그리고 두 번째 스테이지로 넘어가면 연잎이 쭉 되게 가로로 배치된 패턴이 나오는데 저는 그 부분을 만들면서 연잎 패턴이라고 불렀습니다. 이제 여기서는 1단 점프 그리고 긴 2단 점프를 활용해서 가로로 길게 배치된 수련보석 젤리를 잘 먹어야 되는 부분이 있는데 이 부분을 좀 원래 뇌를 빼고 달린다는 생각으로 달리지 않으면 중간에 잠깐 딴 생각하면은 금방 놓치게 되거든요. 그래서 이 부분을 정덱 선수가 하나도 안 놓치고 이걸 다 먹어줬어요. 반면에 화신 선수는 조금이라도 점프의 안정성을 가져가기 위해서 중간에 연꽃에서 살짝 수련보석 젤리 하나 놓치는 부분, 그런 부분이 조금 아쉽긴 했었습니다. 예.
네, 이렇게 맵 제작사로서의 또 이런 또 분석을 들으니까 조금 더 색다른 기분이 드는 것 같습니다. 자, 우리 꼬키스님은 선수분의 입장으로서 이번 경기를 어떻게 분석을 하시는지 궁금합니다.
저도 정덱 선수의 플레이가 되게 인상적이었다고 생각하는데요. 제가 또 정덱 선수와 오랜 기간 같은 길드에 있으면서 이번 선수 할 때도 정보 공유를 많이 했는데 정말 정덱 선수가 연습 때 실수할 것 같다고 했던 부분을 다 실수하더라고요. 그런데 뭐 연잎 구간이나 그런 곳 연잎 구간이나 뭐
네.
수련보석 젤리가 7개씩 있는 구간이나 뭐 맨 마지막에 바락 부분에서도 모두 다 아무도 시도하지 않는 가장 어려운 컨트롤을 해가지고 전부 성공을 해버리면서 이거를 격차를 다 메우고 승리한 게 되게 인상적이었다고 생각합니다.
네, 또 선수분들의 입장에서도 이렇게 분석해 주시니까 또 한결 더 또 잘 와닿는 것 같습니다. 자, 그럼 마지막 세 번째 매치 한번 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 정호 선수와 정덱 선수의 경기였는데요. 자, 초원과 바다 2위 선수가 맞붙는 순간이었습니다. 결과는 정호 선수의 승리였는데요. 종아님, 이번 경기 어떻게 보셨나요?
네, 우선 초반부에 정덱이 조금 더 점프를 덜 쓰면서 조금 더 안정적으로 플레이를 가져가려고 하셨던 것 같아요. 네, 그러면서 이제 좀 중반부부터 조금 아쉽게도 결정적으로 이제 표창 젤리를 2번을 놓치게 됐는데 이게 단순히 2개를 놓친 것이 아니라 한 번 놓쳐서 한 약 600만 점을 잃고 그 다음에 또 한 번 놓쳐서 약간 600만 점 정도를 잃어버린 부분이 조금 결정적이지 않았나라는 생각입니다. 한편으로 그 이후에 좀 후반부에서 조금 더 젤리 라인에서 곰 젤리를 잘 챙겨먹지 못하는 부분, 약간 이런 부분들이 조금 아쉽지 않았었나 하는 그런 생각이 듭니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 아무래도 이거 표창 2개를 놓친 게 좀 가장 큰 요인이 아닐까라는 생각이 드는데요. 우리 꼬키스님은 이번 매치 어떻게 보셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 정호 선수는 앞선 1매치에서 보여준 플레이를 그대로 다시 재원 성공하면서 정말 높은 점수를 기록했고요. 정덱 선수는 이제 종환님이 말씀하신 대로 조금 특정 구간에서 젤리를 많이 놓치는데 점프를 조금 한두 개씩 세이브하는 플레이를 보여가지고 안정성은 높지만 조금 고점은 떨어지는 빌드였습니다. 그래서 정호 선수가 정말 고점을 노리면서도 깔끔한 플레이를 해가지고 멋진 명경기가 나왔다고 생각합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 3개의 매치 모두 알아봤습니다. A조 3개 매치까지는 지금 정호 선수가 2개의 승리를 가져가면서 현재 선두를 또 달리고 있는데요. 자, A조 다음 경기는 다시 돌아온 화산 지역의 대결입니다. 김건우 선수와 화신 선수가 기다리고 있습니다. 여러분 기대되시죠? 지금 이제 바로 경기 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 이따 뵙겠습니다.
Welcome back, and shout out to the Korean analysts. As of course, we didn't have on-site translations for the entire segment, but overall, the quick summary, just touching through it, it's kind of what we all saw during that as well. The very first match, of course, kind of the precision of the jumps coming out from Jungho. Of course, in that, not a rematch, but on that same mat of Moonlit Bamboo Grove, we had kind of the big blunder, right? And, the Koreans felt the same way. It was kind of a sad moment for Jungdex as he just missed so many, and that wasn't really recoverable.
Yeah, but honestly, in my opinion, even if Jungdex did not go for that mistake, Jungho was just on another level on Moonlit Bamboo Grove thus far today. He's proven it with 2 really resounding wins. Right now, he's leading the entire pack 2-0 here in Group A, and I'm worried for basically everybody else in this group because now it almost feels like you're fighting to go alongside Jungho into the round of 4.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's looking so powerful, especially on that map. So it's like, okay, let's say he moves on, right? You're going into BO3, BO7s, or BO5s and BO7s, and it's like, okay, do we even attempt to pick that map against him, right? Because he set the highest score we've seen so far in the competition, even in the preliminaries. I went back and checked. So 659 million was the highest we've seen so far on site here at 2025. So a massive performance from Jungho. But for now, we move on. We move on to our next competitors here in the round robin. And it's going to be, what was supposed to be maybe the biggest match that people were expecting here in Group A. It's going to be Kim Gun-woo versus Fire Spirit.
Yeah, this is going to be a really spicy one. Both these players down 0-1 thus far in this round-robin group. Both desperately needing to get on the board with a win, but it's tough because for both of them, these are 2 of the favorites coming into Group A to be down 0-1 and now go against who might be the biggest competition on any map that isn't Moonlit Bamboo Grove. Yeah. Oh boy, it's a gauntlet already. It's one of the reasons why this round-robin stage is so tricky to navigate, not just in the preliminaries, but also here, because it's kind of like you have 1, maybe 2 lives you can spare. Say you go, 2-1? All right, you're fine. You have a very good chance of advancing in. But if you go down 0-2, it basically feels like the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, if you're 0-2 now with the records we have so far, it does not look good for you since we already have a 2-0 coming out. So we'll see which of these can kind of redeem themselves. Kim Gun-woo, the reigning champion from 2024, but already on his back foot, and Fire Spirit looking to make that run himself. Going against an old friend here in Gun-woo. He already beat him in their region preliminaries, but now he has to beat him once more to secure a way into the semifinals.
Kim Gun-woo full of laughter right now on stage as the players get ready to go into Group A, match number 4, both desperately needing a win, and I'm so curious what the map selection is going to be. It is a random draw. The players do know ahead of time, but I'm curious. The map pool is so fierce here in the round-robin stage. Exactly. It is not as simple as just Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stalk Village the way that it was in the prelims. We have so many hard and difficult maps mixed in, and as we've already seen, there can be repeats. We saw Moonlit Bamboo Grove twice this far. And the first 3 maps played today, as I think the reveal is going to be coming in soon. Ooh. Where are we headed, Chobra?
What's it going to be as we see the splash show up on the stage? This is going to be the matchup between Kim Gun-woo and Fire Spirit going to Boiling Stalk Village.
Everybody's least favorite map for the players in the preliminaries. There is so much emphasis on destruction points and Boiling Stalk Village just naturally because of the map, but also because you got the Yugwa cookie, you got the orange cookie, you have the fire starter pet. It is all about destruction points, and especially in the later stages of this map, sometimes with those meteors coming in, it is tough to time out the correct combos to maximize your points, and it's one of the reasons why players kind of dreaded playing on this one, because it's not quite RNG, but it is a real challenge.
Yeah, it's also just so many minute movements and decisions you have to make, but we do have a little bit of a difference in the loadout. Gun-woo going for the yellow bear jellies once you switch to the orange cookie, but we had Fire Spirit continuing to go for the extra destruction points. So really cashing in on the fact that he is confident in his skill usage, going in with the different magic candies in this matchup. So that alone could be the difference maker, right? Because I think when you're doubling down on those plus 10,000 points on destruction, on that orange cookie, you're thinking, I know exactly how to time these double jumps to get those smashes so that I can get as many of those obstacles, especially with the meteors falling down, and that way I can maximize the points. But let's say you mistime one of those jumps, suddenly you're missing a big batch, and then the other person going for the safety of the yellow bear jellies could really start to make a run for it. So let's see who comes out on top in this matchup.
Oh, it's an exciting match. Kim Gun-woo versus Fire Spirit here in the quarterfinals. A fight for survival. Both players down 0-1. Who is going to get their first win here in the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship? Let's find out. Kim Gun-woo versus Fire Spirit.
All right, Kim Gun-woo on top, Fire Spirit on the bottom screen. Pretty much a do or die, quite frankly, as we get started here with the Yugua Cookie. Going with the Tiger Run and the Hope bounces.
Yeah, we did have with the Yugua Cookie a lot of early collisions in the later weeks of the preliminaries coming through. So I wonder if we're going to get a little bit of that magic here. But Kim Gun-woo and Fire Spirit, they are both so locked in thus far, as there are some tricky timings, but it seems pretty safe.
Yeah, so far just a slight timing difference on the manual usage of the Hope badge bounce, giving a bit of a lead here for Kim Gun-woo. Yeah, just small differences in some of that destruction, but nothing too crazy, at least no big mistakes that we're seeing so far just yet.
Yeah, looking pretty good on both sides. Actually, a very even score thus far, as both players have navigated the early game quite well here. It looks like Kim Gun-woo just with the slightest of edge.
Yeah, both going for that jump over for that extra destruction as well. Just skipping one of the giant bear jellies so they can make sure that they line themselves up for the next jump as well. Going through all the manual uses, now waiting for that next transformation.
Yeah, and it's just looking perfect from both of our players thus far. Both those rainbow jellies all getting caught out as we have another skill activation come in here with the Yugua Cookie. And, we had in a lot of the preliminaries on Boiling Stock Village, the score come down to just a couple thousand points. I'm starting to think that might be the story here. I know it's early to call, but it's so neck and neck.
Yeah, another giant bear jelly, or extra giant bear jelly, being missed by Fire Spirit though, so that continues to keep the lead just a little bit for Kim Gun-woo. Both of them not able to maximize on that last batch, but it's still the equal number, so Gun-woo feeling safe for now.
Yeah, Kim Gun-woo, I think he missed maybe one more than Fire Spirit in those last two columns, but overall looking really good here in the early game.
Now keeping things safe as we near towards the end of this first part with the Yugua Cookie, going into the second area of the run.
Yeah, and this is where things get very tricky in terms of timing out the combos to maximize your destruction points. At this skill level, it's pretty easy for these guys to get past this stage without any collisions, but playing perfectly, getting every single destruction point is a very difficult challenge, even for the best players in the world.
Yeah, and I'm very curious how Fire Spirit himself is feeling about this point difference, right? You have that different magic candy build going into the orange cookie. We'll see if that's where Fire Spirit can maybe make a difference to try to catch up.
All right, energy levels getting pretty low here as the skill activation is going to come to an end. We should have a
Extra
double
jump.
jump coming in, and it looks like Fire Spirit with just a little bit more distance, Chobra.
Yeah, just a bit more. Both of them still at least landing on the giant bear jelly, and here we're going to start to see a bit of a difference, right? Fire Spirit all inning on that destruction with the orange cookie. Kim Gun-woo, he'll still go for the destruction, of course, but he's banking on making sure he collects all the yellow bear jellies.
Yeah, a lot of skill activations coming in right there, and it seems like Kim Gun-woo actually just getting the better trade. He's up to 1.5 million point lead thus far. I'm curious if we're going to have a bit of a difference in the build. We have seen some players save the skill activations in this stage to try and get more points later.
Yeah, trying to get all of the later destructions against obstacles, especially those NPCs running at you towards the end. We'll see if that pays off. Rainbow Bear Jelly being missed by Fire Spirit, but he's starting to try to pick up a lead here with the destruction points. Now, things get a little crazy here with the calculations here on Boiling Stock Village, so we are going to have to wait to see really towards the end.
Yeah, the reason why we have this big swing in points, it's because Kim Gun-woo was saving one more skill activation compared to the opponent. You can see that right now, 2 for him, 1 for Fire Spirit. We have seen this strategy pay off, but we've also seen it kind of fall flat on its face. So I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get enough points to close the gap. It is 7.3 million right now.
Yeah, I do remember Gonu was one who was able to land that activation towards the end to maximize his points. We'll see if he can find the right timing again. Goes for another set right there to try to make sure he gets the lead back, and he does. 1.7 million lead so far for Kim Gonu as we near the end of the race, both with one more activation left, one being used on both sides. The bonus points, it's not going to be enough for Fire Spirit, and Kim Gonu will take the win with 2 million points.
Oh, well played there by Kim Gonu. We were wondering if it was going to be worth it. Saving that last skill activation. I think when he banked it, he was up to 1.5 million points in the lead, and when he actually was able to come through and get the final activation, that had gone up. So it was a very successful strategy deployed there by Kim Gonu. He's going to get his first one on the board, and for Fire Spirit, one of the favorites here in Group A, he is down 0-2 to start things out. Now he's going to have his fingers crossed for a potential tiebreaker, but even then, Trobra, as we saw in the preliminaries, that is not a guarantee.
Yeah, no, it's not looking so good here for Fire Spirit. One of the favorites coming into this entire tournament, even beginning with the preliminaries. But unfortunately, his name will be the only one missing from the winner's board as we got Gonu trying to figure out the board here. These are their signatures. And Gonu putting his there with a nice big heart, a heart to the camera as well. Oh, and that's his wife's name, actually, that he's using for the signature. That's a nice shout out.
He's almost a little bit embarrassed
he's a little
getting on stage, too. That's
adorable.
adorable.
That is adorable, though. That's very sweet. A family man here from Gonu taking the win. Man, imagine if he didn't get a win today. He would have never been able to sign his wife's name on the winner's board. She'd be upset.
Oh, imagine that. They're at home, and she's like, hey, I saw everybody else. They were putting their girlfriend's name with a heart. Why didn't you do me? I didn't win, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh, and there we go. There she is on screen, congratulating Gonu for the win. A heart back towards the stage. And a big win for Gonu to stay alive. So, you know, family here to cheer him on as well. You love to see it. But more importantly, Gonu trying to stay alive here in the round of 8.
Yeah, he's tied now with Jungdex for second place in this group. Of course, there's a lot more left to be played as we take a look here at the total score. A little bit more distance there for Fire Spirit, but in the end, Kim Gonu, I want to say it was probably the Rainbow Jellies. That was my instinct when I looked at it, but it's actually only 300,000 point difference there.
Yeah, but of course the obstacle is destroyed. So Gonu, you see that the points actually kind of still paying in favor for the destruction from Fire Spirit because of the magic candy, but not as much as you would have wanted, right?
That's
because
true.
Gonu is able to get more. So we're kind of seeing again, if you have mastered that different build, perhaps saving it for that last section when the NPC is running at you to get that extra destruction, maybe is the way to go if you can perfect it.
I was a little bit skeptical about that build because I think the first couple times we saw it in the preliminaries, the player tended to lose. But the more that I see this get executed by these high-level players, such as Kim Gonu, the more I'm kind of getting converted onto their side.
Yeah.
It just seems like it is the better approach. It felt like he got a lot of destruction points despite having what the second candy was more about the jellies.
Exactly, exactly. So kind of maximizing points across both fronts there from Kim Gonu. Tries to stay alive here with that win, and Fire Spirit, it's not looking too good. We will have to wait for the final results, of course, once we're done with the round robin, but already 2 losses on the board, and now he has to face Jungho, who's coming off of 2 wins.
Oh, that's right. Jungho has been looking so good. If we get Moonlit Bamboo Grove again, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh my gosh. There's no way.
Yeah.
Jungho would be the luckiest guy. I mean, obviously he's very good at the map. He gets to play it 3 times here in the round robin. Surely we get something different.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's what, a 1 in 6 chance every single time? Given the map pool here for the round of 8, but I am so curious. I also want to see Jungho play on these other maps because he just looks so locked in on Moonlit Bamboo Grove that I'm wondering, is this just his specialty right now? Is he really good with the instinct in terms of reacting to the leaves and managing the jump? Or is he just across the board rock solid?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm with you, though. I want to see a different map, right? Just so we know really how to gauge how Jungho's looking coming into this weekend. The main weekend, the final weekend of the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. Ooh, okay, he's getting more comfy with the stage as well.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from Jungho thus far, and he has all the reason in the world to be confident right now. He has 2 very big wins over Jungdex and Kim Ga-nu, and now he's going up against Fire Spirit, who has yet to put a single win on the board. And for Fire Spirit, your odds of advancing into that final day, the round of 4, are already very slim. But if you want to have a shot, you must win right now. You need to force a tiebreaker. You need to go 1 and 2. And you need to hope that Jungdex and Kim Ga-nu also go 1 and 2 so you have that shot.
Yeah, it's not looking too likely, but we'll wait to see here as Fire Spirit tries to prepare for this next match against Jungho. Once they're all set and ready to go, we'll be jumping into this match, and I can't wait to find out what map we're going to here in match number 5. Only 2 matches left in the group, and then we'll be going to Group B. Oh, here we go as we await the splash to come in through and see, and it's going to be terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Oh, all right. That's going to be a lot of fun. You know, we're getting pretty close to Halloween, Chobra, so it's apt to be here at the terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. This is a very, very dangerous map, as we've seen time and time again. You do not want to hit those Bitter Bear Jellies, and let me tell you, the level designers here for Cookie Run Oven Break, they did not make it easy.
Yes, no, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing and how mad they can drive some of the runners. But hey, you've got the best of the best. Now, of course, the big thing here is that you get bonus points for the Yellow Bear Jellies and the Yellow Bear Jelly parties, but that also means that if you hit a Bitter Bear Jelly party, suddenly all those turn to Bitter Bears, and not only are you getting 0 points, the opponent is most likely getting the bonus points, so the gap starts to really widen.
Yeah, it's basically equivalent to having a collision if you catch
pretty
one of those,
much, really.
some of those Bitter Bear parties. There are some instances on the map where if you hit it, it's not the biggest of deals because there aren't a lot of jellies in general in those areas, but they are few and far between. There's a lot of points up for grabs. And really, it's going to be a race to see who is more perfect on this one.
Yeah.
The one thing I think that Fire Spirit has going for him is that this isn't one where Jungho can use his intuition, his reaction speed, his decision-making. It's more about the build and the preparation that you have lined up because this is a definitive map. It is set. It is not random. Who's going to play better? Who is the better build? Who is more prepared? We're going to find out.
Yeah, and of course, like there's a lot of that kind of threading the needle jumps, right? Where it's not like you can just choose to skip something because there's Bitter Bear Jelly parties in between. So you still have to jump around them while hitting the Yellow Bears and the Yellow Bear Jelly parties. So there's a lot you have to consider. Full focus from beginning to end. We'll see if Fire Spirit can redeem himself just a little bit. At least get a win on the board to try to wait and see. And we will see if he can get that name on the board, on the winner's board with his signature, or will we see Jungho sign the board for a 3rd time in a row, looking to go undefeated here in Group A.
Oh, it would be so cool if Jungho could go undefeated. He has been looking absolutely locked in. And guys, it is time for match 5 here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Champion. Can Jungho go undefeated, or will Fire Spirit finally get a win on the board? Let's find out.
Countdown goes through. The game begins. Jungho on the top screen, Fire Spirit on the bottom of your screens. And we start running on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
All right, Schneeball Cookie already coming through here with his skill activations. And I'm so curious how this one's going to go. It's only going to get harder as we continue on the level with those Bitter Bear parties.
Yep, you go for that purposeful drop, of course, there for the recovery so you can get the Yellow Bear Jelly party. Both of them successfully succeeding on that front.
Yeah, some simple single jumps now coming through, as well as these double jumps, navigating the earlier part of this map very well, but that's the first tricky bear party right there. You want to get the Yellow Bear party, but oh man, you got to bob and weave. These are some tricky inputs.
Yeah, both of them making... Oh, no! Fire Spirit collected both! And that means that the Bitter Bear Jellies coming in second will transform everything into Bitter Bears. Looking a little bit rough.
It is, but I was like you, locked in on Fire Spirit's point of view. I wonder if Jungho might have hit it too, because Fire Spirit somehow still has a points lead.
Yeah, Jungho, I believe, didn't hit the Bitter Bear Jelly party, but he wasn't able to collect all of the jellies there. So still able to keep the lead here for Fire Spirit, kind of counting his lucky stars so far, because that could have been a crucial mistake.
Yeah, that is a very fortunate break here for Fire Spirit, who's going to hold on to a 300,000 point lead now coming into the second skill activation here with the Schneeball Cookie.
Both of them correctly, going for just the yellow party once again. Oh man, I get so nervous state whenever I'm watching this map, just because it's like every single time they jump, it's like, oh, what if it's not perfect? What if they have the Bitter Bear Jelly Party?
Yeah, it's very tricky, especially if to thread the needle like that. Jump right there on Fire Spirit's screen, but both players thus far doing very well. And now with the speed, it gets a little bit more dangerous here. Okay, double jump coming in, able to collect every single one of these. Not only are you trying to avoid the Bitter Bears, you're trying to get every single point manageable because it is such a close score.
Yeah, so far it's looking pretty tough. Trying to dodge around it. A little bit more distant from Jungho, it seems like there towards the end.
Yeah, Fire Spirit with the slightest of leads though, Chobra. So we are still neck and neck here heading into the second part of this map.
Oh, both of them once again threading the needle. One more right in between. Both of them get the Yellow Bear Jelly Party. So lots of Yellow Bear Jellies coming through. Oh, they're both being so good with their jumps so far.
Yeah, they haven't hit a Bitter Bear Party in a very long time. I don't want to jinx it, but I've been so impressed with both of them.
It has looked good. It has looked good. They're cleaning out all the other jellies as well, and that slowly gives a very, very slight lead here for Jungho, but it is absolutely neck and neck. This one's going to go down to the wire.
Absolutely. This might even come down to some of these basic jellies with how close the score is right now. Oh, Fire Spirit was so... Oh, no, he hit one of the Bitter Bears.
Yeah,
I guess it's all right here. There aren't really a lot of jellies.
Exactly.
Yeah?
You're not transforming any towards the end there, just kind of taking it lax, keeping us on our toes. But at the very end, how many more jellies can you get? It's going to be Fire Spirit, who's able to collect just a bit more. 189,000 lead for Fire Spirit as he collects the win.
Jungho cannot go perfect. Fire Spirit keeps his hope alive. There is a possibility of a three-way tiebreaker, which would give him a second shot. This was a must-win situation here for Fire Spirit, and I mean, even for Kim Gun-nu right now and for Jungdex, they're both 1-1. They're looking at this and they are happy because Jungho not being undefeated, they now have a shot potentially at being the #1 seed.
Yeah, and actually, I think you put it this way, you know, Fire Spirit, it may not be looking good to get out, but at least he gets to leave his mark on the winner's board here at the World Championship. Fire Spirit, finally a signature on the board on stage.
Yeah, each player now in Group A has gotten at least one win. Fire Spirit, time will tell whether that is going to be his last match here at the World Championship of Cookie Run Oven Break, or if he will get one more shot. And Jungho, you can tell, a little bit upset with his performance right there, but honestly, that was such a close level. Yeah. It was a difference of, I mean, we're going to see the score in a moment. What is that? Less than 200,000 points?
It was like 140,000, a little bit less, I believe. So
it's so close.
This one, I mean, if you're Jungho, you can't be too hard on yourself, right? Because it really just came down to the wire. It's just a couple. In fact, he gets more Yellow Bear Jellies, but it comes down to the rest that Fire Spirit's able to get the lead overall in the race.
Yeah, and this is why everybody coming in this one was looking at Fire Spirit as one of the potential favorites to advance from this group. That was a clinic he put on here versus Jungho. Even being down 0-2, a lot of other players, they might be disheartened with that. That might affect their performance on stage. Not Fire Spirit. He still brings his A game. There's what, maybe one mistake with a Bitter Bear Party early on in the run, but he doesn't even let that dissuade him. A fantastic performance, 190,000 or so points, separating victory and defeat. And now we're gonna go into match number 6.
Ooh, the last match coming up, it's going to be between Kim Gun-nu and Jungdex. Jungdex opened the night with a win against none other than Fire Spirit. But we've got Kim Gun-nu taking down Fire Spirit himself and now trying to redeem himself, trying to go for a full run all the way to that trophy once more here in 2025.
Oh, and you know what? I hadn't even thought that this is going to be the last match coming up. The winner of this one will be advancing with Jungho, and the loser is going to be out with Fire Spirit. So that three-way tie we're talking about, it's actually not in the realm of possibility anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, no longer on the board. So it's do or die. So you've really cranked up the stakes here for this very last match.
That is intense. Kim Gun-nu, the reigning champion from last year, fighting for his tournament life, but he has been here before. He ran through the same situation in the preliminaries and won by a hair. It's why he's here in the round of 8, once more here at the World Championship for Cookie Run Oven Break. And he's all smiles. He's not letting the pressure face him at all, but Jungdex, I'm looking at him and he seems locked in. He is ready to go.
Yeah, usually he's kind of whimsical, joking around, you know, interacting with the crowd, the camera, the Korean casters, but right now he's fully focused. He realizes he won't have more time on the stage if he doesn't win this race.
Winner is going to advance to tomorrow, the round of 4, with a shot at becoming the world champion here in Cookie Run Oven Break. The loser is going home, and for both of them, it's been a tremendous run even to get here, even to get top 3 in this group, but they want to go for glory. Map reveal going to be coming here in a moment for the final match of Group A. What will it be? Oh no.
Where will we be going between Kim Go-nu and Jungdex here in the very last match? And it's going to be Temple of the Sun Central Arena.
All right, let's find out who can collect the most giant star jellies, because you get 122,000 extra points a piece, and this is a map that is a lot about the distance. You're playing with a skater cookie, which is very speedy. You're going to be covering a lot of ground, but also the vampire cookie. It's not just about collecting the giant stars. You want to get the extra energy to cover more distance than your opponent.
Yes.
We saw in the prelims that can be the difference between winning and losing on this map.
Yeah, and also remember the bonus points that you're getting through with the pass through on the obstacles. So, you know, it's a little bit of a different nuance than destruction. A lot of destruction skills, you're kind of activating it and destroys everything in front of you. But now you kind of have to play it somewhat similar to Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, where you have to bob and weave through those obstacles to try to make sure you're getting all the pass through, but then you get out of dodge before you start actually colliding instead of passing through. So there's going to be a lot on the stakes there, but you mentioned it. You want to get those grape juice jellies as well to make sure you're kind of keeping up your meter to go as far as possible, because once you switch to Skater Cookie, it is all about going and just getting as many jellies as possible.
Yeah, you need those grape jellies with the vampire cookie. The energy runs out so fast as Trover, our players are getting ready. The winner of this one going to be advancing into the round of 4. The loser going home.
Oh boy, Kim Go-nu. We'll see if he can handle the pressure. He has the most experience going all the way to the final stage last year, being able to be a winner once. Similar stage in front of a crowd last year in Seoul, South Korea. Now can he do it for the 2025 World Championship, trying to get out of the quarterfinals here in Group A, surviving above his opponent in Jungdex? Or will Jungdex be answering back to all of his fans who have shown up? We even see one on the left side of your screens. We've got a fan trying to show his sign for Jungdex, cheering him on. So let's see, Kim Go-nu versus Jungdex on Temple of the Sun Central Arena.
The game is loading in. Kim Go-nu, the reigning champ, on top. Jungdex on bottom. The loser is going home. The winner is advancing into the round of 4 as we get started here on Central Arena.
All right, a nice quick start here. Lots of pass-throughs on both sides. Trying to maximize everything that they can get.
It seems like slightly different builds coming through here in the early game. Going to lead to a 20,000 point lead here for Kim Go-nu.
Yeah, just ever so slight. I mean, that's again, one pass through, you know, 1-star jelly. It all gets flipped on its head.
I mean, we've seen Kim Go-nu do this, though, in the past. Win by these very thin margins. No lead is safe versus him as some of these pass-throughs coming in.
Yeah, we did see a couple star jellies being missed by Jungdex as well, so it gives a very slight lead for Kim Go-nu. It starts to widen just a bit more, now up to 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000 points, so he's padding that lead a little bit here, and now as we have the size up, looks like every single one of these jellies is going to be collected on both sides, so no ground being made there by Jungdex just yet.
Yep, now just going on the zip lines, just playing it safe. Of course, nothing too crazy in this section. Just make sure you're landing onto the zip lines. But now going for a drop into the transformation to reposition himself for Jungdex. Slightly different build from Kim Go-nu, but it's not enough. It doesn't make the world of a difference yet. More pass-throughs coming in now for Jungdex, though, and he's able to try to get way more points in that last section, getting a lot of pass-through points.
Yeah, wow, plus 2.4 million right now for Jungdex. I wonder how this build is going to play out here for Kim Go-nu, and he's closing the distance a little bit, but ooh, that's dangerous ground he's treading, Chobra.
Yeah, it feels like Jungdex took some more risks here on the pass-throughs with the Vampire Cookie, able to bring that, but the Star Jellies were so far still an advantage for Kim Go-nu as far as I can keep track.
Oh, it does seem like that. Okay, a couple of jellies get missed there by Kim Go-nu, but it seems like he's actually been able to make up a lot of the lost ground now coming in. Single double jumps, we're going to slide under these obstacles. You don't want any collisions on this dangerous map. Kim Ga-nu looking really good right now. He's come back and has a 500,000 point lead.
Yeah, it's looking nice and solid as we see Vampire Cookie continue on. But it looks like the game is still going on, keeping a look at Jungdex's camera. So for now, we'll be focusing on Kim Ga-nu. Keep a track of the scores so far. The score lead still in favor, still getting all those star jellies.
Yeah, Jungdex, he is still playing right now. It's just the feet, so don't worry about that. We're going to focus instead on Kim Ga-nu. He's able to hold on to an 800,000 point lead, and so that lead, it keeps getting padded, Chobra. He's not doing that bad. Look at this, a pretty significant jump up to 7 mil.
Yeah, just continue to make sure that he's not really missing anything that he doesn't want to here. Still getting the star jellies. Now you go back, trying to make sure he passes through as many of these icicles as well. We'll see if maybe at the end of that run, if there's a difference. No, he's still keeping the lead for now at about 800,000.
Yeah, he's actually been able to build on that lead a little bit here, as we can only wonder what Jungdex missed. Again, it's just his feet. He's able to play the game just as perfectly as he normally would, so don't stress about that. We have to focus on what Kim Ga-nu is doing right now in this moment, and Trevor, it seems like he is just slowly but surely solidifying his position in this run.
Yeah, so far he's able to keep the lead, but I wouldn't say it feels entirely comfortable as we see this last section going into bat form, making sure that he can still keep a bit of a lead, just bouncing in between 500,000 and 800,000, getting the extra jumps as far as possible, and now it's Skater Cookie time. It's all about going fast, it's all about going as far as you can.
Yeah, it's all about the distance, and there are some tricky little bobs and weaves you have to do, threading the needle, get some extra points. Kim Ga-nu able to navigate that very well, and now these jumps coming in, he's collecting basically everything. But you have to think that Jungdex also has been nearly perfect given how close the scores still are.
Yeah, it's not like Kim Ga-nu is getting much further ahead, right? It's always just bouncing around the same exact point difference, which means one mistake, 1 second of focus lost for Kim Ga-nu, and it could entirely flip the script here in favor of Jungdex.
Yeah, Kim Ga-nu really close with these inputs. Oh man, that was so close to a collision.
Yeah, but he saves himself. As long as you don't hit it, that's what matters. He's still getting the jellies. He's still not getting an actual collision all the way down.
A couple of these jellies do get missed here by Kim Ga-nu, and I'm wondering if that is going to give Jungdex an opportunity to actually close this up, because the lead, it is not safe. We're running out of map right now, Chobra.
Yeah, it did look like he almost messed up one of the jumps, but for now still prioritizing all the rainbow jellies here, and the last couple jumps trying to go forward, and Kim Ga-nu will take the win with a nice lead, securing himself out of Group A.
What a win there for Kim Ga-nu. He did it in the preliminaries. He survived in the prelims by, what, 2.6 thousand points? And once more here, it comes down to the wire versus Jungdex. He is barely able to close it out, and he is going to be advancing alongside Jungho. Both players with a 2-1 score in this map will be going into the round of 4. Jungdex and Fire Spirit, they had great runs today. Jungdex came so close, especially in that final match, but at the end, there could only be 2 players advancing, Chobra.
Oh, man. I mean, this is a bit of a heartbreaking loss for Jungdex. You think about the way he lost in that previous match against Jungho as well, but right now, you're seeing that. All right. Giving another shout out with another heart here for Ga-nu as he gets his chance on the winner's board. Jungdex, a little shake of the head. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate, but man, you got to imagine a lot of the fan base is still happy as we see Ga-nu continuing on. And one of the fans asking here, I mean, Ga-nu, did you end up marrying a cookie? Why are you so good with Cookie Run? Just a master of Cookie Run, continuing on towards the main stage, the semifinals.
Yeah, the smiling Kim Ga-nu advancing once more into the round of 4, and he has not made it easy on himself, Trevor, both in the prelims and also today, just going down to that last run, but he is not fazed by the pressure. He was able to close it up. We're looking here at the distance ran. Of course, we had a feed issue there with Jungdex, and so we didn't get to see everything, but it seems like there was a lot more distance by Kim Ga-nu. That might have been the difference of, say, a grape jelly. There might have been a collision for Jungdex at the very end. In any case, Kim Ga-nu just absolutely locking in, getting so much done, and he is rewarded with a shot at a repeat victory here in 2025.
You know, maybe he's just a showman. He knows how to keep everyone on their toes, kind of really keeps it on edge until the very end. But hey, like you said, it wasn't easy. He's going to recognize that, but what's important is that he does get that win, so he now also has 2 wins. We will be confirming with a graphic on board, but as far as we know, that means Jungho, and it should be Kim Gun-woo moving on to the round of 4.
Yeah, and those are 2 very strong players advancing into that final round of 4 stage tomorrow. And we also have one entirely separate group to get through later today. We're only the halfway point, folks.
Yeah, we've got a lot more, right? We're not anywhere close to being done. We're just trying to wrap up Group A here. So as we take a look at the standings, Jungho in first seed with the 9 points, the 2 wins, and Kim Gun-woo following up with his own 9 points in second place, looking to move on. So Jungho, of course, gets the head-to-head match win. He'll take the first seed. Unfortunately, that means Jungdex and Fire Spirit will be saying goodbye to the stage, and they will be eliminated from the World Championship.
Yeah, but it's been a great run for them. Even getting here to the final stage of the World Championship is an achievement you could be proud of if you're Jungdex or Fire Spirit. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more from them in the future. As today, it will be Jungho. And it will be Kim Gun-woo advancing into the round of 4, and pretty soon we're going to find out who's going to join them from Group B.
Oh, man. It's so, we move so quick in the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships that it's like, okay, well, now we've already eliminated these people, and then we're going to find out their matchups, but then the races are so intense as well that I can't wait to find out who moves on from Group B. Of course, again, we're just halfway through today, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to show you some highlights. The Korean analyst desk will break down some of the action, and we'll return after a break with Group B.
아유, 본선 진짜 7만 점. 네. 7만 7천 점 계속 보이거든요.
이렇게 되면 슈크림 쿠키의 맨 마지막 바람 점프가 포인트로 400점.
이거 여기서 바람 점프가 6만 점 차이에서 갑니다.
먹어야 되는데
바람 점프. 파실. 점수 차이가 굉장히 눈에 띄죠.
네. 이건 물약 차이로 발생하는 것 같기 때문에 일단은 조작을 하다 보니까 굉장히 난이도가 높거든요.
맞아요.
자, 여기도 내려가다가
와, 이거 이렇게 위험하게 한다고요? 그거까지 깔끔합니다.
바락 점프 남겨두고 있는데 여기 구간 궁젤리 잘 먹어주고 바락
자, 김건우 선수가
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 월드 챔피언십 8강 A조 진출자는 정호 선수와 김건우 선수였습니다. 자, 정말 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 멋진 경기였는데요. 자, 매치별 포인트 모두 모아 분석해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 4매치부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 4매치 경기는 김건우 선수와 화신 선수의 경기였습니다. 자, 이 맵은요, 두 선수의 진한 기억이 있는 맵이었죠. 단 2638점 차이로 승패가 갈렸고 또 재경기까지 진행했던 경기였는데요. 자, 이번에는 또 김건우 선수가 승리를 했습니다. 자, 종아님, 4매치에서는 어떤 부분을 좀 포인트로 잡아주실 수 있을까요?
네, 우선 보글보글 백탕마을은 각 쿠키들의 소능력으로 정말 제때 활용해서 최대한 다 장애물을 부숴야 하는 것이 포인트인데요. 네, 우선 유과의 그 투사체와 그리고 또 오렌지의 그 공을 얼마나 잘 쓰느냐가 가장 많이 갈리는 요소였습니다. 네, 우선은 김건우 선수가 초반부에 소능력으로 장애물 하나를 먼저 부수고 앞서가기 시작했었어요. 그래서 초반부에 약 20만 점 정도의 어떤 점수 차이를 보여줬었고, 또 조금 더 진행을 해서 초반부에서 중반부로 넘어가면서 왕금 젤리 하나를 더 앞서게 되면서 약 40~50만 점 정도의 점수 차이로 꾸준히 쭉 진행하게 되었습니다. 그래서 이후로도 그런 꾸준한 장파의 스노우볼링으로 인해서 김건우 선수가 마침내 승리를 거머쥐지 않았나 하는 것이 저의 분석입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 이번에도 두 선수가 또 동일한 맵으로 이렇게 만나 뵙게 됐고, 이번에는 김건우 선수가 승리를 하게 됐잖아요. 우리 또 선수의 입장에서는 우리 꽃기스 분석가님은 어떻게 생각하는지 너무 궁금합니다.
두 선수 모두 이제 초반부터 장애물을 한 개씩 주고받고 하면서 엎치락 뒤치락 하긴 했는데, 중간에 해설분이 화신 선수가 빌드를 바꾼 것 같다고 한 부분이 있잖아요. 거기가 원래 김건우 선수대로 플레이하는 게 가장 이상적인 플레이입니다. 그래서 그 바닥에 닿기 직전에 능력을 발사를 해야 하는데 화신 선수가 바닥에 닿아버렸어요. 그래서 능력이 안 나가고 만약 거기서 실수한다면 뒤에서 원래 하던 대로 약간 용암에 빠지는 그런 차선책을 발동했어야 되는데 이게 너무 짧은 시간에 이루어지다 보니까 화신 선수도 놓쳐버리고 뒤에서 실수를 한 것 같습니다. 거기서 장애물이 한 4개에서 5개 정도 갈려가지고 한 150만 점 정도의 차이가 날 거예요. 그럼에도 화신 선수 정말 높은 점수 보여줬다고 생각합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 저희 이번에는 또 5번째 매치 한번 살펴볼까 하는데요. 정호 선수와 화신 선수의 대결이었습니다. 이 경기에서는 화신 선수가 2패에 몰려있는 상황이었는데요. 우리 또 쓴맛곰 젤리를 피해야 하는 무시무시한 곰젤리 무림의 맵에서 또 진행이 됐었는데, 자, 화신 선수가 승리를 하면서 또 4번째 매치를 승리를 얻었습니다. 우리 종아님 어떻게 보셨는지 궁금합니다.
네, 우선 일단 분석실에서도 이걸 정확하게 보기 어려울 정도로 굉장히 엎치락뒤치락한 경기라고 생각하고요. 우선 좀 주목해야 될 부분은 초반부에 정호 선수와 그 화신 선수가 동시에 실수를 한 부분이 있었습니다. 초반에 정호 선수는 그 노란 곰젤리와 그리고 스맛 곰젤리 파티가 이제 같이 있는 구간에서 이제 점프를 하고 나서 이제 능력 발동을 하면서 다시 점프를 하려는 찰나에 뭔가 실수를 해서인지 뭔가 둘 다 획득하지 못하는 이제 케이스가 있었고요. 그리고 한편으로 이제 같은 그 순간에 이제 화신 선수는 좀 아래쪽 라인을 진행하면서 실수로 이제 스맛 곰젤리를 먹었던 그런 어떤 고배를 마시는 그런 순간이 있었습니다. 이제 그럼에도 불구하고 두 선수 모두 잘 해줬고 정호 선수가 조금 더 근소하게 앞서가지 않았었나, 초반부를 그렇게 끌어가지 않았었나 하는 게 이제 제 의견입니다.
네, 맞습니다. 단 20만 점 차이였습니다. 또 기본기가 굉장히 중요한 또 맵이라고 또 생각이 드는데요. 우리 꼬기스님은 어떻게 보셨는지 궁금합니다.
저는 이 무시무시한 곰젤리 무림이 선수가 아니라면 알아채지 못할 그런 미세한 컨트롤들이 가장 많은 맵이라고 생각합니다. 정호 선수는 가장 처음부터 차이가 났는데 슈니발렌 가장 첫 능력에서 2번째 능력을 치는 거를 정호 선수가 약간 아래에서 위로 치거든요. 그러면은 슈니발렌 능력에서 나오는 젤리가 조금 아래로 퍼지면서 거대화 중에 모든 젤리 점수를 조금 더 받을 수 있습니다. 그 정도로 정호 선수가 얼마나 미세컨을 잘 깎았는지 볼 수 있었고요. 또 보물도 되게 중요한데 가장 빌드에 크게 영향을 미치는 거는 아무래도 루돌프 리스입니다. 루돌프 리스의 거리 조절을 위해서 둘 다 광속 질주를 빠르게 먹어서 거리를 줄이는 플레이를 했고, 그거는 바락 점프로 커버를 할 수가 있기 때문에 그렇게 해서 둘 다 뭐 일반 젤리를 가장 덜 먹는 루돌프 리스 컨트롤을 깎아온 것 같았습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 제가 보기만 해도 무시무시한 곰젤리 무림은 진짜 힘들 것 같아요. 근데 또 이게 선수분들만 아는 이런 기믹들이 많다고 하니까 또 선수분들의 플레이를 눈여겨보는 것도 좋을 것 같습니다. 자, 오늘의 또 마지막 단두대 매치였습니다. 6번째 매치 한번 살펴볼 텐데요. 김건우 선수와 또 정덱 선수의 마지막 경기였습니다. 자, 이 경기에서는 김건우 선수가 승리를 하면서 A조 최종 진출자로 선정이 됐는데요. 우리 마지막 매치 어떻게 보셨는지 종아님 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 우선 이제 맵의 해설 위주로 먼저 말씀을 드리자면 이 맵에서는 왕별 젤리도 다 잘 챙겨 먹어야 하지만 한편으로는 뱀파이어 맛 쿠키로 장애물 통과도 해줘야 되고 다른 젤리 먹는 것도 잘 신경 써줘야 되고 처음부터 끝까지 뭐 하나 빠뜨리면 안 되는 그런 맵이었어요. 근데 그런 맵을 두 선수 모두 다 굉장히 팽팽하게 해주셨었고 조금 더 이제 주목할 만한 부분을 좀 더 강조해서 말씀드리자면 그 후반부 스테이지 3에서 굉장히 젤리 라인도 없이 굉장히 장거리로 점프를 해야 되는 부분이 나오는데 이런 부분은 점프 타이밍과 그 다음 이제 모어 점프 추가로 점프해야 되는 부분까지도 같이 챙겨주는 게 굉장히 어렵지 않았었나 하는 생각이 듭니다. 이제 이 자세한 어떤 빌드에 대한 부분은 우리 꼬키스 해설분께서 설명해 주실 겁니다.
저는 이제 경기가 시작하자마자 승패를 알아버렸습니다. 정덱 선수가 처음에 물약 끄는 거를 조금 실수를 해서 체력이 1틱이 덜 벌렸어요. 그것 때문에 이제 정 선수 화면이 안 보였잖아요, 중간에. 그것 때문에 이제 해설분들은 알아채지 못하셨지만 그렇게 되면 이제 뱀파이어 막 쿠키가 마지막 바락 점프를 할 때 생명 물약이 생성되지 않습니다. 그러면 보더막 쿠키가 체력을 좀 덜 쓰게 되고 뒤에서 젤리를 엄청 많이 놓쳐서 한 600만 점, 700만 점 정도의 차이가 나게 돼요. 그래서 두 선수의 컨트롤 자체는 비슷했지만 가장 처음 정덱 선수의 실수로 정덱 선수도 아마 게임이 넘어갔다는 걸 조금 생각을 하고 좀 편하게 했을 것 같습니다.
결국엔 그 체력 차이로 어마어마한 거리 차가 나비 효과가 돼서
맞습니다. 네, 저희가 경기를 보고 있는데 초반부터 딱 꼬키스님이 말씀하시더라고요. 경기가 이제 승패가 나온 것 같다라고 말씀하셨는데 정말 거기서 중요한 포인트가 있었지 않나라는 생각이 듭니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 A의 6매치 모두 만나봤는데요. 진출에 성공한 정호, 김건우 선수에게 다시 한번 축하한다는 말씀을 전해드리고 싶습니다. 자, 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 뒤에 또 B의 풀리그로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 이따 뵙겠습니다.
쿨인픽으로 시작했던 쿠키런 오픈브레이크 e스포츠가 인비테이셔널을 넘어 월드 챔피언십까지 왔습니다.
都没有。对，我是今年3月看到那个火神跟麦麦他们在邀请赛的表现，然后我觉得很刺激、很精彩。对，所以想说，这一次的比赛也可以来参加。
저번 대회 때 진짜 재밌게 보고 저도 하고 싶어서 진짜 열심히 해서 올라오게 됐어요.
도전할 수 있는 기회가 있으니까 한번 도전해보고 싶었습니다.
有趣是有，就不断说这个是诈骗，到这个等级，然后真的是可以来这个比赛这样子，然后他们就说，哎，你那么强的吗？我不觉得这样子，然后就说，啊，肯定是诈骗 KK 人这些。
세레모니 보시죠.
좀 시간 날 때마다 맵 한 번씩 쭉 달려보고
벼랑 끝에서 손가락만
실수를 선달해서 해도 한번 해보자라는 마인드로
높은 점수 찍고 빌드 만들고 그런 재미로 하는 것 같아요.
跟上次邀请赛一样，跟一样台湾的选手一起讨论跑法。
빌드원 분들이 도와주시겠다고 해주셔가지고 빌드 짜고 함께 협업했던 것 같습니다.
군대 가신 시온님한테도 빌드 공유 받고 준비를 열심히 했습니다.
입장이고 시간도 많이 없고 해서 4강력 3개 최선을 다해서 경기에 임하고 연습에 임했던 것 같습니다.
That third phase and he can't collect the full row of Lotus Gem.
성장을 해요 지금
계속.
화신님하고 한 배탕마을 맵이지 않을까요?
자, 바람.
이 게임 안에서는 그 딜레이 때문에 확실히 없었는데 결과 나오고 나서 될 사람은 되는 건가 싶기도 하고
작년에 이제 후덜덜기라고 했다가 졌거든요. 진 상대한테 또 지진 말자.
윈딩 장진 공주 장령 펀치 선수가 승리 가져가면서
지금 목표는 본선은 가자.
Hello, my name is Gojek Panes from Indonesia. I feel happy I can be back in here again.
졌지만 그 고잭 선수 기뻐하는 모습 보면서 그나마 좀 위안을 삼았던 것 같습니다.
본선으로 미룬 거죠. 맞습니다. 네, 진정한 승부는 본선에서 하자. 예선에서 할 수 없다 우리.
Does get one extra Lotus Rim at the end. Singduck, Kukushi, Jinju, and Fire Spirit, the first seeds of each region, as you can see at the bottom of your screens. And then Chuang Team, Jungho, Jungdex, and Kim Gonu as the second seeds.
제가 정말로 열심히 준비했으니까 난 최선을 다했고 결과는 하늘에 맡기자 이런 생각을 했었던 것 같습니다.
챔피언이 됩니다.
평소에 많이 하니까 기초 실력이 받쳐주는 것도 있고.
침착하게
就我还是会继续努力玩下去。
우승 노려봐야 되지 않을까요?
แล้วเจอกันรอบหน้านะครับดินแดนอื่นๆมาเจอผมนะครับ
벌써 9주년을 앞두고 있다는 게 좀 믿기지 않고요. 9주년 때 좀 기대해 보겠습니다.
오래 전부터 플레이해왔던 유저로서 이게 같이 성장해가고 있다는 느낌을 많이 받는데요. 거의 제 인생의 절반이 쿠키런이었다고 할 수 있을 정도로 저에게 많은 영향을 끼치고 있는 게임인데 9주년을 넘어 이제 달려갈 수 있다는 게 저에게 감사한 일인 것 같습니다.
Congratulations first to the Open Break team because without you, maybe I don't play any game and keep the good work.
อวยพรแล้วก็ขอให้ทีมงานพัฒนาเกมตลอดไปเรื่อยๆครับขอให้มีความสุข
계속 해오던 게임이 이렇게 오래 갈 줄은 저도 솔직히 상상도 못했는데 잘 성장했으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 9주년 축하드리고요. 2026년 경기도 꼭 진출하겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 벌써 9주년이 된 걸 축하드리고 앞으로 오래 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
9주년을 맞게 된 게 유저들의 민심을 잘 읽어서 장기적으로 온 게 정말 좋았던 것 같고 그런 말을 좀 전해드리고 싶습니다.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 곧 있으면 되는데 축하드리고요. 아쉬운 부분도 많지만 그래도 열심히 해주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
이제 9주년 나오면서 많은 뭐 이벤트들도 할 거니까 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
굉장히 잘 하고 있다 생각하고 앞으로도 운영해 줬으면 하는 마음입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 화이팅!
앞으로도 이런 다양한 이런 시도와 컨텐츠를 많이 짜주셔가지고 곧 다가오는 10주년도 저희들 많이 기대하고 있으니까 열심히 준비해 주시면 감사하고 하겠습니다.
쿠키런 9주년 너무 축하드리고 앞으로도 10주년, 20주년을 넘어서 좋은 게임과 다양한 쿠키들을 만나볼 수 있게 노력해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
많이 좀 게임이 커졌다라는 생각이 들거든요. 디렉터님께 정말 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고 9주년이고 내년 10주년, 20주년까지 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
키런 오븐 브레이크가 벌써 이게 9주년이라는 게 참 이게 시간 빠르기도 하고 11주년, 12주년 계속 연상해 나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 10주년까지 화이팅!
쿠키런 9년 동안 열심히 해주신 분들 너무 감사한 것 같고요. 앞으로도 이제 10주년까지 화이팅입니다.
9주년 정말 진심으로 축하드리고요. 앞으로도 오래오래 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Here's hoping for the next 10 years or maybe 20 years, if possible. So thank you for everything.
这是祝你们9周年，然后祝每一个玩家都玩得开心，这是，然后祝你们公司也就是靠这游戏赚多一点钱，然后希望有更多个9周年这样子。
9주년이면 이제 제가 18살인데 벌써 인생의 절반을 오븐브레이크와 함께하고 있습니다. 이거는 진짜 죽을 때까지 하고 싶은 게임이라서 아마 쿠키런이 사라지기 전까지 저는 안 접을 것 같아요. 파이팅!
祝你们可以越来越红吧。
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 9주년 너무 축하하고 50주년, 100주년까지 함께 갑시다.
제가 좋아하는 게임이 이렇게까지 오랜 시간 이루어졌다는 게 너무 기쁘고 개발자님들도
재밌는 콘텐츠 많이 만들어 주시면 계속 재밌게 플레이할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
쿠키런과 거의 학창 시절을 보냈는데 앞으로도 쭉 같이 보낼 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
저희 쿠키런 오븐브레이크 9주년 정말로 축하드리고요. 정말로 역사가 오래된 게임이죠. 쿠키런이 지금 자라나고 있는 그런 어린 분들한테도 많이 어필이 돼가지고 정말로 장수하는 게임 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
같이 이런 한 게임을 열정적으로 즐길 수 있는 사람들과 모여 있어서 정말 재밌었습니다.
ขอให้เกมอยู่กับเราไปนานๆนะครับ
너무 불철주야 고생을 많이 해서 너무 감사하다고 말씀을 드리고 싶고 내년 또 그 다음 후년에도 이상을 이어나갔으면 좋겠습니다.
今后我也会继续玩下去，今后我也会继续奔跑下去。
9주년도 쿠키런 파이팅!
10주년에서 이제 좀 더 나아가서 10주년, 20주년까지 앞으로 열심히 이제 게임하는 그런 쿠키런이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
쿠키런 오븐브레이크가 이제 9주년을 맞이했는데요. 저희 게임으로는 9년, 그리고 쿠키런 전체 세계로 하면 훨씬 긴 시간 동안 많은 유저분들께서 너무 많이 즐겨주셨어요. 이제 한 5년을 넘어서 9년, 10년 이렇게 가게 되면 굉장히 긴 시간이어서 유저분들의 삶에도 굉장히 많은 변화가 있었을 것 같고 그에 맞춰서 또 쿠키들의 세계에도 굉장히 많은 변화들이 있었잖아요. 유저분들의 삶에서 쿠키런 오븐브레이크가 굉장히 재밌는 역할들을 많이 했기를 바라고 지금까지 그 긴 시간 동안 즐겨주신 것에 대해서 굉장히 많은 감사를 드립니다. 앞으로 저희도 15년, 20년으로 계속 갈 테니까 많은 관심 그리고 꾸준한 플레이 부탁드리겠습니다.
연습한 대로만 보여주고 싶은 마음이 큰데 이게 경기장에 들어가면은 그게 잘 안 되더라고요. 그래도 일단 우승 노려봐야 되지 않을까요?
เป้าหมายก็เหมือนเดิมครับก็คือที่ 10,000 ดอลลาร์ครับแล้วเจอกันรอบหน้านะครับดินแดนอื่นๆมาเจอผมนะครับ
사실 작년에는 8강 탈락이라는 좋지 못한 성적으로 마무리하게 돼가지고 올해는 약간 좀 간절함이 훨씬 더 있었던 것 같습니다.
과연 이걸 한 달 더 할 수 있을까 하는 생각이 들지만 이번에 또 다시 선수분들의 열정을 너무나도 잘 느꼈습니다. 이제 그 선수분들을 대표하는 자리로서 또 최선을 다해서 끝까지 노력해 보도록 하겠습니다.
처음부터 목표는 제 플레이를 다 보여주는 게 목표였기 때문에 본선 때는 진짜 완전 열심히 해서 제 진짜 실력 한번 보여드리고 싶습니다.
参加的感想非常的紧张，真的是非常的紧张。我刚刚在台上真的是手一直在抖，出了蛮多失误的啦，但结果来讲还算是满意的。
쿠키런 실력파 크리에이터 정대기라고 합니다. 이번에 월챔에서는 외국 선수도 나오고 한국 선수도 나오는데 저희가 이제 한번 다 좀 혼내주도록 할 거고요.
这次很侥幸的获得了学生 A 组最硬的组别的第1名，就我还是会继续努力玩下去。
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. We just wrapped up Group A. We already have 2 players going on to the semifinals, and now we're moving on to Group B.
Yeah, it's time to find out who's going to be joining Jung Ho and Kim Gun-woo in the round of 4 tomorrow as we are moving at a lightning pace now,
Yes.
October. Already, that 8-player pool, it's down to 6, and we're about to eliminate 2 more players.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw a lot of the words that the players had to share after they qualified during the preliminaries. Obviously, most of them sounding very confident. Some of them, in fact, Jung Ho kind of leaving that line of like, I want to practice more to really show you what I got. And he did. He moves out in first seed in Group A. So I'm kind of curious how these players are looking here in Group B.
Yeah, I am very curious, especially seeing Chuang Tim in that interview talking about how when he's playing, his hands are always shaking. It's hard for him to deliver a good performance when he's on stage. But then you look at his gameplay, and it doesn't feel that way. In the preliminaries, he really impressed me with how rock solid he was. He was one of the players who, if memory serves, just didn't feel like they were making a lot of mistakes. Maybe not like the most exciting or flashy moves, but thus far, I mean, from the preliminaries all the way to today, it feels like stability and safety over everything else is the more, even though it's more conservative, you're not going to have the highest scores. It feels like a really good way of getting through these, you know, kind of cutthroat groups.
Exactly. Especially in a round-robin format as well, right? Because you're racing against different people have different strengths, so perhaps a little bit of that safety, you know, the high-risk, high-reward, maybe you try to save that for the BO5s, the BO7s, try to get a lead there, but honestly, it doesn't matter what strategy you've cooked up, etc. You just have to make sure you're in good form. I really think the biggest thing that a lot of these players are experiencing is being able to focus on their game when you're here on stage, and that's where experience is going to become a factor here. We saw Kukushi in one of those interviews earlier saying, you know, last year he kind of fell at the quarterfinals. Oh, we got a runner training to go forward.
Did they, were they playing and they just hide their phone?
Yeah,
like, you are not casting my gameplay.
Didn't want to be outed. Didn't want to be outed on stream.
Oh my goodness! Imagine the Korean commentator just start. Oh, this guy just had 3 collisions in 15 seconds. What on earth?
Imagine
oh, look at this! We got another one.
Okay, we're going through it. Imagine if you collide right as the camera catches you.
Oh, all right, we got the speed boost now coming. Oh, that's a lot of jellies.
Oh, they just realized. They just realized.
No.
He's like, no.
I just missed a lot of jellies. Guys, do not look at this. It's like, wait. Wait, this is my opportunity. Actually, Chober, I can showcase exactly what I've got.
He's like, nah. Oh, man. I mean,
that's
hey,
so funny.
That's the best thing to do, though, while you're here. But hey, guess what? While you're logged in, there you go. He's ready for it.
He's putting in the code.
He's ready for it.
He's putting in the code. It's 1,000 crystals. Everybody in the chat. Way to the final run.
Ooh.
Follow what this guy is doing on screen right now. You can type that code in. You can get 1,000 crystals. That's so funny.
That's great.
Oh, the camera crew is so on point today. That is awesome.
Dude, this guy knew exactly what was happening. He's like, yo, here you go. Here's my 1,000 crystals. There you go.
I got the code. I got the crystals. That's so funny.
W camera directors.
Oh, that is awesome. This code only available for 2 hours from
Look
now.
At everybody. Everybody's on their phones. Yeah, 2 hours, like you were saying.
Actually, if this is right, Trober, it is currently 18:42. If that time is right, this might be over an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So make sure you punch this thing in
Do
right
it right now.
As everybody's doing. You don't want to miss
I'm
it on this
doing
code. It's 1,000 crystals. I can see that you're doing it.
Yeah, wait to the final run. See if the cameras get us, because I gotta log in. Hold on, I didn't have it loaded up. I was too busy focusing on the actual broadcast. But way to the final run, 1,000 crystals.
Yeah. Way to the final run. All caps. I can see you getting ready to put that in.
My phone's old, man. It's loaded up. Come on. Get me in there. Get me in the game. All right, here we go. I can get there. No, I already did my predictions. Let me go. You
gotta claim your login reward too, Trevor. Don't forget.
I gotta do that too.
Do not forget.
Hold on. Here we go. All right, the players are going to be walking out here as we introduce.
It's okay, Trevor. You focus on the phone.
All right, thank you. You got this.
Sickduck and Chuang Tim making their way onto the stage right now. Some nice camaraderie for them. Big high five as they take their seats with the trophy right behind them. And Trevor, I see that you have locked in the code. I am now going to lock in the code myself.
Okay,
you take over for just a moment.
Listen, I got the 1,000 crystals. I'm good to go. I'm feeling nice and ready for this matchup. And what a way to kick things off here in Group B. Another stacked group. I mean, honestly, again, first or second place in your regional preliminaries. Sure, it showcases how you did at the arena, but it really comes down to how you perform today. And we're starting off with the 2 global players here in Group B. We've got Sickduck going up against Chuang Tim. And Sickduck, after he won the preliminaries, we saw that in the video, he said, well, I'm coming for first place. I'm coming for the $10,000. He's ready to take all of the prizes here at the World Championship.
I mean, that interview happened after he qualified through the preliminaries, and I'm sure they're asking him, are you satisfied with getting into the round of A? And his answer is just a resounding no. He is here for glory. He is here to be a champion, and there's been a lot of time between those preliminaries and now to prepare and to train we saw that earlier from Jungho. Everybody knew that he's a
Yes.
respectable, competitive player coming into today, but he blew Jungdex and Kim Gun-woo out of the water on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. That is a map that I guarantee he was practicing so much as there's fans. Fans here for Sick Duck in the crowd.
Yeah, we got a Sick Duck fan here in the crowd cheering on.
Emphatically.
Sick Duck, you love to see it. You love to see it. Some local support here for Sick Duck, even though he's flying in for this tournament, going for first place.
But it's exciting. I feel like the power level that we saw. Oh, he's like, oh, was that on screen? Oh, no.
Yeah, here we go. They're saying, my friend Sick Duck, let's go.
Yeah.
Cheering on Sick Duck. Again, it's no surprise, right? Sick Duck, another player that's kind of been around the block a little bit.
Honestly.
Oh, and there you go. He's telling you how to get the extra tokens for confirming that you're watching the broadcast. You go in-game, you go to the Events tab, you click on the World Championship, you click Watch, and then it will secure you the extra tokens as well.
There you go. All the text coming in right now, man. The audience MVPs right now with the points coming through. We love to see it, but just back to quickly wrap up the point I was making earlier, Trevor. I feel like the power level that we saw from everybody during the preliminaries does not quite indicate where they are at right now. As we saw with Jungho, as we saw with Kim Gun-woo, is the map reveal now coming in. Sick Duck versus Strong Tim. I feel like we're going. Oh wait. Oh, they
just
baited us
teased
a little bit.
They teased it.
But I saw the image. I think that was Boiling Stock Village. I'm not sure. We're going to find out in a minute. The best score certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like it, and it indicates it. Listen, the best score is neck and neck as well, so you know that they've been putting in pretty much all of the same amount of time that they can on all these maps. Now, in terms of map expertise, that kind of shows us just what they think of their own expertise here, and Sick Duck not looking too confident. Only a 65%, perhaps not one of his stronger maps. You know, some of them kind of basing it just off of the highest scores that everyone has, some of them basing it off of their own feel. But Chuang Tim, he's okay here. 75%, he's feeling all right about Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, he might be a little bit more confident, but I see the best score right now. It is dead even. I know what Sick Duck is capable of. I feel like this is going to be a very close match regardless of the confidence levels, and I love the smack talk coming in too. Chuang Tim says, you're my biggest rival, let's do our best. And Sick Duck says, how do you want to finish the day, Chuang Tim? Utter defeat and in tears?
Oh my gosh. Listen, you already beat him in the regional preliminaries. You don't have to do this again, Sick Duck.
Nah, I love it. Amp it up. We are going to Boiling Stock Village. We read the image, right? Yugua Cookie, Orange Cookie, and all those destruction points gonna be on the table. The players, this was, I think, the most detested map during the preliminaries. A lot of folks are not fans of destruction points, but honestly, for me, as a viewer, I love it.
It's great. I mean, there's so much going on, too, right? And it really keeps you on your toes because the swings and the points can go so wide depending on where you're using your skills, who's getting what destruction points. So let's see, first of all, if there is a different loadout here. Of course, usually no changes in the match candy here. Always going to be the 10,000 destruction points. But moving on, we are both going for Yellow Bear Jellies here.
Yeah, it seems like the player pool is kind of split here on Boiling Stock Village. Half of them seem to like the Yellow Bear Jellies with the second cookie, so they like the extra destruction points. But in this case, both our players, Sick Duck and Chuang Tim, favoring the Yellow Bear Jellies here in the latter part of the map.
Ooh, so we'll see. It really comes down. We'll also have to keep an eye on it. Like we saw Kim Gun-woo, does one of them maybe save the extra skill usage of the Orange Cookie towards the later part of the run, or do you use it all pretty much over the lava? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, you start off with the Yugua Cookie. Again, reminder, these are best of ones. The maps are pre-drawn, but they are randomly drawn. The players know what they'll have to play, but not everyone gets to play the same map, so you really want to get the early wins. And Sick Duck versus Chuang Tim. Sick Duck, of course, beating him in the regional preliminaries to take the first seed. But Chuang Tim looking for redemption, looking for revenge. This is the opening match of Group B here at the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
Boiling Stock Village is loading up. Sick Duck on top, Chuang Tim on bottom as we kick off the second half of the day today. Here in the round of 8, Group B, who is going to be emerging victorious in the opening match?
Yeah, of course, we warned about some of the collisions that we saw during the preliminaries earlier here in the opening section. Hopefully, we're not seeing too much of that. Chuang Tim did get an extra object destroyed, I believe, in that very opening run, so a slight lead right now.
Yeah, nice lead there for Chuang Tim. A lot of these matches here at Boiling Stock Village, I feel like from the very beginning of the preliminaries, the gaps were pretty big in terms of who wins and who loses, but as we moved on and as the skill got tougher, it's been so close. So having 700,000 points right now as Chuang Tim's got to be feeling really good.
Yeah, both teams slightly different builds as well so far on exactly when they're activating their skill, but also therefore how they're positioning themselves. So Chuang Tim taking a slightly different route so far, but that does secure him the lead here in the early section.
Yeah, double jump coming in from Sikduk. We have those extra destruction points. I'm liking the build right now from Sikduk, but it seems like Chuang Tim is just going tit for tat. It's been a very stable 800,000 or so point lead. A little bit of a shake of the head there as Chuang Tim is that 800K goes down to 600K, perhaps not executing that quite as well as he wanted.
Yeah, missing a couple of the giant pear jellies as well, but so far you still have the lead. That's what you want to focus on as we go through another part of the activation through the run here on the Tiger.
Ooh, two more giant bear jellies get missed there by Chuang Tim. That starts to add up. These columns, it's hard to get every single one, and this can be a real difference maker.
Yeah, so far still keeping up, still missing another one as well. So an extra one lost, another extra one lost compared to Sikduk, and that eventually closes the gap all the way down to 2,000 points. So Chuang Tim might have been ahead on the destruction, but he's losing out on a lot of the given points through the jellies.
Yeah, Sikduk just a little bit better there with the giant yellow bear jellies, and now we have basically a fresh new game. It is hardly any difference at all in score. 68 points right now as we head into the second stage.
That's crazy. I've never seen that kind of gap in any of our races, like in any section. Surely it changes, but 68 points? That's insane!
Yeah, we're nearly single digits, Chobra. It's absolutely wild. And both players right now, they are perfect here in the second stage. So I wonder if we're going to go back down to 68 points. It seems like Sikduk might be a little bit ahead for a moment, but it is still so close.
Yeah, and now, of course, as we go through here on the Tiger as well, the points will continue to fluctuate. Both of them just maximizing their usage, the double jump, both of them landing onto that giant pear jelly, so getting the distance that they want.
We've got about a 14,000 point lead there a moment ago for Chuang Tim, so it is still neck and neck, and these skill activations coming in, they're very difficult to get every single one of these meteors coming through.
Yeah, we're seeing Chuang Tim try to maximize it as much as possible, still keeps the lead for just a little bit. We'll see if he's able to secure it all the way to the end, though. Both of them now down to one, charging back up to 2 uses here of the slam.
I think Chuang Tim was just a little bit better there on those meteors. Might have gotten maybe 300,000 or 400,000 more destruction points, and now the extra skill activations coming in. Sikduk, it seems like he is able to close that gap, but is it going to be enough, actually?
Yeah, Sikduk had some nice uses there in that second wave of uses on the Orange Cookie Slam, but is it going to be enough? Like you said, you're still on the same number of charges. You're not saving an extra one for the latter part with the NPCs, so we'll see if he's able to find a way to catch up as we see a 1,000,000 point lead, 700,000 here for Chuang Tim.
Yeah, it's starting to get quite stable, but there is still a lot of map left to be played. Double jumps now coming in. You don't want to miss any of these giant bear jellies as Tim.
Yeah, we do see Sikduk still collecting more jellies, I believe, overall. That's how he's trying to keep up in this race. We'll see if that's going to be enough. The last use is coming in. Now no charges. We go back to one more charge ready to go. The last sections of this race, the score continues to fluctuate in between the two, trying to collect as many as possible. Can you get the last jumps, the last use of the destruction, and jumping all the way forward? And that'll secure the win for Chuang Tim with 1,000,000 points.
What a close match that was, Chobra. It was neck and neck all the way through to the very end, but Chuang Tim just able to clutch it out with a little bit more jellies collected there right at the finish line. My goodness, we entered into that second stage with a 68-point difference. Chuang Tim, I feel like overall in the second stage, the timings were just better with the destruction points, specifically on the meteors. Every time we entered a meteor stage, I feel like by the time we left it, it was maybe plus 200K, plus 300K there for Chuang Tim. He was able to time that out perfectly. He had the wonderful build that secured the victory, 1,000,000 points. It was really close, but at the end of the day, it's about the dub, and he's going to write his name on the board here for Group B.
The Group B winners board. Chuang Tim will leave his mark as the first player. making sure. Oh, he's got a full drawing. Oh my God! Is that a duck? Is that a duck?
Oh, that duck is more than sick.
Oh, that duck is more than sick. That is foul. That is foul, Chuang Tim. Not even his own signature. That's crazy.
Oh, that's out of pocket. Oh, the disrespect coming in from Chuang Tim. You know it's all in good fun. He walked over and gave Sick Duck a big hug, but oh, I love that. I love that so much.
Oh, man.
Already a lot of character coming in here from Group B.
Oh, you know he's been thinking about it too.
Yeah.
You know he's been thinking about it. They're good friends, but hey, it is a competition, and at the end of the day, you can see it. The obstacles destroyed 11. I mean, on a map like Boiling Stock, that will make the difference. Already the 3 million lead right there here in favor of Chuang Tim. Of course, we saw Sick Duck trying to catch up overall in the jellies, but it just wasn't enough. It's a destruction-based map.
It absolutely is, and Chuang Tim just seemed to have the better build in terms of destruction there in the second stage. He missed a lot of the giant bear jellies in the first stage, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter when you execute like that.
Yeah. Oh, man. And just giving a shout out to Chuang Tim. Listen, if you've made it this far by beating me, you better just win the whole thing. And, you know, oftentimes competitors will feel that way. It's okay, well, at least if you win, it's like, I lost to the champion. You know, I lost against the toughest competitor. So you're kind of cheering on your ex-opponents.
All right, seems like the next player is getting ready to take the stage here in Group B.
Man, what a way to kick things off already. So Chuang Tim, for now, Tim getting that, you know, advantage, the revenge a little bit against Sick Duck, but it is a round robin. So we'll see if he's able to keep that lead, because it is not going to be an easy group. We've actually got some crowd favorites on the other side here. The next matchup is going to be Jinju and Kukushi, and they got a lot of fans during the preliminaries as they enter the stage. Jinju on the right, Kukushi on the left. Oh, never mind. Jinju on the left, Kukushi on the right. You love it. Both going for the pose together. A little friendly rivalry here.
Group B's fun, man.
It's fun. I
love how much emoting we've had from these guys
already
thus far, and we're about to start match number 2. Group B's popping.
Oh, there it is! The space donut. He brought it out. I was about to say he's not bringing it out, but he actually asked the staff to bring it out, especially here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta have your hands free to do the emote with your partner, right? It's like, staff, guys, please, just bring this to me. I need it. It's my comfort space donut.
Exactly.
But I gotta do this first.
Yeah, all right. You got to make sure that you have your sign ready to go. And Jinju means pearl actually in Korean.
Oh, does it?
They're just kind of cheering him on by saying he's the pearl in the sky, aka their star here. Oh, he's taking pictures. He's taking pictures of his supporters. That's great. Oh, man. Lots of fans for Jinju, actually. We're seeing lots of different fans cheering him on here from the crowd. You love to see it.
I mean, Jinju was so impressive in the preliminary.
Oh, Kukushi yawning. He's not even phased. Okay, I like it.
We got an energetic bunch.
Yeah, Group B is spicy. I am all for it. Now, Kukushi, for those who don't remember, or maybe you weren't here, he's the one who kind of gave us that speech after winning the regional preliminaries about what Cookie Run meant for him. You know, this is how he met his longtime girlfriend. He's met so many friends through Cookie Run as well, and he wishes that more people could experience the community around Cookie Run Oven Break. So you love to see it that he's here to represent what this game means to him.
Yeah, it really is a wonderful community, and Jinju also has a lot of fans right now in the crowd. He was the guy that was able to deserve.
Yeah. Oh, that's Kukushi's girlfriend.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Okay.
It says, "I love you, Kukushi," right there with that sign. I mean, we got a wholesome audience. We got wholesome players most of the time, but
yeah, most of the time.
It's been a very fun day so far.
Oh boy, lots of support, lots of close friends. We've got, you know, your lovers here cheering you on. We had family earlier cheering you on.
Space Donuts here.
Space Donuts here cheering you on.
We've been waiting for the Space Donut. I actually checked the merch store downstairs, and I did not see a Space Donut. Maybe it'll be there tomorrow.
Okay.
I would like to get one of these myself.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk to Jinju about that. You know?
Where did you?
Yeah,
where exactly do I acquire a Space Donut
what's
plushie?
your source?
I already have a Ginger Brave at home, but I could use a Space Donut.
A Space Donut does sound nice. Looks so comfy, too.
Honestly, it looks like the most delicious donut. I'm just going to say that. I mean, like the sprinkles and everything, the frosting. Well, I'm not going to eat the plushie, but I'm just saying, if I had a Space Donut.
Okay.
Imagine the flavor. It's from space. It could taste like anything. I don't know what space food tastes like, Chober. It might be really good. It might be really bad.
But it is mysterious.
It's
new.
mysterious, and the
Yeah?
mysterious, that's part of the fun.
It does look nice with the sprinkles on it, of course. It's got a nice color palette here for the Space Donut. Looks like Kukushi wanting to use the full headsets. I think everyone will want to hear because we've got the speakers bumping for the crowd as well.
Did they bring proper printouts?
Yeah,
Look
they
at
brought out their own
this.
posters. These are nice.
Those things look expensive. That's hot.
Yeah, they look good quality. Yeah, exactly. The left side just saying, hey, this year's going to be different. Jinju going for another run here. The right side so just saying, cheering on from their guild here.
Yeah, Jinju, the young rookie, he was the one who took down Jundux in pretty impressive fashion during the prelims. I think he already had a lot of fans, but he got a lot more after that, as we have another Jinju fan here in the crowd.
Yeah, we have a lot of fans here just keeping track of the run so far, but let's look at this coming in to this first matchup in the round robin. It's best of ones round robin. And going into this map, we're seeing a big difference in the map expertise. Kukushi not particularly enjoying whatever map's coming up here.
Yeah, 40% is by far the least confidence we've had from any player on a map. And so I'm so curious what the map is gonna be, because at 40%, I'm not sure, Chobra.
40% on what appears to be Beneath the Lilies.
What?
Okay, so
in what world do you have a 40% confidence on Beneath the Lilies?
You know what's crazy is he has a better personal best as well. So it's like Kukushi just perhaps not being as confident. Maybe he feels so confident on the other maps that he's not as confident here on Beneath the Lilies, but it's going to be going up against Jinju, who's feeling okay about this. He gives himself a 70% expertise proficiency here on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, well, we've seen from honestly everybody, because everybody had to play this a bunch of the prelims, how close the matches can be here on Beneath the Lilies. And for Kukushi and for Jinju, I'm wondering who can be more perfect, because I feel like with these two, it's gonna come down to the wire. Beneath the Lilies already, it's one of the easier maps that we have in the pool, but we talk about this a lot in the prelims. When you play on these easy maps, it doesn't mean that the competition gets easier. It means you need to be more perfect to be on par with your opponent. So I'm so curious. Looking at the builds, completely identical, plus 500 point jelly for both of them on the first cookie, on the second cookie. So it's gonna be raw execution.
Yeah, exactly. It is all about keeping it as clean as possible. Jinju, just with the earphones, doesn't care if he hears the rumble or the cheers of the crowd. Meanwhile, Kukushi wanting to get locked in, putting on the noise-canceling headset there to make sure that he is in his zone. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue on with the second match here in Group B. Jinju versus Kukushi in their opening matches to see who will get the first win, who can get a lead here in the round robin on the road to 2 or 3 wins to try to get to the top 4 of the World Championship. Jinju versus Kukushi.
Korean versus Korean here in Group B. Jinju on top, Kukushi on bottom as Beneath the Lilies is loading in. And I am so excited to get started with this one. Both these players' first appearance here in the round of 8.
Yeah, here at this arena in front of the crowd. Of course, during the preliminaries, they were in the studio, but we didn't have a crowd ready to cheer them on as everyone, both of them collecting all of the Lotus Gems so far.
I think they might have both been perfect up until this point. I see a 4,200 point difference, so maybe...
collision
Jinju!
From Jinju. He raises his hand.
He raises his hand. There might be an issue with
He
his
wants a review,
device.
but for now we continue on. For now we have to continue on. We will see what might be going on here, but for now the race does not stop. That's the nature of Cookie Run, as we see Kukushi still keeping things nice and clean.
Yeah, and for Kukushi right now, you just got to defend, because I wonder what the issue might be here for Jinju. He raised his hand immediately upon that collision, but because he raised his hand, he had a second collision behind that. So eventually this is going to come down to probably an admin decision in terms of it's a proper reason for us to regame or not. But as it is right now, looking at the map, it seems like Kukushi just has a tremendous advantage.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a big collision like that, and the biggest thing is, of course, you're lower on meter, right? You took the collision, you took the hit. So while Jinju's playing very well afterwards, for now it's going to be very tough for him to catch up, but we'll see. Let's keep a track on how the rest of this race goes on. We'll have to wait for after the race to see if there will be a review. But so far, Jinju has been playing the rest of the race very clean as well.
He's been playing it very clean, and the score is very close, but the important thing is just the energy levels. It doesn't matter if it's only a 1.7 million lead, because You know, Kukushi's going to have so much more time to cover distance. That is 2 collisions. That is a lot of energy down the drain. And for Kukushi, you're comfortable knowing that no matter what, you are probably not going to lose on this map. The worst case scenario is a possible regame. So just do your best. Look at this as potentially a practice with literally no risk.
Yeah, just going straight clean here, and both of them only skipping 1 Lotus Gem on the lily pads for safety. Kukushi still keeping nice and clean. No errors really on his part. And Jinju making sure he can try to catch up. Misses 2 more Lotus Gems as well, but of course running out of the meter. So for now, we will be focusing mostly on Kukushi, as otherwise there really isn't any chance, right? Unless there's something of review, there isn't really a chance for Jinju to try to catch up, as Kukushi missing a Lotus Gem himself, but he will go for the transformation just about at the right distance.
Yeah, Kukushi basically doing a victory lap right now as we have the size up coming in, going for this big drop column, able to get absolutely everything. And for Jinju, you got to think that even notwithstanding the early collisions, he's got to be thrown off a little bit because he's switching to the Ion Cookie so early.
Yeah, it
I know these
changes
players,
so
they
much.
practice so much. If you're practicing at home, I guarantee that first collision comes in, you're not going to practice a collision run. You're going to regame. You're going to try and play perfectly. So it's going to be a very awkward feeling being at this energy level with this cookie at this stage of the map.
Yeah, especially with the Ion Cookie robot, right? Because it changes all your timings on when you're phasing up and transforming and all of that. So it is going to be a little tough. Kukushi did get a little lax, you know, perhaps looking at the point difference and thinking like, okay, you know, more or less for this run at the very least, I should be fine. But I gotta say, like, just in case, you know, maybe it's a rematch or even in the future matches, I do think it's important to try to stay locked in. You don't want to get too lax here on the stage, so Kukushi still should make the most of the remainder of this race to make sure that he can go all the way through. For now, we'll just wait for Kukushi to wrap up the race, and then we will wait an admin decision here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Kukushi taking map number 1, barring an admin decision, as we will find out exactly what the issue was there with Jinju's device. We have had regames in the past on preliminaries.
Well, yeah, we're not even sure if it's a device thing, right? So we'll have to wait to see. We'll just wait to hear. But for now, Kukushi does take the win. And we do have admins checking in with Jinju on stage. So we will await a decision. But for now, we did still have a winner. So winner of this race, Kukushi, so far. We will be waiting for a review to see if something needs to happen. Kukushi's still putting up the 1 right there, saying, hey, all right, well, I still got my W. See if he gets to keep it.
Yeah, and Kukushi honestly looked really good on that map. It's possible that he was so locked in while playing that he wouldn't even have noticed his opponent raise his hand. He's like, oh, 1.5 million. I wonder what that's from.
I mean, yeah, you probably presume a collision happened, but you're definitely not trying to be bothered by what's going on stage. But Kukushi looking nice and lax.
He's trying to look cool, but
yeah, he's not exactly a juggler. That's what we know. He's a runner, but he's not a juggler.
Yeah, I think it's a hot pack that he's passing around. It has cooled down significantly here in Korea, and especially an arena like this one with the AC pumping. It's good if you're playing. You want to keep your hands nice and warm, but yeah, definitely not a juggler. It's with one beanbag. I don't think it's supposed to be difficult yet.
That's also true. That's also true. But Kukushi for now, getting that win. We'll see. We are waiting. It does look like the admins are reviewing what happened, and we'll get a decision soon.
Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we find out exactly what the issue is. But Kukushi looking really solid, like they're right there, regardless of what the outcome of the admin decision is. And I'm feeling like, you know, if you're Jinju in this position, even if you get a regame, it's got to be a little bit jarring playing a run to completion where everything just feels so off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you still want to go through it just in case, but obviously it's tough. It's tough to stay locked in, and it is going to be a mental battle one way or another. Of course, regardless, it's also a long day. You've got to go through 3 best-of-1s here against different opponents to see if you can make sure that you get enough wins to move on. But welcome back. That's us on the camera. As we await, I was just trying to lean forward to see what's going on stage. It looks like there's still a little bit of a discussion going on with the admin. So we'll await for the final official call.
Yeah, I like the stadium because I get to watch and see what's actually happening on stage. It's a rare treat. It's a rare treat in esport. Yeah, we're still waiting for the admins to eventually make their decision. I'm sure that will be coming pretty soon. But as it is right now, Jinju and Kukushi both staying at their respective seats. So I think a rematch certainly is in the realm of possibility.
Yeah, well, again, we'll just wait. We'll wait for the official call here, and then we'll update you guys. But for now, we are waiting in match 2 between Kukushi and Jinju. Of course, we've already had one match so far where Tim got his revenge win against Sickduck. So Sickduck, another big favorite, currently with a 1-loss record in this group. So this group's already starting a little spicy, just like Group A.
Yeah, I mean, Sickduck versus Chuang Tim is always going to be a little bit of a coin flip in terms of who wins and who loses, but yeah, for Sickduck, as we were talking about there in Group A, like when King Konu lost, it's really tough to be starting a group with 1 loss just because the competition is so fierce. If you go down 0-2 or even 1-2, your odds of advancing into the round of 4 are very, very thin. And so for Sickduck from here on out, he has to be nearly perfect if he wants a very safe and solid spot in that round of 4, barring any tiebreakers.
And it does look like we might be going through a full review here to set up for a rematch, I believe. So I think we're just going through a full tech check to make sure that we don't have any similar situations here. But we had a tech issue on one of the stations, and we will be going through a rematch. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to still have to go through to see who actually comes out victorious between Jinju and Kukushi.
Yeah, and I mean, it happened so early in the level, and he just immediately raised his hand. I did have the impression that something had probably gone wrong, and so the admin and the tech team right now, they're just going to make sure that this kind of issue does not happen again in the rematch, because nobody, especially not Jinju, nobody wants to go through that once more.
Well, no, definitely not, yeah. Yeah, so we'll wait for that. We'll do a full check on stage, and then we'll get right back into the game as soon as it's ready. So please bear with us. But now, I've been waiting to ask you this question, State.
Oh, yeah.
We have 2 giant cookies on either side of the stage. We've already kind of seen them on some of the shots. You guys might have seen them at home as well. Now, under the Korean casters, we have the new Milky Way cookie and the spinach cookie. And under us, we've got carrot cookie and cocoa cookie. Who wins?
Who wins?
Who wins?
Who wins?
I don't know in what, but who wins? The Korean casters or us with our 2 cookie guardians?
I think that depends on a lot of factors, Trevor. I don't think it's just simple. I didn't even know. I didn't even get a look at our cookies because they're below us. I can't see them, but every time I look at the Korean casters who are across the way here on the stage, I do see the Milky Way cookie. I do see the spinach cookie. Honestly, I feel like maybe the Korean casters have a speed. The spinach cookie's pretty good. Those destruction points coming in.
Are you downplaying carrot and cocoa?
I mean, carrots are pretty nice. They're healthy. They're good for your vision, aren't they? I don't know. I mean, spinach. I even like spinach in my pizzas. I'm going to take the spinach cookie.
Wow. It's not even the Milky Way cookie? You think the spinach cookie clears?
Well, I mean, I bet you the space donut, it might exist in the Milky Way. That is the galaxy. So they might have the space donut as an extra perk.
Oh, the Milky Way cookie can recruit the space donut.
I mean, it might not even be a recruitment. It might literally possess the space donut. There are a lot of factors that I think you haven't considered.
Oh, okay.
The carrot cookie, I'm not really sure what we got going for that.
Well, I was going to say that we win because it's winter time's coming up and cocoa cookie clears, but...
Oh, maybe, but...
I see that you're not a big fan.
What does a carrot do in the winter? You know, do they even grow in the winter? It might be. I'm not a farmer. I don't know when carrot cookies grow, but it might be. Now, I'm going with the spinach cookie. That was a very good question.
All right. Okay. You're pretty adamant about this.
I had to think on my feet about that for a moment, but yeah, I'm going to go with the spinach cookie. I feel like it's the healthier option. I feel like maybe the health benefits of carrots have been a little bit overblown by the media. We're not sure. I'm not a food scientist. I know you're not. I doubt a lot of the folks in the chat are. But spinach, I think it's a no-brainer. Plus the destruction points if we're going to the cookie run aspect of things.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
I'm gonna go with the Korean casters. I think they chose the correct side.
That's true. There's also 3 of them versus 2 of us. I don't know what we'd be competing in, but I feel
like
they
get a third cookie.
Ooh, yeah,
they
should get a third.
Well, if they get a third cookie, we have no chance.
Then we definitely lose. Yeah,
we have no chance.
Yeah, then we
Maybe
would
that's where the
definitely
space donut comes in. I'm not sure.
Jinju is sitting on that side of the stage, so he does have the space donut.
The things you discuss on air when you're waiting for the next match.
This is an important issue. You know, we also have life-size cookies actually walking around somewhere in this building.
Yeah, I imagine they were going to be a part of the show, but I actually have not seen them yet. I wonder.
Maybe
I saw a gigantic gingerbread. Or
I wonder if there's like a
Ginger Brave, excuse me.
Well,
now I'm thinking about winter.
Yeah, he is a gingerbread, but
Yes.
I do wonder if maybe they're part of one of the events that the fans can engage in, like a little Easter egg hunt. You
Yeah,
gotta find the cookies.
there actually is a lot happening. We have on the first floor, because we're on like the 14th floor of this building. That is where the studio
Yes.
is. It is quite impressive here at the Splex Center Arena. And on the first floor, they have a merch shop with all kinds of goods here for the cookie run. I think the Ginger Brave is getting sold. I'm not sure what other merch exactly is being sold.
There
but
was
my
quite a
eyes were
few, yeah.
on the Ginger Brave. And then actually coming in, I can't remember which floor it was, but there was also that exhibition of the new level building mode, which looked really cool.
The map maker mode. I'm excited for that.
Thank you.
I'm excited for that because I've engaged, not professionally, but just for fun in other games with some map making as well. But I think with Cookie Run, now you too can become a diabolical map creator, just like the devs themselves, right? You can kind of give it back to them and be like, well, let's see if you can beat this one, right? You do have to make it possible, obviously, to get through the run, but I think that's kind of exciting because now you're thinking about how you've gone through some of the maps the devs have created and then trying to incorporate that technique. So I'm very curious what the overall Cookie Run universe can come up with the map maker mode.
Yeah, I actually didn't have this on my radar until I showed up today, and they had that wonderful showcase, and I was looking at it, and the tools are very impressive.
Yes.
Like they absolutely spent a lot of time making sure that was ready. I can't wait to see what the community cooks up.
Yeah, exactly.
Because,
no, I'm excited.
Yeah, when you don't have to make things nice and fair and balanced like a developer does, you can have a lot of fun.
Yes, yeah, you can go a little bit crazy.
Terrifying bear jelly for us with something. Wait.
Yeah, someone comes up with horrifying bear jelly for us. It's just
we got a lot of adjectives. I mean, it's almost Halloween. We got a lot of adjectives that are pretty close to terrifying.
Yeah, you can like name it yourself. Yeah, add descriptions. There was a lot. If you missed it, it was at the beginning of the stream. You can either rewind during one of the breaks or you can watch it at the end. I'm sure they'll upload it separately as well. There was like a live demonstration on stage with one of the developers, developer Hui, who was actually showcasing what she had worked on. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are ready. We are going through a rematch between Jinju and Kukushi. Tech check is completed. Both players locked in again. And we start once more with match number 2, Jinju versus Kukushi, to see who gets their first win in Group B.
All right, folks, it is finally time to resume the action. Jinju on top, Kukushi on bottom as we run it back here on Beneath the Lilies. Or Boiling Song Village? I'm lost.
Yeah, Beneath the Lilies.
Thank you.
The Lilies. It's definitely not boiling.
It was a long break. Yeah.
It was, yeah. Imagine if it was boiling Beneath the Lilies. That'd be scary.
So, wait, this isn't like Boiling Song Village at all.
But for now, nice clean starts. The Lotus Gems all... Ooh, one Lotus Gem being missed by Jinju, but this time it is on his own, so he is going to have to continue to try to redeem those points elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like the early lead going Kukushi's way as more Lotus Gem collection coming in. We're going to be threading the needle a little bit here as we skip past these frogs. Both players able to make this look so easy, getting every single one of the Lotus Gems in. I'm wondering if Jinju now at minus 1.5 million is going to try and fish for a little bit of greed with destruction points as he misses another Lotus Gem.
It starts to add up though, right? That's the key point of this map. And otherwise, sure, like you want to maximize destruction with a spinach cookie and things like that, but you're playing against the best. I don't know if he has too many options, but we'll see. For now, he is going to have to greed. He's going to have to maximize his destruction here. Goes for the first one and all the way to the end. He gets it, but so does Kukushi.
I think he got one more spike at the very end, but the result, looking at it, it's still plus 2.3 million here for Kukushi, so that's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb here for Jinju.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot. I do believe he's going to have to try to greed to get every single Lotus Gem here on the lily pads. We'll see if he can succeed or if he's even comfortable trying it.
There is a possibility. You get a lot of opportunities here on this map. Say Kukushi misses one of those big drops or messes up on the lily pads. That is a path where Jinju, if he plays perfectly, can find victory, but right now that lead, it's looking very strong here for Kukushi as we head to the lilies.
Yeah, here we go. Both of them going nice and clean so far. Kukushi skipping one or two total so far. Jinju trying to maximize as much as possible, so he's doing his best to try to catch up.
Yeah, I kind of like the approach there from Kukushi. You know that you have this gigantic lead to work with, so just play it as safe as possible. You can even skip 2 of those Lotus Gems as he does, because it's really about not making any big glaring mistakes here, just defending.
Yeah, another extra Lotus Gem being missed by Jinju, and all these small mistakes are starting to add up. Both of them still get the nice drop here as Spinach Cookie, but already a bigger gap here. Kukushi trying to favor the distance instead of trying to greed for that Lotus Gem, and he'll be able to keep his lead so far.
Yeah, distance basically equivalent to both of them as we come into the size up, and the big drop down here on the column. And oh man, both players, I think, missed at least 3 or 4 there. So might have been an opportunity for Jinju, but at the end of the day, they both miss all of those Lotuses.
Yeah, imagine if Jinju had hit it clean, he might be able to try to start catching up, but so far, just equal mistakes ever since the first section here, and that means Kukushi keeps the lead now at 6 million points.
Yeah, and with these jumps coming in, there isn't that much of a level left to close a 6+ million point gap here. So for Jinju, you're kind of hoping that Kukushi drops the ball, maybe gets impaled by one of these wasps, takes some damage, because otherwise it's looking like Kukushi is going to win this rematch.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Bear Jellies being missed, Bear Jelly Parties being missed, Lotus Gems being missed, and it's all starting to add up. And it's just not looking too hot here for Jinju as the gap continues to widen in favor of Kukushi.
Yeah, Jinju maybe a little bit tilted right now. This is not going his way. Usually on Beneath the Lilies, we have very close scores coming all the way to the end, but as the timer ticks down, as the energy runs out, it's going to be 10.6 million points in the advantage here of Kukushi.
And a dominant win, even in the rematch. Kukushi showcasing why he was able to get through the Plains region in first place, proving dominance over the first seed from the Ocean region, takes down Jinju, and gets his first W.
Yeah, first match for both these players here in Group B, as Kukushi will join Sick Duck as being the only undefeated players thus far here in this group. They are both 1-0, and for Kukushi, he won his region, and he is off to a very strong start here in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, really, really solid start. Looking unfazed. You know, sometimes you can, even if it's, of course, a fair call, you can be a little bit bothered by something like a rematch. But either way, Kukushi looking nice and comfy here on the stage. And he's looking ready to try to dominate the rest of this group.
Absolutely, as we actually see Jinju still talking with the tech team and the admin, so maybe not exactly. It's hard to say.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but for now, Kukushi taking that win, and we will await confirmation, of course, not moving on to the winner's board just yet.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about Kukushi's run, right? I mean, even with some of those being missed, just looking nice and calm, like no panic, of course, no collision. That helps, you know. You miss a couple Lotus Gems, still you know you can get through the rest of the race. Once you make a collision, that really shakes up not just the overall course, but your mental as well. So I think Kukushi, no matter what, looking quite well prepared here for the main stage, the finals of the World Championship.
I mean, honestly, in the first match where we did have a rematch, and then here in the second, the actual rematch, he looked solid in both of those. He was just completely locked in. He didn't let the lead really face him. I think maybe the biggest gap that we had from him was on the lily pads. He skipped 2 Lotus Gems instead of 1 because he had the cushion of a lead. But in terms of execution, I think in 2 runs on Beneath the Lilies, the only mistake you can point at is missing 3 or 4 Lotus Gems on one of those big column drops. And let me tell you, if that is the only mistake that comes to mind, that is a really impressive performance. That is rock solid in 2 runs. And so I feel like Kukushi right now, he is in great condition. I'm liking his odds of getting out of this group, honestly, the way he's playing so far.
Yeah, we should also talk about the fact that, you know, this was the map that he is technically least confident in, right? We were asked him to rank their own expertise, and he put 40% for Beneath the Lilies. Every other map, he's looking at anywhere from 70 to even 100% confidence in some of these other maps that you might have to run here at the finals of the World Championship. So no matter what, I think Kukushi's feeling pretty good.
Absolutely. If this is your least confident map and you're executing at this level, here is Kukushi. Oh boy, what does he have in store for us? Because he won that regional preliminary. He looked very good, and it feels like, again, if this is his least confident map, he has been grinding in the weeks between those preliminaries and here the main event. And let me tell you, knowing that you made it into the top 8 and knowing that you have a very good shot of fighting for that $10,000 first place prize, that is a big motivator for anybody.
Yeah, exactly. So I am very curious to see how he looks on those other maps because if he can continue looking better on everything else, it's going to be absolute dominance coming in from Kukushi here on Group B.
He's looking so solid, and for a player who Cookie Run means so much to him, it's exciting to see him perform at this level. You know, I was very touched by his speech after he won the regional preliminary earlier on a couple of weeks ago, and to have him here again with his girlfriend in the crowd cheering him on and to have him deliver this kind of performance. The energy level, very high. Kukushi looking absolutely locked in. It seems like he's been practicing a ton as we continue to wait and see what the decision will be from the admins on stage.
Yeah, it looks like we will be awaiting everything just now. Now, I do want to mention, kind of hailing back to the preliminaries as well.
Right.
Kukushi actually had to play Beneath the Lilies twice back then as well, right? Everyone had to play one of the maps twice. He had to play Beneath the Lilies twice back then, and he still won even then. So he says he's not as confident compared to the other maps for himself, but obviously we can tell he's pretty good at Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, honestly, I give a lot of trust to these players, but given the way they've spoken about confidence and then the way they perform, I'm not sure I trust them in that regard. It seems like some of these folks are a little bit underselling exactly where they're at in terms of performance, because Kukushi, as you said, he's demonstrating a lot of skill, and then he says in the interviews he's not feeling confident.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, he looks confident.
No, yeah, I mean, you can tell he looks so comfortable on stage as well. Like, even during the preliminaries, he looked very comfortable with himself, right, with how he was performing, with, you know, whoever he was racing against. And then he had, you know, he even knew exactly what to say after he won. You can tell that Cookie Run Oven Break really holds a special place in his heart. And sometimes that carries you through. Sometimes that's the power you need to just kind of regain focus, not get rattled by, you know, the stage, the audience, you know, maybe different maps that you're not as comfortable with. And we'll see how far that carries him here towards the top 4, maybe even top 1.
Yeah, I mean, that motivation certainly goes a long way. And as a group as stacked as this one, with Chuang Tim and Siktuk also waiting in the wings, it's a fierce one to get out of. There are no easy groups here in the World Championship. Group A, Group B, both completely loaded with talent. As eventually today, we will decide the last 4 players standing here in the World Championship. There's a lot of prize money up for grabs. There's a lot of glory. There's a beautiful trophy on stage as well. Everybody wants that.
Yes. No, the trophy's so sick. I am curious, right? Because you got to think about the trophy, the prize money, and then the bonus, right, where you get to pick a super epic costume for a cookie of your choice. So which do you think is the most prized here?
I'm a pretty pragmatic guy. I'm looking at the money.
The cash?
But I think the correct answer would be the costume, because it's the most fun. But I'm gonna be real with you, Chobra. $10,000, it goes a long way, buddy.
It's a pretty hefty sum. It's a pretty big amount of money. That's true. That's true.
Hey, this is the kind of thing that it could prove a difference. People are talking about amping up Cookie Run Esports, but say you win that, you might be able to dedicate even more time to practicing, right? You might not have other obligations. You're like, you know what? I'm going to use this fund to take some time off of work, or maybe I can take a hiatus, maybe focus on content creation. Yeah,
that's true.
It's big, because there's a lot of fame that also comes with winning a tournament like this one. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of eyes on the victor as well.
Yeah, so that is going to be a very curious part tomorrow, right? So we're going to finish Group B today. We'll see the final 4 that move on. And then tomorrow, we have a long day as well, because we've got the semifinals, which are all best of 5. Then we have the 3rd place match, which will be best of 3. But then the grand finals will be a best of 7. So that's a lot of runs. Minimum 4 runs. You have to win 4 runs against the same opponent. That's going to be a tough one.
Especially with the map pool continuing to increase in difficulty too. You know, in the preliminaries we had Boiling Stock Village and Beneath the Lilies for the round robin stage. Those are the easier maps that we have for the pool. Again, we talked about this. That means that in competition, you kind of need to be more perfect.
Yes.
But there's a lot more room for mistakes on the more difficult maps, and we have a lot of them waiting for these players tomorrow in the semifinals, in the 3rd place match, and in the finals.
Yeah, you know, funny enough, we actually have one of the, you know, maps that have been added to the pool as well. Pineapple Altar technically can be picked, you know, in random here for the round of 8. We haven't seen it show up just yet,
That's right.
though. Yeah, we haven't seen that one or the rest we've actually seen because we saw Temple of the Sun Central Arena earlier. So
that's right.
We're just missing Pineapple Altar. I do hope that the RNG favors us just so we can see it, to see how these players have prepared that one, because again, that's not something we've seen from them so far this year at the tournament.
Yeah, but also it would be really funny if we add the map into the map pool and then we just don't get to see it because
the wheel
RNG
just doesn't spin
go
that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Of course,
just like,
the players know ahead of time what the map is going to be, so they have time to prepare and showcase the best performance possible. But for us, we're kind of left here wondering. I like the excitement of the reveal of the map, but yeah, I would love to see it.
No, yeah, I liked kind of showing it, teasing it, and then going in, because you just don't know what to expect between these players, all of them. Now, of course, earlier, just as a review, we had Group A today already decided. We had 2 players moving on, Jungho and Kim Ganu in first and second seed, respectively. And now we're trying to decide the 2 players moving on from Group B. And of course, maybe more importantly for some of you, there was another code that went out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I actually wonder how much time we have left on that code, because I think it was a 2-hour one.
Yeah, so
I don't
like
recall exactly what the code was. Do you?
Way to the final run.
Wow, that's an impressive memory.
Well, I typed it in. I was very locked in. I was very locked in for that one.
Yeah,
so
wait
make
to
sure.
the final run. Make sure if you're in the chat, type it out.
Yeah.
Help your
each other
friends out. Yeah. Make
It's
it
not
nice
a
and
competition.
easy.
It's not a competition. Everyone can get the code. You can redeem it. Of course, it is time. So I think anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour left on that one. It's 1,000 crystals, so secure that in game. And of course, if you haven't, make sure you go in and check out the World Championship tab as well under the events tab.
Yeah, that's
because
right.
there's some extra tokens and special items that you can exchange for, including crystals and rainbow jellies there as well, rainbow cubes rather. So make sure you secure everything you can. I mean, this is a celebration. Even if you can't be here in the arena, you can still partake in the celebration here in game as well.
Yeah, there's also a prediction bracket that was available.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that is still up in some capacity for the matches that haven't been played just
Yeah.
yet, but yeah, give it a look if there is. It's a tough one to draw, honestly,
tough.
because both Group A and Group B are really stacked, as we've seen demonstrated already. And then also, as we were talking about earlier, the power level of these players doesn't exactly correspond to where they were at in the preliminaries, because that was some weeks ago.
Yes.
And again, qualifying for the World Championship like this, being in the top 8, it is a lot of motivation to be grinding for the 3 or 4 weeks that we've had since those preliminaries. And we've seen that showcased already. Jungho looked so much stronger. He already looked strong. Do not get me wrong, but he almost went perfect.
Yeah, no, he looks really good coming in. You can definitely tell he made sure to be prepped. So I'm kind of curious who's going to be that standout player here in Group B. So far, Tim looking good in his opening match, getting his revenge against Sick Duck. But we'll see if he can keep that up for the rest of the matches as well to try to get a clean sweep here in Group B.
Looked very good there versus Sick Duck, and that was, what, 1 million points or so on Boiling Stock Village, which I think even going back to the preliminaries, we've had a lot of really close scores on that level. So Chuang Tim taking down maybe the favorite to advance from Group B in pretty good fashion.
And I can't get over the fact that he drew a dead duck as his signature. It's like, hey, you can leave your mark, your name here on the winner's board. And he's like, in fact, I will leave the opponent's name in disgrace and disrespect him. And I love it. I love the little friendly banter here between the players. Of course, good friends, kind of both of them having been around the block for a little while now here for Cookie Run Oven Break.
Yeah, it's all in good fun. They're an energetic bunch, and honestly, the Cookie Run community, not just the fans that are watching and the people that are in the audience here today, but also the players. Everybody is really good friends with everybody. There's a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're competing and you fly in, you get to meet each other, you get to talk about the game, and you both, everybody knows kind of what you're going through, right? Some of them, still having like full-time student work or full-time jobs as well while you're trying to train, so you know the hardships that everyone has to go through to become the best. But hey, now we do have the best of the best. Now down to 6, unfortunately. We eliminated 2 from Group A already earlier, but we'll see who really rises to the very, very top here in 2025. Technically, the first World Championship, right? Because we didn't title it a World Championship last year, technically. Yeah. Listen, it's a new beginning.
If Kim Ganu came up here, he might argue with you a little bit. But
yes, yeah, a little bit.
I think technically you're right there, Chobra.
Yeah, the 2025 first ever Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship, and I'm very curious to see who's going to lift that trophy.
Yeah, we still have 4 or 5 more games, barring a potential tiebreaker, to decide who is going to be joining our 2 winners from Group A in that round of 4.
Yeah, could have tiebreakers. Yeah, didn't think about that. I assume we'd have to wait for confirmation on that, but I assume it'll be the same format where you like all three of you have to do it, but two of you will go first and one will go solo, trying to beat the high score. So it'll be an interesting one if we get there, because we talked about earlier, we had a couple during the preliminaries right towards the end, the last two regions, and things got intense.
We had none in the first week of the preliminaries, and then in week 2 of the preliminaries, it felt like basically every single round robin group had a bunch. And I imagine if we do have a tiebreaker scenario, it probably will be the same rule set. I don't see another way of breaking like a 3-way tie fairly besides doing that, but who knows? Maybe the admins have something cooked up.
Yeah,
and,
we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see. Lots of matches left though. And again, tomorrow, semifinals all the way to the ground. You definitely don't want to miss that because that's going to be intense. Like a best of 7 run is crazy.
Yeah, for sure. And we appreciate you guys bearing with us. Trust me, we don't want to be blabbing on like this. We want to get into the action just like you, but the admin team and also the tech team are making sure that everything is good with the players on stage as I hear the rumble of the bass. And I think the third time might be the charm here.
The third time's the charm. Jinju versus Kukushi.
Yeah, it seems like there might have been some kind of tech issue there with Jinju's device, but we are all ready to go right now. The game is loading in. Let's do it. Jinju versus Kukushi. We are going back to Beneath the Lilies. Who is going to win their first match here in Group B?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the players have been notified of the reasons as well. You know, while they were going through and setting up a new device, not everything was set up correctly on one side. So this will be the final rematch, hopefully. Fingers crossed, I shouldn't have said that. But here we go, Jinju versus Kukushi. Now fair and square. See if Jinju can get that win that he's wanted so far. If Kukushi will continue to stay in the lead. Jinju once again falling behind on those Lotus Gems, though.
I missed one of those early Lotus Gems when he had the speed boost, and that's not the start that you want here is Jinju. Kukushi just continuing to look rock solid though, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, Kukushi looks so stable in this beginning section. It's almost as if he's all right just with getting more practice because he's looked very clean in this first half, especially the Spanish cookie section.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just been rock solid in terms of getting every single one of these Lotus Gems. I feel like the only misses that he's had have been in the later section of the map is... It's tricky to navigate these early portions here on Beneath the Lilies, but he is just perfect at it.
Yeah, so far looking good. No mistakes, really, no big mistakes, right? Nothing like a collision happening on either side. Both still going for that Rainbow Bear Jelly as well. Oh, wow. The last spike being missed by Jinju, but Kukushi gets it, and that gives him a big boost forward.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how many destruction points come in there with the spinach cookie, with all the perks there for the destruction points. It is now, what, 3.2 million there for a moment. Now stabilizing here at, what, 3.1? Kukushi looking very good here in the early section of the map.
Yeah, so far Kukushi unfazed, right? He even gave us a little fist bump to the camera. He says, listen, you know what? Fine, I want to win fair and square. I want to make sure that you know that I beat you. And he's looking completely calm here as we enter the second area, now nearing the lily pads.
He's just putting on a clinic right here on Beneath the Lilies. A very safe and solid 3 million point lead on the lily pads. We'll see if he decides to skip 2 of these Lotus Gems the same way they did in the previous run. I feel like he doesn't have quite the same margin of a lead as he did before, so it will just be the one as both players are able to navigate that very well. And at the end of the whole run, 3.2 plus for Kukushi.
Yeah, still just playing it safe and sound. Jinju also not able to secure every single one, so no catch-up happening just yet for Jinju, but he is going to have to start thinking about if he has to greed on any of these more. Really, now it's going to come down to a lot of these drops, right? As we see one Lotus Gem being missed by Kukushi.
Yeah, let's see if Kukushi is able to get every single one of the drop. Indeed he is, and so is Jinju. So that lead remaining stable around 3 million. Another Lotus Gem gets missed.
Yeah, kind of once again just going for the distance, but not timing it for that extra Lotus Gem. So the gap has closed a little bit, now nearing 2 million, and here's the big drop on the 4 columns. Oh, both of them get it nice and clean this time.
Yeah, both players had a little bit of a struggle with that one on the previous run, but this time they're both able to get it. Also, both missing 1 Lotus Gem there.
Yeah, just having to skip that one for now. Kukushi still holds on to a lead at about 2.5 million, but we just saw more Lotus Gems being missed by Jinju just there earlier. So we're going to see Kukushi continue on with a bigger lead.
Yeah, Kukushi just looking absolutely dialed in right now here on Beneath the Lilies. That is a very safe lead with not much of the level left to be played. He has just been a picture of perfection.
Yeah, he looks so calm and unfazed, in the game, on the stage so far. If he misses a couple here and there, he's all right with it. He knows he just has to be consistent throughout the entire run and continuing to keep the lead here against Jinju.
Yeah, Kukushi is looking so solid. More jelly is getting collected right now. That lead remaining stable at plus 3 million. Jinju barring some big error from Kukushi is going to be going down 0-1 and the final tally plus 3.4 million for Kukushi.
Yep, and you see Jinju just giving the applause this time. Everything was set up as best as it could be, and Kukushi says, you know what? Sure, I agree. We want to play fair and square, but I will still win. And Kukushi will take the victory in match number 2 of Group B, getting his first W, getting a 1-0 record so far.
Let me tell you, Chobra, if I'm any other player, I am hoping that my map draw versus Kukushi is not Beneath the Lilies, because that was 3 runs. In all 3 runs, it felt like he made maybe 1 mistake total.
Yeah, like a big mistake, right? Just on that drop.
He was so good on Beneath the Lilies, and he just ran it back twice to perfection. Very impressive stuff coming in from Kukushi. He's going to be taking his first lead here. Jinju going to fall 0-1 here in Group B.
And just there with the win now against Jinju. Looking solid here, Kukushi. Yeah, I am curious what the map draws are going to be for the remaining of his matches, because, if it's going to be Beneath the Lilies, here's a fan just saying, shout out to both of them, battling it out on stage. Of course, having to wait for all that confirmation of the tech checks as well, because, hey, that can drain you out as well. But I agree. Shout out to both of them for still giving us a good race. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Kukushi who is going to win.
Absolutely, and a well-deserved one, too. He just looks nigh unbeatable right there on Beneath the Lilies, because Jinju, after all the tech issues were set aside, he didn't look that bad on Beneath the Lilies. He missed a couple Lotus Gems here and there, but the opponent was just absolutely perfect. Kukushi is really putting on a clinic. If you want to learn how to play Beneath the Lilies with this loadout, this is a replay to watch, because that was a terrific score.
GG's to both. Still a lot of fans cheering on Jinju as well. I think we had some family earlier. We had a lot of fans as well. Of course, earlier we saw a lot of, I think, guild members cheering him on as well with those high-quality printed posters. But for now, he'll have to wait his further matches.
Absolutely. Audience here has been so passionate, so exciting to see fans like this show up. I mean, this arena absolutely packed. We've had we've had fans filing in basically all day. And it's the middle of the day here in Korea. Oh, it's great. You go downstairs to the merch shop, you got all sorts of fans looking around at the stuff we got down there. There's a special event going on for the level builder also that we'll be releasing later on, and that was so cool. Oh, it's been a terrific day here for Cookie Run.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. I can't wait to try the map maker myself. But of course, for now, we will have to go through the rest of this tournament. So much more left to see who comes out on top here in Group B. Because Tim got that first win himself, but, it was just that one. And we'll have to wait to see if he can carry on.
Absolutely. I'm sure Tim and TikTok are both watching this, just waiting to get back on stage. They must be eager for another battle, especially for Tim, who's leading this group 1-0.
And lots of fans cheering on, giving shout-outs to, fellow guild members as well. But of course, a lot of fans supporting our players on the stage. A little shout out for all the different cookies too, right? We had, earlier, we had all sorts of different cookies. Now we saw the zombie cookie getting a little shout out as well. And it's great to see that also. Even I've noticed that whenever we're casting all these matches that people have all sorts of different favorite cookies as well, even globally. Like in the chat and our audience, for the global audience, people are kind of cheering on, wanting to see new costumes for different cookies. They want to make sure they get other people on board for their favorite cookie. And of course, we'll see who's going to get to decide which cookie gets a new super epic costume.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't super excited about the costumes, but you've been talking and hyping it up so much this entire day.
I'm so excited.
Even off camera, he's doing this.
I'm so excited.
I'm kind of catching that same energy right now, man. I'm wondering, what is the cookie going to be? No. Who do you want to get a new costume for?
I know. I am just so curious because it's like, do you do it simply because you like a cookie for aesthetic reasons? Do you do it because you want to be able to use, like try to use that cookie with different costumes? And oh my gosh, this is a long sentence. Oh, he says, hey, I was walking home and I saw your high score, so I paused in the middle of the road to celebrate your high score. I almost got hit by the car, but when I showed the driver your high score, he understood. That's a crazy sentence and a crazy meme, but I'm glad you're safe. Glad you're safe.
It's so much fun. This audience has been fantastic so far today. It's really great. The energy levels have been through the roof. Everybody's happy. Everybody's having a really good time.
Oh my gosh.
I'm wondering, Chopper, because you asked me this question earlier, I had some time to think. I'm wondering if you were to win first place, you got to choose any cookie in the Cookie Run universe to get a new costume, which would it be?
Me? Oh, that is a tough one.
I had to throw it back to you.
You had to. I thought I was safe. I wasn't thinking about it. You caught me off guard. The slight delay for the cooldown. All right, no, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. For me, if I had to choose one, would be a little curious. But hey, it looks like for now we are. Hey, I'm gonna listen. I'll get back to you. Don't worry. I'll get back to you. But this is more important.
The question?
No, this is more important. Looks like we do have Kukushi celebrating on the winner's board. Oh, just a coup. Okay.
Oh, is he going to win 2 more times? It's Kukushi!
That's crazy. That's so big brain.
He's going to win 2 more times. He got the first syllable down. We got 2 syllables to go.
No, that's so big brain. 1 syllable at a time, saying I'm going to get the 3-0. Kukushi.
Oh, that's
just
so
the first
cool.
coup for now. That's crazy.
That's actually awesome.
No, I love it. That's big confidence from Kukushi. You love to see it. But what a big win here to open things up. Of course, that's just match 2. So we've just seen all the players once each here on Group B, but now they have to go through a round robin, all best of 1, random map draws, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. The gauntlet's been thrown down. There is still a lot of time left. There is a lot of Cookie Run Oven Break left to be played. And as we saw before, winning the first match doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get out of the group. It is a dangerous world out there, especially in the round robin format where it feels like everything can turn on its head so quickly.
Yeah, oh my gosh, we have an absolute future Cookie Runner here. Oh,
it's so
giving
cute.
the wave. You love to see it. Oh, a little heart too. That's so adorable.
Oh, we've got fans of all ages here.
That's so great.
Oh, that's lovely.
Love to see it. That's actually so cute. You love to see that. Start him nice and early, right? I'm gonna gauge okay, he's got his own comfort position as well. He's gonna need a little more desk space if he's playing on stage. All right, he's gonna grow a little taller as well.
It's a future Cookie Run World Champion, Chober. We were playing the video heading into today with the 9th anniversary here for Cookie Run Oven Break, and everyone's thinking, man, I hope we go to 20 years, I hope we go to 30 years. I'm telling you, Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. We're going to go to the 20 or 30 year anniversary. This kid's going to be fighting for that first place prize.
Well, one of the fans here saying that it's a little cold, but not much we can do for you there. We're going to have to get through the matches, and we want to make sure, of course, nothing overheats here on stage. Of course, the players, they do have hand warmers in case they want to keep their hands nice and warm and loose. But now we see the next matchup getting ready here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Siktuk versus Jinju on stage in a moment, if I've got that right. So for Jinju, it is time to lock in here. It was a tough go there versus Kukushi, but hey, it's a new game, new map, potentially. I mean, the RNG, RNG could potentially throw it back to beneath the lilies, but hey,
true.
5 and 6 shot, it's not going to be that.
Yeah, hopefully not. I want to see varied maps here. I want to see varied maps. Jinju still trying to regain himself, trying to stay focused, not getting phased by some of the difficulties that he had in that first matchup. And we'll see if he can get this win. Now, this will be a big win, right? Because Siktuk already with a loss. If Jinju wins this, he makes sure that he stays ahead of Siktuk, puts him down to 2 losses, and Jinju would have a shot to try to get back into the top 4.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this upcoming match. Siktuk here on the left side of your screen, Jinju there on the right. Both players down 0-1, and If you go down 0-2 in a round robin stage like this one, it is nearly the end of your run. Your only hope if you go down 0-2 is a 3-way tiebreaker with 3 other players who go 1-2, and neither player wants to live in that world. We didn't get a chance to see that in the preliminaries, but no, not with your tournament life on the line. Both these players will be fighting tooth and nail to get through today. And I'm sure for Jinju, he kind of wants to shrug off all the frustration of losing to Kukushi on stage, and for Sikduck as well. I mean, he's one of the favorites coming into today. He wants to rep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sikduck, you know, not only does he want to rep himself, I'm sure his guild, but also, you know, the global player base coming in from Thailand, trying to represent the Thailand player base to see if he can bring that victory, snatch it away from Seoul, South Korea, as we go to terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun. We already got to see this level once in Group A, and we're going to run it back here in Group B. Chenille Cookie, Cream Puff Cookie. But of course, we all know what it's about. It's about the bitter bear jellies.
It really is, right? It's like less focus even on the yellow bear jellies, you know, even though those are where you actually get the bonus points.
Yeah.
But it's really about, does anybody trip up and hit those bitter bear jelly parties and start just not gaining any points?
I mean, if you miss a yellow bear jelly party, that's bad. But if you hit a bitter bear jelly party, that's
exactly,
worse.
exactly.
That is absolutely worse.
Because you're not even getting the basic points, right? Let alone the bonus points. So it is going to be a little bit tough to see who's able to stay locked in all the way to the end.
Absolutely, as our players are getting ready here for the next map. Oh, what a tough one it's gonna be. Even for players at this level, it is incredibly difficult to be perfect on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. I mean, the amount of times that you need to thread the needle, the amount of times that you gotta make sure that not only are you hitting all of those high marks, getting the bear jellies parties to maximize your points, but also avoiding all the chances to miss those points. It is hard to be perfect. This is not Beneath the Lilies. This is not Boiling the Stock Village. It's an entirely different thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is really about, you can't find a different way around it, right? You basically have to make sure you're going for the difficulty, because otherwise you're just eating bitter bear jelly parties, and that wouldn't be too good. Now, this fan on the left is cheering for both Jinju and Sikduck. Looks like they might have predicted those two players to get out in the in-game predictions.
That's a much better drawn Sikduck, by the way.
That is an actually Sikduck.
Chuangtim, his artistic skills are not why he's on the main stage today. Let's say that. But that fan, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they're a big fan of Sikduck here. They had a little note saying, I actually became a fan of Jinju today as well. So they're a little bit torn, but hey, there's still a chance. We'll see who can redeem themselves, both sitting with 1 loss record so far.
Yeah, it's a very important match for both of our players as they get ready to go into the next level. Is that another fan for Sikduck?
Yeah, wow, lots of fans for Sikduck here.
Yeah, I mean, the international players coming in here to Korea, getting a lot of local support. You love to see it.
And now let's take a look here at the loadouts, but it should just be all yellow bear jellies, because that's what it's about. You're trying to maximize all the yellow bear jellies here as we take a look at Schneeball and Cream Puff getting ready for this run.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both players will be going with a plus 2.7k points for the yellow bear jellies as they're going to try and maximize those with the parties. There are so many yellow bear jellies here on this level, but they only remain yellow if you can avoid the bitter bear jelly parties, Chobra.
Exactly. This is going to be an intense one. You got to thread a lot of needles on this run. One mistake, it costs you the entire race. Both players sitting at 1 loss in their opening match. Sikduck going up against Jinju for redemption to stay alive here in Group B of the World Championship.
Grab your blankets, everybody, because we're heading to the terrifying bear jelly forest here for match number 3. Sikduck on top, Jinju on bottom as we start off here with this Schneeball Cookie.
Yep, got both of them just going for that gold meteor, and now comes all the difficulty. Both just going for that drop to line themselves up for the yellow bear jelly party. Jinju, it looked like he dropped almost a little too early, but just barely makes it onto the platform as well.
Yeah, Yeah, well done by both these players as they are near perfect here in this early stage, getting absolutely everything, but first needle gets threaded on both sides. I feel like maybe a couple of yellow bear jellies getting missed there on the bottom side, but you look at the score and it's still dead even between Sickduck here and Jinju.
Yep. Oh, it does look like Sickduck might have collected that Bitter Bear Jelly Party, and that gives a big lead now for Jinju.
Luckily for Sickduck, it's not one of those moments where there are a ton of yellow bears, right? It's only -1 million, so he's absolutely still in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if Jinju makes a mistake at a more crucial part, sure, it's going to be a little detrimental, but you're not feeling too good as we continue on with more difficult jumps here, jumping in between all the Bitter Bear Jelly parties, and both of them staying clean so far, avoiding the obstacles, staying alive.
That's very tough to do. Both players managing to do it quite well. Nice 1 million point lead right now here for Jinju is, okay, both players are able to time that double jump correctly. They are going to get another party.
Yeah, now continuing on, nice and safe. Jinju probably already feeling that he might have a good shot here, but you can't let that creep into your head. Still got a long part of the race left to go.
Absolutely, as another party is going to be coming in here on both sides, able to avoid the Bitter Bears. But for Sickduck, this is not what you want to see. You want Jinju to make a mistake. You don't want parity. You don't want it to be absolutely equal. You want to try and get some kind of advantage, but Jinju's just been perfect.
Yeah, Jinju's looking so nice and clean. Skips the meteor just to delay it until the end here. Oh, okay, yeah, just is going to eat that Bitter Bear Jelly Party near the end, but he secured most of the jellies prior, and now moving on.
Yeah, I think that might have been 160,000 points or so in the advantage here of Jinju, so Sickduck has been able to close the distance slowly but surely.
Yeah, and then now Jinju just trying to make sure he doesn't make any more mistakes. Nice bob and weave right through, even in the air. Same thing with Sickduck. So far, another clean part of the run coming in from both.
Yeah, this is a very close match here. Even though Sickduck did catch that early Bitter Bear Party, he's looking really good right now, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to keep up for sure, but it's kind of out of his hands at this point, right? He can do his best, but it's not really about any manual activation of the skills or anything like that. It is simply about making sure you are maximizing your points.
Okay.
And now you can start to eat some of those Bitter Bear Jelly parties as we're nearing the end. No basic jellies ahead of them to transform, and Jinju being able to keep the lead all the way to the end. 355,000 points. Jinju secures a close win against Sickduck.
Oh, and Sickduck goes down 0-2. Jinju finally gets his name on the board, and what a close match on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. Barring that one Bitter Bear Party, Sickduck was just a little bit better in terms of getting the jellies, but you got to go back and look at that game. That was the crucial moment. That set him down -1 million. He was able to close the distance 90% of the way, but at the end of the day, it is just who gets the higher score. That's going to be Jinju.
Yeah, no, you got to imagine, right? Because we think about that Bitter Bear Jelly Party, it actually did transform at least some basic jellies, you know, into Bitter Bears, lost him those bonus points. If he had gotten that, surely Sickduck moves on ahead, but for now, it's going to be Jinju. Looks like that, he's trying gingerbread. That's so funny. Drawing his cookie on the board, came in with the space donut as well, and now looking much happier with his first win.
Man, I'm impressed with that drawing skill. We both immediately knew that was Gingerbrave.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do.
It honestly isn't. At first I was like, wait, no, did I get this wrong? But I was like, no, there's no way. That has to be Gingerbrave.
For a moment, I was afraid. I was like, please, don't be another sick dog. That's just going too far.
That would be cruel. You got to feel for Sickduck, though, right?
Yeah.
Sounded so confident after the preliminaries. I mean, he's one of the crowd favorites for sure, but comes in, and he's now 2 losses down.
Yeah, and they were both very close games, too. What is this, 727 versus 726 million? So less than 1 million points separating this, and it's the same story on Boiling Stock Village. That was a 1 million point lead going to Trung Tim, which was just barely enough. And so for Sickduck, in both matches that he's played thus far, he has come so close, Trevor, but he's barely losing out.
Yeah, exactly. And now I believe with the remaining matchups so far in this group that there is a chance for a tiebreaker, but obviously it's out of his hands. It kind of relies on all the other matchups as well. So we will have to keep our eyes on that. We'll kind of keep track of all the matches and what's left. But so far, it might be another shakeup here in Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. Sick Ducks, he's going to be giving it his all in that final match to go 1-2 and have a shot at a potential tiebreaker, but it's going to be a very tough road ahead for him.
Yeah, I think he almost has to kind of cheer on Tim to try to get a clean sweep so that everyone else gets at least one loss, to see if he can now rack up more losses on that side, and then they'll be fighting for one slot to get into the top 4. But either way, another tough matchup here in Group B, keeping things close, shaking things up a little bit, maybe going against some people's expectations and predictions.
Yeah, so now we have Tim, Jinju, and Kukushi all with 1 win apiece. Jinju does have that 1 additional loss, but it really does feel like it's anybody's game to win here in Group B. It's very close.
Yeah, no, this is exciting. And this is what you want to see when you have the best players, the best runners from around the world gathering together to show you really what you can achieve here in Cookie Run Oven Break. Because sure, we talk about, this one blunder, but I mean, let alone that, we still saw how much he made that comeback, try to make it happen here for a Sick Duck. Most of us wouldn't even get close to that. So.
I mean, it was minus 1 million points in the earliest stages of Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, and the fact that he was able to close the distance by that much is very impressive, because it wasn't like the opponent made a mistake. He just played that well. Unfortunately for Sick Duck, just not quite enough.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick look at the highlights, and the Korean Analyst Desk will break down some of the action. We'll be back with the remaining matches here in the round robin.
통으로 잘 파괴해줘야 되는 장애물을 하나로도 승패가 갈릴 수 있어요 지금.
여기서 장애가가 방금
갑자기 역전됐거든요.
그래서
자, 마지막 공 써주고
바람
점프 들어가는 거 둘 다 넘어갔고요.
양 선수
100만점 차이 정팀 선수가
등장하게 됩니다.
거대가 여기서 나오죠. 먹고
자, 하나 여기 2개 여기 하나 썼어요 진주.
이제 남은 거 바닥 점프를
얼마나 깔?
자,
점프
심한데요. 쿠쿠이 선수가 승리를 가져갑니다.
들어가고
이렇게
넘어지고 걸어간 다음에
바닥 점프.
맨 마지막 바닥 점프.
그 바닥 점프를 어느 거리로?
바닥 점프. 바닥 점프.
차이가 35만 5천 점. 진주 선수가 승리 가져갑니다.
쿠키런 오픈브레이크 월드 챔피언십 8강 B조의 3번째 매치 경기까지 만나봤습니다. 분석 데스크를 맡은 차보경이고요. 분석관 우리 종아님과 꽃기호님 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 자 저희 B조의 또 첫 번째 매치부터 한번 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 사막 지역의 1위와 2위가 붙었었죠. 네, 자 승리 선수는 바로 청팀 선수였는데요. 어떤 매치 포인트가 있었을까요?
네, 우선 그 두 선수의 점수부터 먼저 말씀드리면 두 선수 모두 이 맵에서 연습할 때 비슷하게 앞자리를 8.56을 찍었었습니다. 그런데 이제 두 선수 결과적으로 모두 원래 성적보다 훨씬 더 기량이 상승된 성적을 보여줬는데요. 청팀 선수는 8.56에서 8.58로, 그리고 씩덕 선수는 8.56에서 8.57로 이제 향상된 결과를 보여줬습니다. 이제 주요 해설 포인트를 말씀드리자면 시작부터 씩덕 선수가 장애물 파괴를 하나를 먼저 더 하고 시작을 했습니다. 그리고 이후에 또 청팀 선수가 왕곰 젤리를 조금씩 놓치면서 전반적으로 씩덕 선수가 앞서가는 양상을 이제 보이게 되었는데요. 전반적으로는 예선과 좀 비슷한 흐름을 보였다고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다.
네, 저희 보는데 정말 점수가 너무 비슷했었고 그 점수 차이가 최저가 68점이었어요. 기억나시죠? 네, 자 이 비슷한 점수를 유지하면서 승리를 청팀 선수가 가져가게 된 또 주요 내용은 어떤 내용이 있을까요? 우리 꽃기호 선수.
청팀 선수가 되게 과감한 빌드를 시도했다고 생각되는 게 아까 앞에 김건우 선수랑 화신 선수의 경기에서 제가 이상적인 플레이라고 말씀드렸던 빌드를 다른 빌드를 사용해가지고 장애물을 조금 더 부수는 대신 곰젤리를 조금 놓치는 선택을 했거든요. 이거랑 또 중간에 아까 하이라이트에서 두 번째 장면 나왔는데 오렌지맛 쿠키 능력을 조금 일찍 사용해서 뒤쪽에 있는 코인 매직을 다 끌어오고 앞에 장애물 하나 놓치는 그런 걸로 코인을 더 먹어서 아마 엽전을 한 번 더 돌리려고 했던 것 같아요. 그렇게 되면은 넥스치가 아마 863 정도 나오는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그런데도 실패했는데도 이제 뭐 미세컨을 굉장히 잘 깎아왔다고 생각했던 게 식덕 선수랑 다르게 청팀 선수는 광속질주를 끌어먹는 구간에서 호패를 돌아오는 타이밍에 장애물이 부서지게 설계를 했어요. 그러면은 광속질주를 먹으면서 코인들 무더기가 생성되는데 그거를 광속질주랑 함께 먹어서 광속질주 중 모든 젤리 점수를 조금 더 챙길 수 있었습니다. 이런 좀 더 깔끔한 빌드를 깎아온 청팀이 이기지 않았나 싶습니다.
야, 역시 선수 출신다운 우리 꽃기스 분석가님의 예리한 분석이었습니다. 자, 다음 매치 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 두 선수는 또 기본 중에 기본인 우리 깊고 깊은 수련 호수 맵에서 경기를 펼쳤는데요. 진주 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수가 두 번의 재경기 끝에 우리 쿠쿠시 선수가 승리를 가져갔습니다. 이 경기에 대해서 어떻게 분석하시는지 궁금합니다, 종아님.
네, 우선 두 선수 모두 전반적으로 안정적인 운영을 택했습니다. 초반부에서 2단 점프로 수련 보석 젤리 6개를 세로로 먹어야 되는 패턴에서 두 선수 모두 2단 점프를 하지 않고 1단 점프를 하면서 모두 젤리를 챙겨 먹는 대신 분홍곰 젤리를 희생하는 그런 선택을 택했고요. 그리고 또 두 번째 연립 패턴에서도 마찬가지로 그 이전 경기에서 보여드렸던 것과 같이 안정성을 택했는데요. 두 선수 모두 적당히 1단과 긴 2단 점프를 통해서 수련 보석 젤리를 챙겨가면서 중간에 연립해서 해당 젤리를 하나 포기하면서 다시 동선을 제 위치로 복귀하는 그런 모습을 보여줬었습니다. 여기서 쿠쿠시 선수가 하나 뒤처지긴 했었지만 결과적으로는 앞서가는 그런 점수를 보여줬던 것 같네요.
네, 맞습니다. 자, 또 선수분의 또 관점에서는 어떤 분석이 나올지 궁금한데요. 우리 꽃기스 분석가님의 의견도 궁금합니다.
진주 선수의 플레이에서 아까 화신 선수 플레이도 나왔던 건데 첫 번째 마늘 능력을 이제 조금 끌어먹었어요. 그러면 앞에 있는 알파벳 젤리를 조금 놓치지만 이제 알파벳 다른 젤리들이 조금 더 그 마늘 모든 젤리 점수 추가가 적용이 되거든요. 그것 때문에 한 4만 점, 5만 점 정도의 정말 사소하지만 중요한 이런 차이를 가져갈 수 있었고요. 그런데도 쿠쿠시 선수는 이제 오래된 계속되는 재경기 속에서 이제 뭔가 안정적인 플레이를 하면서도 필요한 부분을 전부 다 챙겨줘가지고 예선 때부터 정말 깔끔한 플레이가 돋보이는 것 같았습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 자, 그러면 우리 마지막 세 번째 매치도 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 식터 선수와 진주 선수의 경기였는데요. 진주 선수는 또 2경기 연속으로 경기를 하면서 또 결론적으로는 2경기가 아니라 좀 더 많은 경기를 하셔가지고 손이 더 많이 풀렸던 것 같습니다. 진주 선수가 승리를 가져가게 됐고요. 우리 식덕 선수가 이렇게 2패를 하면서 떨어지게 됐어요. 우리 종화 선수님 어떻게 생각하시나요? 우리 분석가님. 네.
뭔가 쓴맛 곰젤리를 피해서 달려야 했던 이런 무시무시한 곰젤리 무림은 이제 아마 두 선수 굉장히 이제 많이 플레이를 하셨겠지만 많이 어려워하셨을 것으로 예상이 되는데요. 두 선수 모두 이전 기록으로 따지면 진주 선수와 식덕 선수 모두 7.284, 7.282로 무제기 곰젤리 하나 차이 수준으로 굉장히 치열한 경쟁 수준을 가지고 있습니다. 전반적으로 굉장히 엎치락 뒤치락하는 경기였는데요. 두 선수 모두 다 이 스테이지에서 광속 질주를 하기 전에 아래로 가서 빠르게 능력 발동과 그리고 곰젤리 챙겨 먹는 걸 모두 챙겨 먹는 그런 부분을 많이 보여주셨던 것 같아요. 그리고 또 결정적으로 여기서 갈리게 되었던 빌드가 있는데요. 이 빌드는 이제 꽃기수 해설자님께서 설명해 주실 예정입니다.
네. 부탁드립니다.
네. 진주 선수가 중간에 점프를 많이 해가지고 노란 곰젤리 파티만 깔끔하게 빼먹는 그런 플레이를 보여줬는데요. 이게 작년에도 쓸 수 있었던 기술이고 능력 중에 뒤에 배경에 있는 발판이 반투명이 된 상태에서 반투명 발판의 가장 윗부분을 딱 타이밍 맞춰서 점프를 하면은 점프 횟수가 초기화가 됩니다. 그러면은 점프를 한 번 더 해서 이제 그 썩은 곰젤리 파티를 조금 더 편하게 넘을 수 있고요. 예선전에서도 정호 선수와 크리스 선수가 이거를 시도했었는데 실패를 했었습니다. 그래가지고 이제 이게 알려지지 않았는데 이번에 진주 선수가 멋있게 성공해줘가지고 멋있게 성공하고 이기는 모습이 대단했던 것 같습니다.
네, 정확한 분석 너무 감사드립니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 B조에 또 3명의 선수가 1승씩 나눠 가지면서 앞으로의 매치가 또 중요해지고 있는데요. 앞으로의 매치도 기대해 주시고요. 자, 다음 경기는 사막과 초원의 대결입니다. 청팀 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수가 대결을 기다리고 있는데요. 이따 대결 기대하도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back. Of course, we just had the Korean analyst. As for those who weren't quite sure, by the way, the man sitting in the middle is also one of the devs, one of the map designers, and then the man on the right there on the panel was actually one of the competitors, Kokis. He participated in the preliminaries, but giving just quick breakdowns on what happened, kind of identifying some of the different builds as well. But now we move on to the remaining matches.
Yeah, Chwangtim versus Kukushi going to be taking the stage in just a moment, and this is a very important match for both of these players because they're both undefeated thus far, and I really want to see Kukushi spell out all 3 syllables of his name, Chobra.
Yeah, no, oh my gosh, that'd be such a sick ceremony if he can complete it. Now, it does make you wonder, like, if he loses here but wins his 3rd match, does he just skip to Shi, or does he go with Kuku? Like, what do you do at that point? But we'll see if he can get the 3 wins. He seemed pretty confident, but it is going to be the 2 players who so far have won their first matches. So 1 win each, no losses yet, but one of them will now have 1 extra loss.
Yeah, one of them is going to be tied with Jinju
at
1-1, and obviously you're still in the running to advance into the round of 4 at 1-1, but that's going to be a lot of pressure going up against Jinju because he looked very solid in that previous level. I feel like he's going to be showing a lot more skill as we continue on in the day, and whew, if I'm Tim and I'm Kukushi, I do not want to be going up against Jinju like that.
No, yeah, definitely not. I mean, the way he's looking now, kind of with that redemption in his 2nd match. So we will be waiting for the players to get ready. It does look like they have already entered the stage. And then, of course, we'll have to wait to see which map they'll be running on.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we still haven't known exactly what the map is going to be here for match number 4, as we have at least 3 matches left today. It's 4, 5, and 6 to round out the round robin, and then there is a possibility of a tiebreaker after that, depending on how the scores go. It's too early to tell whether that is going to be happening, but in any case, yeah, I'm going to roll the dice once more time, see exactly what the map is going to be as the players, I think, are getting ready on stage.
Yeah, looks like it, but look at this!
Oh, my goodness!
More importantly,
we've got 3rd coupon. You were right, Trevor. Did you know all along?
That's right. Now, this is also only 2 hours, actually, technically 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock. So make sure if you've been sticking around all the way till now, or if you just woke up and you logged in, well, you logged in at the right time, make sure you get this coupon code in. Rainbow World 2025, 1,000 rainbow cubes. Wait, I just realized.
Wait, rainbow cubes?
Yeah, it's not crystals, it's 1,000 rainbow cubes.
All right, hold on, Trevor. I gotta type this in.
Yeah, okay, we got people inputting it now online. We got people inputting it in game. Make sure that you log in, secure your code, and get those rainbow cubes right away. Rainbow World 2025.
Man, 1,000 rainbow cubes coming out. Let me tell you, they have been generous. The crop team has been generous with the crystals and the rainbow cubes so far today. Ooh, they are up in the level here for the grand finals.
There was a fan earlier in the crowd who was actually asking for more rainbow cubes, one of their signs. Well, wish granted.
Yeah, your request has been heard. Rainbow World 2025. Make sure you type it in, redeem that in the settings, enter code. Whew.
I was just wondering, how funny would it be if the players call the tech pause? Hold on, I gotta input the coupon code. Like, give me 1 second. I think they'll be just fine so far, but obviously more focused on the match. But hey, gives us time for everyone to input the code. Rainbow World 2025. We're both getting ours in right now.
Yeah, I spelled world wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I spelled it wrong again. Oh no.
You're lost. You're a lost cause.
That's all right. I'm gonna get it. 3rd time's a charm.
Rainbow
WORLD. LD. Okay,
there's 2 W's.
That's where I was. Why is it still?
There's 2 W's.
I can't do it, Chobra. It's too hard for me. That's all right.
Yeah, well, in case you haven't gotten it, I think one of the earlier codes, it took a little bit of time for people to be able to get it to work. So
all right.
We'll wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit. I know some of the people were saying that earlier code, which is now expired. It took a little time for it to get activated. So we'll wait. But for now, lock in, everybody. We've got a match. We'll update you. If we get any confirmation, an update on everyone being able to enter the code.
I was getting embarrassed, Troba. I was like, wait, surely I'm spelling this correctly.
Well, you might have still spelled it incorrectly.
Oh, no, I definitely did.
No, we don't know yet.
I definitely did at least one, but come on, 3 times. By the 3rd time, I should get that down. Anyway, yeah, keep the code in mind. It should be activated pretty soon.
Yeah, now we will be locking into this fourth match of Group B. Now this is an important one, because again, like you mentioned, State, earlier, whoever loses here gets tied with Jinju and opens up a possibility of a three-way tie even with Sick Duck, who can try to go for a redemption with the 2 losses so far.
And I'm not a math wizard, but I'm pretty sure whoever wins this one, I could be wrong, but I think it's a guarantee that they at least make it second place into the round of 4, because that will mean every other player has 1 loss and you are still undefeated with only 1 map left to play.
Could be. Yeah, I think you might be correct, but oh, look at this. I see those bubbles, and we're going to Boiling Stock Village.
Man, we've got a lot of Boiling Stock Village so far today, and so the destruction point is going to be coming out once more. Chuang Tim was able to defeat Sick Duck on Boiling Stock Village to kick off Group B, to start out the day here in the latter section of the round robin stage. And now for Kukushi, he looked very good on Beneath the Lilies, but Boiling Stock Village, it's going to be a lot of destruction points, and Chuang Tim's already seemed locked in.
And Kukushi going for that extra points in blast mode. We saw this come out a couple times during the preliminaries. Really does seem like it kind of comes down to preference, but going to be doubling down on getting those extra points while in blast mode.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting build coming in here from Kukushi. I wonder how it's going to play out. Usually players either prioritize the yellow bear jellies or they will go for the destruction points, but every once in a while, we do have somebody going for the blast mode. In this case, it is going to be Kukushi, so a lot of execution, or a lot of emphasis, I should say, will be on the execution of those skill abilities. The players are getting ready. Quarterfinal, Group B, Match 4. Chuang Tim and Kukushi, both of them undefeated until now. Which one of them will remain undefeated? Will it be Tim? Will it be Kukushi? We're about to find out. Let's continue on here with the action in Group B.
Chuang Tim on the top screen, Kukushi on the bottom, both of them looking to continue their streak, trying to extend it into an actual win streak here at the final stages of the World Championship. We start with you, Cookie. And now some players have continued to show just ever so slightly different builds on exactly when they execute the manual use of the Hope badge bounce here.
Yeah, it's not quite as simple as just activating as soon as the skill comes in. There is a little bit more strategy involved, and as you see already, Tim with a little bit of a lead. The execution just slightly better here than Kukushi.
Yeah, and we also have to remember, right, if you are able to get more destruction that adds onto the coins, the items, and it all kind of cycles through with the loadouts you use here on this map of Boiling Stock Village, so it really starts to matter. And so far, it does look like Chuang Tim still looking comfy with a lead.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the very first match that he played so far today. This early game is just so good by Tim, getting so many destruction points. There is one giant yellow bear that gets missed, but the trade-off is I think he got a little bit more destruction points with that skill activation. He's sitting at plus 1 million right now.
Yeah, it looks quite comfy. Meanwhile, Kukushi just trying to make sure that he can find a way to catch up as they both transform onto the Tiger. Going for those bounces all the way through, uses the last charge, hops off. Now gets all of the giant yellow bear jellies as well. Now we'll see how many are going to be missed here. Continuously missing one each for Kukushi, and he tries to reset his jump timings, but it leads to a collision!
Oh, disaster here for Kukushi in the early stages of this match. And Chuang Tim, I think he's going to see that score, see the plus 3 million, and instantly know there was a big mistake on Kukushi. And Kukushi, he's laughing, he's shaking his head. He knows that was a big error.
Oh, and it's going to be tough. I mean, now, again, whenever a collision happens, you just got to hope. You just gotta dream that the other person's going to make a similar mistake, because now it messes up all your timings for the remainder of the run as well. Once you switch to the orange cookie, you will be starting on an entirely different position.
Yeah, and I feel like it's even harder to redeem yourself on Boiling Stock Village with that collision, because as you said, the timings are so important, but on this map with the destruction points, the timings are everything in this later section.
Oh, this is not looking so hot here for Kukushi. Sure, for now, he's trying to stabilize, just trying to keep the gap as small as possible. Okay, the skill transformation here will let him extend for just a bit longer. He gets not too far away. So we'll see. We'll see what he can redeem here, and we'll see if Chuang Tim will able to make clear of the rest of the run. Now focusing on Tim's screen. Kukushi still able to continue the run, and Tim looking pretty solid so far with the orange cookie.
Yeah, Tim is just absolutely locked in. He was looking good before the collision came through for Kukushi, as Kukushi once more shakes his head.
Yeah, I mean,
he sees that lead continuing to grow.
Yeah, you could see he was trying to just find different ways to get a different double jump into the destruction, into the blast mode, but it just isn't working out, right? He's trying his best, but it's actually leading to more collisions here and there. You know, missing a lot of the destruction as well. His blast mode not really able to maximize the points, and I'm not seeing a way out of this one state. I think Chuang Tim's going to be sitting comfy with a 2-win lead in this group.
Barring some incredible collision coming in there for Tim, I think that Kukushi is going to be down and out. 15 million here with not much of the level left to be played. It's a tough run here for Kukushi.
Yeah, Kukushi will just look to finish whatever of the run that he can. Chuang Tim just kind of vibing. He's just riding the rhythm there of the game itself.
I mean, Tim has been looking so good on Boiling Stock Village so far today. It is no surprise that he's going to be picking up a second victory as the time is starting to run out here for Kukushi, down 20 million points nearly as...
Oh, Chuang Tim even gives the celebration already a little victory sign as he knows that he had it in the bag. He realizes there had to have been a collision on the other side. And Tim with another confident win here, leading 2-0 in the group.
Tim just looking absolutely killer right now on stage, and he's going to be the only undefeated player thus far. Sikduk is down 0-2, Jinju 1-1, Kukushi now 1-1, Chuang Tim 2-0 in a very good position to advance to that round of 4.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, is he gonna break his pattern?
I'm not good at reading backwards.
I tired or fired? One or the other, I think. I think he said fired. Oh my gosh. Brutal. He's here for the trash talk.
Yeah, I mean, he has the room to trash talk. He's looking so good right now, Chobra. Chuang Tim just really impressing as we take a look at the player stats for that previous run, and Chuang Tim just absolutely perfect. I mean, there was that collision on Kukushi's side, but even before the collision, Tim was starting to accumulate a really healthy lead.
Yeah, I mean, Tim was looking clean. Kukushi was already falling a bit behind. I think that collision comes in because he's trying to kind of time his jumps differently to make sure, because he realizes he started missing a lot of, one of those giant bear jellies in each of those clusters, and then that leads to him kind of rushing his jump, hitting that collision. But there we go, a reminder, we have been told that the coupon works, and guess what? I can confirm that it works. I already submitted mine. Rainbow World 2025. If you were trying it earlier and you gave up, you should try right now. You'll get your 1,000 rainbow cubes. As we did see Tim, I believe, kind of indicating that he was a little tired as it's been a long day with his little signature there after this win. But guess what? Tired or not, he still has 2 wins.
He's looking really good if he's tired. Let me tell you
Yes.
that. I know that it's late in the day here in Korea, but oh, Tim, very impressive stuff. Riding it back there on Boiling Stock Village, he was able to dispatch Sikduk in the very first match of the day, or not of the day, excuse me, of Group B here on Boiling Stock. And once more, he does it again in match number 4. So, barring some crazy circumstance, I think that Tim has basically booked his ticket to the round of 4 tomorrow. Eventually, we're eventually gonna see exactly how the cards fall, but really impressive stuff from him so far today.
Yeah, absolutely solid work, and now it's going to be Sikduk versus Kukushi. Now, this is a very important one. If Sikduk can win here against Kukushi, that leaves them tied with 1 win each. Jinju also with only 1 win. So if Tim is able to get a clean sweep and beat Jinju, then we have a tiebreaker on our hands to try to figure out who's going to take that last spot.
Yeah, that's right. If Tim goes undefeated, we probably will have that tiebreaker. And so here for Sikduk, there is a small
He's got to
hope,
win it.
and you got to fight for it.
He's got to win it.
Do or die right now.
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, sure, even if there wasn't, you want to give it your all to at least get that 1 victory on the board. But right now, this could be your ticket, the lock to open the door to get into the top 4.
Absolutely. Everything on the line for Sikduk. In game number 1 and in game number 3, he was so close to victory, just barely falling short by, I think, maybe less than 1 million points on each level. But now against Kukushi, he has a shot at redemption, a shot at giving himself an opportunity for a potential tiebreaker. The last hope for Sick Duck to make it into the grand final stage in the round of 4.
Yeah, we'll see. He's wanting to make sure that his earphones are fine as well. You don't want anything distracting you. You don't want that potentially falling out, and now you're concerned about it, and you're hearing the noise that you don't want. You want perfect tip-top condition, especially for Sick Duck here, trying to at least stay alive. One final pulse, and then he'll be cheering for Tim to try to get that clean sweep. Kukushi, meanwhile, just vibing to the background music on stage, trying to look cool and relaxed, but you can tell he's feeling a little nervous. Because again, for him as well, if he loses this, it's like, okay, well, do we have to go through a tiebreaker because it's not looking so good?
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure on both sides right now. As we said, Sick Duck fighting for his tournament life, fighting for a chance at a tiebreaker, and Kukushi trying really hard to avoid that potential tiebreaker because it is a gauntlet. We saw that a couple times in the preliminaries, especially in week 2 of the preliminaries, and you do not want to be the odd player out when all is said and done. And now the map reveal coming in. Oh, are we going back, Chober? Are we going back to Moonlit Bamboo Grove? I think we are.
Oh boy, what an intense map to bring us to here for the last map between Sick Duck and Kukushi. Between themselves, of course, we'll have another match after that. But you got the 300 jumps. Use them wisely to try to secure as many bamboo leaves and get through the grove.
Yeah, it's a dangerous grove indeed. On this one, as we all know, the leaves as they fall is completely random, but the important thing to note here in this kind of competition is that you and your opponent will get the same drop on the leaves. So a lot of this game is not just going to be about the RNG, it's going to be about how you react to the situation that presents itself. Are you going to play greedy? Are you going to try and go for everything too early and then maybe have to use less jumps as a resource later on? Do you want to try and play more conservatively there at the very beginning so that you're flexible later on the map? There are a couple different approaches you can do, and basically every successful run, you're going to use all 300 jumps. So you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, again, we saw earlier as well, it's very important to make sure you're lining yourself up for all the basic jellies and bear jellies on top of it because, of course, if you're both good at collecting your leaves, it comes down to that. So this is about the quick reactions, it's about looking ahead, it's about planning ahead, and most importantly, you got to pick and choose and prioritize. You do not want to miss out on the shurikens because then you are definitely missing the bamboo leaves as you won't be able to defeat all the opponents.
Kukushi's really enjoying these beats.
He's friggin' vibing. He's loving it. Now, I just want to expand on the potential tiebreaker scenario as well, because even if Kukushi wins here, he's still not guaranteed. Because Jinju could even beat Tim, and then they'd be in a 3-way tie to see who gets eliminated. So there's a lot of options, but Kukushi absolutely wants to win. Then he has at least another chance to stay alive. If he loses, he might even just get eliminated based on the last remaining match.
Honestly, I mean, you're explaining the situation. I agree with you. Everything is on the line, and Sick Duck, you can tell he absolutely knows it, but Kukushi is just vibing on stage right now. He is absolutely ready to go. He's not feeling any pressure in the world.
We'll see if he can carry that through in the game, though. Especially, I'm kind of almost getting worried. He's got this beat flowing through his body, and now he suddenly starts jumping to the beat, and it's like, oh, hold on, calm down.
If there's any level that you want to be vibing to a beat on, I think it's Moonlit Bamboo Grove, because it's all about going with the rhythm of the drops, you know? There's a lot of randomness on that. Of course, it is completely fair because you and your opponents are getting the same drops, but it's not about having a perfect build and executing it without error. It's about how are you going to respond in the moment to different situations. It's about your risk calculation. It's about your execution. And for that reason, I like Kukushi vibing. I think it's a good thing.
Okay, yeah, keep him relaxed. Yeah, just making sure he's in his own zone. As we take a look at what we've got prepared here. Of course, both starting off with the pomegranate cookie into the cinnamon cookie. Shouldn't be really anything different here. Just extra points for all the different jellies.
Yeah, I feel like basically every single time we see this level, it's all about the all jellies. As Sick Duck versus Kukushi is going to be kicking off in just a moment here. We're getting near the end of Group B, match number 5 of 6. Will Sick Duck be able to be victorious and have a chance at redemption in a tiebreaker? Or will Kukushi go 2-1 and get closer to that grand finals, to the round of 4? Let's go!
Sick Duck counting down on top. Kukushi counting down with the game. Giving a little celebration, a little ceremony already on stage. We'll see if he can stay happy throughout this map as well. 300 jumps, random drops on the bamboo leaves. But most importantly, you gotta get those shurikens first to even have a chance at the bamboo leaves.
Absolutely, as the first drop comes in, and Kukushi on bottom able to get every single leaf, but so is Sick Duck.
Yeah, so far looking just solid on both sides. Almost barely collecting all of them for Sick Duck, kind of keeping it a little dicey for my liking, but hey, at the end of the day, you just gotta get him. That's what matters.
In terms of the bamboo leaves, both players perfect thus far. I think a couple more of these basic jellies have been picked up by Sick Duck, but it is so close right now, Trevor.
Yeah, no, Sick Duck is definitely keeping a little bit cleaner on the bear jellies and the basic jellies for sure. That's where this gap is coming up.
Ooh.
Okay, one leaf left behind by both, so that front we're still equal.
Yeah, as it is right now, it's all about the basic jellies so far. Both players have been completely equivalent. I think total one leaf has been missed, but -3 right there for Kukushi, -2 for Sick Duck, so he's going to build on that lead.
Yeah, he will continue as he makes sure he drops just far enough to collect all the bamboo leaves. Once again, collecting just a couple more of those bear jellies as well. So we see another wide drop.
Ooh.
Oh, Sick Duck! He is making sure he balances his drops perfectly to try to collect as many as possible.
Yeah, Sick Duck, 2 more collected there than Kukushi, as that lead's going to balloon up to 1.5 million right now, looking really good. Now Kukushi on one of those leaves to get a little bit more, so he is able to close the gap a little bit. Actually, does he have a lead now? It's looking really good for him.
Yeah, he's barely trying to catch back up. He might actually even be able to secure it. He drops a couple more though, so does Sick Duck. Sick Duck making sure he falls far below to make sure he retains the lead at 100,000 points for now.
That was a massively wide spread, but both players able to do so well. Kukushi just getting one more leaf than Sick Duck, and this is such a close race.
Oh boy, Kukushi, he knows he's got this chance. It's constantly fluctuating back and forth based on how far they've gotten so far. Both of them choosing to drop just 1 or 2 leaves from each of those clusters. And Kukushi gonna have to go through that transform.
Oh, it's looking really good right now here for Kukushi. He's just been a little bit more consistent with those little jellies and also with the leaves.
Yeah, being able to collect those leaves through the relay as well. And now coming out ahead in front of Sick Duck.
Oh, it's such a big lead now. I think really the relay just clutching everything out. He collected so many of those leaves as a result. And look at this, it's a 6 million plus lead compounding for him.
Yeah, I think Sick Duck might have even maybe missed that timing or maybe even didn't get all the shurikens. Oh, he's missing a bunch of leaves there as well though. It's starting to compound now, and Kukushi, maybe what looked like a little bit of an unstable start, he's finding his groove just like he was before the match, and he's continuing on forward strong.
Oh, it's looking so good for Kukushi right now. Unless he misses a shuriken, I don't see a path to victory here for Sick Duck. But with so few jumps left, I think this is going to be the end here for Sick Duck. And Kukushi is going to get a second win on the board.
And Kukushi stands victorious as he defeats Sick Duck and gives him his 3rd loss in a row. And Kukushi will look to stay alive in Group B.
A very solid win there for Kukushi. He joins Trongtim as the only 2 players in the group right now with 2 wins, and there's only 1 match left to be played. So Kukushi, he is that much closer to qualifying for that round of 4 for Sick Duck. And just the road getting here, it's an accomplishment in and of itself. The first 2 matches he played, they were so close, losing by less than 1 million points, but Kukushi, the final nail in the coffin is going to be this big victory.
Oh, he just writes Kushi and a smile with a smaller font. Yeah, no, I get it. You still want your full name there. It's just a smaller font to try to accept that he did take 1 loss in the middle.
Kukushi, 2-1 now, as all eyes are going to be on Trongtim and Jinju here in this upcoming match to decide who will go into the round of 4. Quick recap there on the previous game, and honestly, it makes me wonder if a shuriken was missed there by Sick Duck. I was really focused on Kukushi, but 8 million points, I don't think that's just missing leaves. I think it had to be something bigger.
Well, it has to be a full cluster. So
yeah.
I do believe either it might have been the relay. I was kind of focused on Kukushi's relay.
Me too.
He got all of them through that, but might have been the relay, might have been a shuriken, which means, of course, you can't actually defeat all the opponents, all the ninjas there, and then that means that you just miss out on a whole bunch. So that's a rough one for Sick Duck. 3 losses as another crowd favorite. So he is for sure eliminated here from Group B, unfortunately. But we are not done just yet. We have 2 players moving on from Group B. Right now, as you mentioned, Kukushi and Tim, both sitting with 2 wins. Jinju on your screens right now has 1 win, but if he beats Tim, those 3 will enter a tiebreaker to see who gets eliminated.
Yeah, if Jinju wins, we're going to have 3 players with that 2-1 map score. And in that event, we're going to have, I think, if we follow the same rules of the preliminaries, all 3 players will play on 1 map. 2 of them on stage first, 1 of them afterwards, and then the player with the lowest score is eliminated from the tournament. Now, that will happen if Jinju wins, but if Chuangtim wins, he's up 3-0. He is first place in this group no matter what.
Yeah, and then Kukushi will just get that second place. So Kukushi kind of rooting for Tim here, right? You don't want to extend the night. You want to just say, listen, it's fine if I get the 2nd seed. I just want to move on to the semifinals. Let's not take that risk. So Kukushi's going to be rooting for that. Tim looking very surprised at something there on the desk, having a little laugh at it.
Yeah, not quite sure what that is, but Tim's already been looking so good today. Chobura versus Siktuk on Boiling Stock Village. Both players played exceptionally well, but Tim was able to win by just 1 million points. He edged him out. And then in match number 4, Chuangtim versus Kukushi. Again, they went to Boiling Stock Village. He won by an even larger margin in that instance. And now we're going to find out what match number 6 is going to be. We've seen him run it back on Boiling Stock Village, looking really good on that level. But what will he do on this map?
Yeah, what's it going to be? Where are we going here for map number? Oh my gosh, that scared me. I thought we were seeing the map, and I was like, what map is this? It's actually just fan signs here. Still cheering for Jinju. And here we go. Potentially the last map here of Group B at the World Championship. No way again!
Are we going back? Chuangtim again on Boiling Stock Village. He's undefeated on this map so far today. How does he play it 3 times in a row?
Listen, you have what? 6 maps you have to prepare. You spend all your time preparing it throughout, and now you're playing just Boiling Stock Village. But guess what? For Tim, he's feeling good. He's got the wins, like you said already. He's got the practice in already on stage.
That's crazy. There's a 1 in 6 chance each time that you're going to run Boiling Stock Village.
That is actually crazy.
He gets it 3 times, and it's a boon because he is looking so good on Boiling Stock. He took down Siktuk. He took down Kukushi. Is he going to 3-0 his group on 1 map?
That would be insane. That would be absolutely crazy. We'll see if he can actually make it happen. Both of them going for the Yellow Bear Jellies with Orange Cookie on that Magic Candy Blessing. So same loadout here for Tim and Jinju. It just comes down to execution.
Oh, this is crazy. Honestly, I'm excited we're going to Boiling Stock Village 1 more time to round out the group. And for Jinju, the pressure is on. Can you do what Siktuk couldn't? Can you do what Kukushi couldn't? Can you take down Tim on a map where he looks unbeatable?
He looks chill. He looks very, very chill. You know, he looks confident. He's like, oh, I've done this before. You know, been there, done that. Let's go again. Boiling Stock Village, everyone wants to take a shot at it. I'm happy to accept. Group B, match 6, the final match of the round robin. Will Jinju take us to a tiebreaker, or will Tim shut out the group, taking a clean sweep, a 3-0 record to dominate Group B and head in to the semifinals? It's going to be Tim versus Jinju here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
Chuangtim on top, Jinju on bottom as we load in potentially the last match of this round robin stage.
Oh boy, I am getting nervous state. Just trying to see if Jinju is able to close things out. And also for Tim, I mean, it would be devastating if he weren't able to go for a clean run on this 3rd try, trying to close out the group.
Yeah, you don't want to go to a tiebreaker. But
No.
for Chuangtim, he has been so good in the early game that I'm really focused on how this one's going to go. It feels like his build is just a little bit different than everybody else's, and somehow he is able to eke out these 500, 600,000 or so point leads very early on here in Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, Jinju so far was looking pretty good there. Just a little bit extra on the destruction in the very early part. Now, there were some differences on how many jellies they collected right before this run, and it does look like that still is able to keep the advantage here for Jinju.
Yeah, it's actually very close. So Jinju doing a great job of going toe-to-toe here with Chuang Tim. Even though he has that destruction-based build, it's looking really good for Jinju thus far.
Yeah, so far, no big errors on either side either. Really just comes down to, do you have that pixel perfect timing for the Hope badge bounce to maximize your destruction points? Cycle it into your items, but Jinju keeping the lead. Now, can he keep that focus all the way to the end of the race?
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to these columns here in the early game. It's a 100,000 point lead right now for Jinju. Are both players going to be able to get every single one of these giant yellow bears? It is really tough. I feel like we almost never see, okay, one gets missed by both of them.
Yeah, total one miss so far in that entire batch. So still keeping even, but throughout all of that, with the activation of the skill as well, Tim kind of overtaking the lead for now.
Yeah, I think Jinju might have missed one more of the giant yellow bear jellies. It was hard to see because I'm balancing my eyes between both Tim and Jinju's as we run through this one, but in any case, Tim just slightly better in the first stage here on Boiling Stalk Village as now we head into the latter section.
Yeah, we'll see Jinju trying to see if he can recuperate some of the losses that he's had coming into this second section, missing out on a lot of those points towards the end of that first area.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Tim right now, and not only has he been good on the earlier stages here in Boiling Stalk, he's also been very good on the later stages, oftentimes saving that extra ability charge to maximize his points. Will we have that again?
Yeah, Jinju now a little bit ahead on our screens, but neither of them hitting a collision just yet. We'll see if they can get the perfect relay all the way to the giant bear jelly. Both of them will land it, and now it's time for the orange cookie to shine.
There's a little bit more distance there for Jinju, but somehow Tim, I mean, look at him rocking his head back and forth. He feels so comfortable. He's gotten so many more destruction points, I think, than Jinju. It's wild.
No, he's been leading ever since kind of the last part of the very first area. He's been able to time those badge bounces better, and now onto the orange cookie as well. He's continuing to get more bursts, but that's the thing about this map. Once you get a little bit more on your destruction, the cycle just kind of expedites itself, and you can start to really snowball your lead.
It is so impressive what we're seeing from Tim right now. A lot of the players, especially in the preliminaries, were frustrated to get Boiling Stalk Village because they felt like, even though it's not RNG, the timings are so sharp, it's difficult to do. But here we have Tim, again, building up a, 18 million point lead because his execution is just that good.
Every time they have to use their skill, Tim just comes out even further ahead. It's an absolutely impressive showing here from Tim.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It's 22 million, but you watch Jinju's screen and it doesn't even feel like he is making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, nothing groundbreakingly bad, but perhaps, again, when it comes down to the orange cookie as well, it does come down to just how clean you're able to get that pixel perfect timing on the execution. And you see Tim celebrating again. It's not over just yet. I mean, you see the points start to close down just a little bit, but the extra distance! And Tim, a clean sweep, 11 million point lead, 3-0 in the group, and he will take the first seed.
Wow, what a win by Chuang Tim, the only undefeated player to emerge victorious here today into the round of 4. He's going to be the first place seed coming out of Group B. Unfortunately for Jinju, his road at the World Championship for the Cookie Run Oven Break, it ends here. He is 1-2 on the score. Kukushi is 2-1, so he'll be joining Chuang Tim tomorrow on the main stage, the grand finals, round of 4 on. What a day.
Oh, wow, he's got a full message for everyone. Hi, Cookie Runner. Saying hello to everybody, a message each time. 3 wins, 3 messages on the board, and Tim comes out dominant in Group B.
He just looks unbeatable on Boiling Stalk Village. I want to go back and see exactly how many points he had. Okay, 861 million.
That's huge.
Feels ludicrous. I'm looking back. The highest we had, I think in the entire preliminaries maybe, was Kim Gun-nu at just, what, 200,000 or 300,000 more? 861.4. So what we saw from Chuang Tim was basically the best performance on Boiling Stalk Village, and it feels like he's done this effectively 3 times all in one group.
Yes, really, really impressive. And just being able to dominate against everybody else each time, putting up an impressive high score, you got to really respect the man. So, Tim, a nice 3-0 record. He's got to feel very good about that going into tomorrow as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there's any way that he gets to play on Boiling Sog Village tomorrow, I feel bad for whoever he goes against because he just looks unstoppable. And honestly, one of the big questions to me is going to be, how does Tim look on these other maps?
Yeah.
Because we only got to see him on one level today, but hey, tomorrow he's going to be the #1 seed coming out of Group B, so we're going to see a lot more.
Yeah, and of course, starting tomorrow, we've got the best of series as well, so there will be map picking from the losing player each time you swap back and forth. But there you see it, Tim with the only one with a clean sweep, 15 points, getting those points for the victory. Of course, if you lose a point as well. So Kukushi, 2 wins, that puts you at 10, -1 loss puts you at 9 points. He will be the 2nd seed going into the semifinals.
Oh, it's going to be a very exciting final day tomorrow. Because of the seeds, I'm imagining it will be Kim Gun-woo versus Tim and Jungho versus Kukushi. And Kim Gun-woo versus Tim feels like it could be a grand finals with how these two have played so far today. Oh boy.
No, yeah, that's gonna be another very, very intense one. But overall, what an impressive showing so far. Now, I believe we might have a chance to hear from some of the players as well, those that have qualified to tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and see. But of course, there will be some breaking down of the action as well. So we're not quite done with the broadcast just yet, but also a reminder, what's the time? You still got a little bit of time if you missed the last coupon code, so make sure you ask chat for that. But so far, Tim looks dominant, but like you said, we've only seen him on one map.
Yeah, it's really, it's not a fair litmus test for exactly where he is at right now. Obviously, he's fantastic, and the form was perfect versus 3 tough opponents. Guys, we're going to check out the highlights. We'll be back after a very short break.
쿠쿠이 선수 놀랬어요 지금. 선수 사용해주면서 바락 점프. 벌써 V예요. 우창팀 벌써 V예요. 벌써 바락 점프. 바로 8. 좋아요. 위아래 싱크 차이가 살짝 발생을 하기 때문에 사실상 어떤 결과가 나올지 아직도 예상이 안 되는 부분이죠.
자, 여기 잠깐만요.
나가는데
표창이 하나 빗나갔죠?
네. 퍼펙트. 쿠쿠시 선수가 2승 1패로 마무리를 짓습니다.
발동하고
점프. 최대한 멀게. 근데 진주 선수가 좀 더 멀게 뛰었어요. 아니 그게 너무 크긴 했네요. 바람 점프. 점프. 정팀 선수가 B그룹의 1위로.
쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 월드 챔피언십 8강 B조 진출자는 청팀 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수였습니다. 자, 이번 매치에서도 놓칠 수 없는 주요 포인트들이 많았는데요. 자, 먼저 첫 번째 경기부터 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, B조의 4매치는요. 청팀 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수의 대결이었습니다. 어떻게 분석하시나요?
네, 전체적으로 짧게 요약드리면 두 선수 모두 박빙이었고요. 초반부, 중반부에서 왕곰 젤리를 서로 미스를 하면서 주거니 받거니 했었지만 결정적으로 쿠쿠시 선수가 중간에 한번 충돌하면서 비록 마지막 변신은 할 수 있었지만 거리 차이로 조금 더 점수를 많이 잃게 된 그런 부분이 있었습니다. 네, 구체적인 빌드와 청팀 선수의 어떤 플레이에 관해서는 우리 꽃기스 선수께서 설명해 주시겠습니다.
쿠쿠시 선수가
네, 말씀하시면 됩니다.
쿠쿠시 선수가 육아 능력에서 박은 게 약간 저랑 비슷해가지고 동명상련이 좀 느껴졌고요. 청팀 선수는 아까 굉장히 과감한 빌드를 시도했던 것과 다르게 안전한 빌드로 회귀를 한 느낌이었습니다. 그러면서도 전보다 점수를 더 끌어올려가지고 승리를 가져가는 모습이 멋있었습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 그럼 5번째 매치 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 5번째 매치는요. 자, 저희 식덕 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수의 대결이었는데요. 이 매치는 어떻게 보시는지 또 궁금합니다.
네, 우선 초반부터 쿠쿠시 선수가 점프를 1단 정도를 아꼈어요. 그러니까 전반적으로 쿠쿠시 선수는 점프를 아끼면서 플레이했었고 식덕 선수는 조금 더 점프를 타이트하게 진행을 했었는데 중간에 식덕 선수가 표창을 하나 미스를 하면서 대나무 잎젤리를 많이 놓치게 됐습니다. 왜냐하면 점프 간격이 좀 타이트했었고 여기서 젤리 하나를 발 뒤쪽으로 남기면서 좀 아쉬운 그런 부분을 보여주셨습니다.
맞습니다. 이번에도 표창 하나가 승패를 갈랐던 것 같습니다. 꼬기스 분석가님은 어떻게 생각하시나요?
사실 쿠쿠시 선수 여기 올라오기 전에 쿠쿠시 선수랑 얘기를 하는 걸 좀 몇 들었는데 쿠쿠시 선수가 자기는 긴장할 줄 알았는데 생각보다 잘 안 한다더라고요. 그런 것처럼 예선전부터 약간 실수할 때는 크게 하는데 뭔가 자기가 생각하고 여기는 조금 내주더라도 뒤에서 잘해야겠다는 부분을 전부 다 깔끔하게 플레이하는 모습이 멋있었습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 오늘의 마지막 6번째 매치는요. 우리 청팀 선수는 정말 보구보구 백탕마을의 촌장이 아닐까라는 생각이 들 정도로 정말 잘 플레이해 주셨고 오늘 이 백탕마을만 3번째 플레이를 하셨습니다. 자, 그 결과 우리 청팀 선수가 3승을 가져가게 됐고요. 이번 경기에서 한번 분석 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 우선 청팀 선수는 뭐 이쯤 되면 거의 뭐 백탕의 마스터가 됐고요. 네, 두 번째 경기에서도 한번 향상이 됐었는데 세 번째 경기에서 한 번 더 향상되면서 정점을 찍었습니다. 네, 구체적인 어떤 빌드는 아마 꼬키스 분께서 설명해 주시겠습니다.
사실 백탕마을이 너무 많이 나와가지고 더 이상 뭔가 분석할 만한 되게 세부적인 컨트롤이 없습니다. 사실 청팀 선수는 계속해서 잘했고요. 또 진주 선수는 중간에 능력을 한번 못 써서 실수했다고 해설이 됐는데 그게 아니라 변신 시작할 때 그 슬라이드 버튼을 꾹 누르면은 유가맛 쿠키가 첫 호패를 바로 발사하거든요. 진주 선수가 그거를 놓쳐가지고 좀 늦게 쓰는 바람에 장애물을 많이 놓치고 3,400만 점 정도의 차이가 벌어졌던 걸로 봤습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 정말 그 우리 청팀 선수가 계속 이 백탕마을에서 발전하는 모습을 보여주시는 게 너무 또 주요 포인트였던 것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 B팀의 진출자는 청팀 선수와 쿠쿠시 선수 그리고 A팀에서 올라간 정호 선수와 김건우 선수들의 경기는 내일 또 만나볼 수가 있습니다. 자, 저희 분석 데스크도 내일까지 또 많은 준비해 올 테니까요. 기대해 주시기 바라겠고요. 중계석 나와주세요.
Welcome back. Of course, just a quick little recap there on the last remaining matches. We saw the highlights prior as well. And now we'll take a look at how the bracket shakes up for tomorrow. We have a lot of matches tomorrow as well. We're going to have the semifinals, which I believe are going to be best of 5 already, since the grand final will be best of 7. And then, of course, there will be a third place match as well to determine, because there is prize pool involved there. You get the top 3, you still get some prize pool. So that will be a best of 3 to determine. So the top 2 from each group will be moving on. Let's take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that will work out tomorrow for the full day of the Cookie Run World Championship.
Yeah, it is some headliner matches. Kim Gun-woo, reigning champion, going up against a Chuang Tim who was undefeated on arguably the hardest day in the entire tournament up until this point. You know, it wasn't the preliminaries. We're here in the top 8, and Chuang Tim, he didn't drop a single level. So that's gonna be the right side of the bracket. Semi-final match number 1, Jungho versus Kukushi. That's also gonna be very intense. Jungho looked so impressive there in Group A. He was able to get first place, even above Kim Gun-woo. Oh, it's going to be intense.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really intense. So I am looking forward to it to see who really comes out on top. Of course, again, all of those matches will be tomorrow. Now, don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to have a chance to hear from the players down on the stage as well. And that will be translated for you right here from the casting desk. So just bear with us, because I'd love to hear kind of how these players felt. Especially, I want to know, how did Tim feel about having to play Boiling Song Village 3 times in a row?
Yeah. I mean, what are the odds of that? They're crazy as our players are getting ready on stage right now for the interview.
Yeah, let's take a look here down on the stage as we have all 4 players ready to go. So here we have our Korean caster, Young-il, introducing our players. 4 players moving on after an intense competition, and they will be competing against each other tomorrow. Yeah, first off, we'll start with who's holding the mic, Jungho.
안녕하세요. 대초원 지역 정호입니다.
Hello, I am from the Great Plains. It's Jungho.
일단 4강 진출 소감 먼저 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
So how do you feel about moving on to the semifinals?
솔직히 다들 너무 강하셔서.
Well, to be honest, everyone's so strong, so I thought it was going to be quite difficult. But I'm just so happy to be able to move on out of the competition.
오늘 좀 컨디션이 좀 안 좋은 상황이 생겼었잖아요. 좀 몸은 좀 어떻게 괜찮으세요?
Yeah, so we heard you were kind of feeling under the weather in the middle. Are you feeling okay today? Yeah, no, I'm feeling okay now. What about for tomorrow? Now you are going to have to play against another player from the Plains region, a bit of a rematch. So how do you feel about that? I was actually practicing a lot with Kukushi together earlier, and I saw that he was so good at the map pull for the semifinals, so I'm just going to have to do my best tomorrow. Alright, well, any words for tomorrow? Well, I've got this far. I will try to go all the way to the trophy tomorrow.
자, 쿠쿠시 선수도 시청자분들께 인사 한번 부탁드립니다.
All right, Kukushi, please say hello to everybody watching. Hello, I am Kukushi from the Plains region. I can tell these guys are kind of nervous and the adrenaline pumping through. So it's been a long day today. Yeah, it has been a very long day. Well, yeah, it has been quite a long time. We actually had we had shuttles prepared only until 9 p.m., but we just want everyone in the audience to know that it's all the way to 9:15. But now moving on with the interview. So how do you feel about this matchup? Moving on. Well, I've beaten Jungho once before, so I'm not too worried. I'm not too nervous. You know, Jungho, sure, Jungho is a very good player. But, I'll just do my best. I'll play comfortably, and I'll just show you guys a good race tomorrow. All right, so we saw that you wanted to write out all 3 syllables tomorrow, but you had to decrease the font. What about tomorrow? All right, well, tomorrow I'll take this opportunity, I'll seize the day and go all the way to victory. Now let's talk about match 2 tomorrow in the semifinals. It's Kim Gonu versus Tim. Hello everybody, going up it's the 2nd seed from Group A. It's me, Kim Gonu.
첫 경기 딱 졌을 때 무슨 생각이 들던가요?
So when you lost the first match, what was going through your head? Oh well, I thought I'd be going home pretty early today, but thankfully I was able to do my best all the way through and survive. So I heard that you practiced quite a bit with Jungdex, but you had to play against him in the last match of the group. So what were your thoughts? Well, we know each other so well. We know each other's scores. We're actually scrimming yesterday as well. So to be honest, I kind of knew I was going to win, but it was still pretty nerve-wracking.
초원은 초원이고 청팀 선수랑 맞붙거든요. 내일 4강. 어떻게 자신 있나요?
Okay, well, so now you have to fight against Tim. How do you feel about that? Well, today, Tim, you didn't get to taste any defeat, so tomorrow you will taste the absolute bitter flavor of defeat. And now a chance to hear from Tim after those fighting words. Just a quick introduction. Yeah, just saying hello. I'm Tim.
어떻게 이렇게 백탕마을만 주구장창하게 되는지 모르겠는데 오늘 경기가 좀 저희가 봤을 때는 수월하지 않았나 싶거든요.
However it happened, you got to play Boiling Stock Village 3 times in a row. To us, it looked pretty straightforward, but how did you feel about it?
那在我们看来可能会觉得，是会相对于其他选手比较容易一点。那你今天
Yeah, this is the big question that we were all kind of curious about here. Wonder if he felt more confident or less confident. We'll wait to hear his full answer. Well, even if you play the same map again and again, it's still so nerve-wracking. And I also had to make sure that I was staying in good condition and staying focused late into the night. So I had a lot that I had to think about. So it's the World Championship, but we have 3 Korean players moving on here, and then you're here representing Taiwan, so we're kind of curious, just how do you feel about representing the non-Korean players, the global players here at the World Championship?
일단 푹 쉬는 게 목표입니다.
Well, I'll just have to get a good night's rest.
되는 거였군요. 심플하고 좋다.
His plan is just to rest.
청팀 선수도 내일 김건우 선수 상대로 쉽지 않은 경기 펼쳐야 되는데.
Well, of course, it won't be an easy match tomorrow, Tim. We want to hear what are your fighting words ahead of the semifinals tomorrow against Kim Go-nu.
就是帮我看着摄影机红色那边讲一句你对明天比赛的决心。
我知道你很强，但是我不会让你在决赛出现你的名字。
김건우 선수한테 말씀을
Well,
주셨는데
I want to say something to Kim Go-nu. I know you're an incredible player, but tomorrow I am not taking it easy on you. Don't worry, I will be taking the win. All right, that's a message from all 4 players who have moved on to the semifinals. Shout out to all 4 of them. Congratulations on moving on to the round of 4. And of course, exciting matches ahead. I can't wait to see how they're going to perform, especially Kim Go-nu and Tim. Some fighting words back and forth between those two.
Oh, absolutely. So much fun to hear from our players. And Showboy, thank you so much for providing the translation there for that interview. Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. One of the most interesting things to me, from that whole interview was the fact that Kukushi, despite being the #2 seed from his group coming up against the #1 seed Jungho from his group, sounds like Kukushi is the more confident fella.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the fact that during the regional preliminaries, right, he was able to get that victory. He's like, well, I know how you race, but we saw Jungho was looking different here at the World Championship, so I don't know if he can take it too lightly ahead of the semifinals.
Yeah, there were absolutely some fighting words coming in from everybody, but Jungho, he absolutely has leveled up here.
Yeah, well, it looks like that's going to be it from us today, but ladies and gentlemen, we continue same time, same place, 4 p.m. KST. Run that through a time zone calculator. We'll be back tomorrow with all of the action, all of the runs, and we will be crowning a new world champion here for Cookie Run Oven Break in 2025. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Cookie Run Oven Break. Cookie Run Oven Break.